Crew, I see you. Die hard. Trav. We gonna do this one the right way. We in here forever. Yeah. Die hard. Homie, die hard. You can check the swag, he the realest by far. Swimming in that blue and orange, he the lifeguard. Yeah, he been through pain, at least he got some nice scars. He can smell a trophy, yeah, he need it back to back. Represent himself, his own name is on his back. 10 toes down, try to stop him, he come back. Bandwagon hoppers, he will knock you off your tracks. You ain't saying nothing, Nero been here from the start. He been working in the lab to take his team and make it art. See him going over film to help him build and make him smart. He will tell you how he feels because he's real and he got heart. He will never fade away, he will never change his face. Everybody picking faves, and he's feeling out of place. Cause he is for the team, man, he always rep the squad. Like that Christmas movie, he gon' always die hard. City on my back. They ask me what's my name and it's on my back. I'm just speaking facts. We got big dreams, we ain't looking back. We be really die hard, yeah, that's a fact. We be really die hard, ain't no going back. Make the whole crowd rise like a thermostat. Fourth quarter, I'm the killer that's gon' murder that.
What's good, y'all, man? What's up? Knicks podcast. I had to jump up in here, man. I'm looking at the commentaries from other channels and stuff like that. I just got tired of hearing people's voices, man. And I didn't like some of the stuff that I was hearing. And what really set me off, not for nothing, is Twitter, man. I'm on Twitter, talking on Twitter because I'm not feeling well. You know, I just had surgery yesterday, so you know I'm off the cast that I had, so my hand is free. You know, so I'm just trying to take it easy. I'm still trying to get off of the anesthesia. I'm still taking heavy meds right now for the pain and stuff. But you know, like I said, just now I just went through the whole thing. I just got into like a minor argument with somebody over Buddy Hield and stuff like that, man. It's like, get out of here, man. Like everybody thinks that they're freaking so smart, right? But then you go on Twitter and you're making $0 on Twitter to talk shit to me about nothing like that. Meanwhile, you got guys on ESPN getting fired. We're finding out they're making $5 million, $10 million, $15 million. Like what? These guys make $5 million a year to make garbage takes. Max Kellerman was making $5 million. Not to get in no people's pockets, man. But listen, we do this shit for free. You know what I'm saying? These guys are getting $5 million. The discrepancy there, you want to talk about NBA free agency, is ridiculous. Because I mean, like if ESPN called me and say, yo, we like you to take over Max Kellerman's spot for $500,000, I'm doing that shit with no problem. And I'm not even going to be thinking about asking for $5 million. You know what I'm trying to say? That's ridiculous to me. So that has to do with sports casting. That's like some motivation for me to try to really get in, because I never really thought about how much these guys get paid. You know what I'm saying? But to hear that some of these guys, bozos, they don't know what they're talking about, getting paid $5 million per year, $1 million, $2 million, $7 million, $8 million, that is ridiculous. You know, oh my God. I'm not gonna say any more names besides Max, because Max is from New York. That's all. I'm just gonna give it to him. But this is me. I'm on the internet here on my channel. I got to give my 2 cents here, man. Some of these guys are just pure idiots, you know. So just like Josh Hart here, he's on his got his notifications turned on. I got some notifications turned on too. Of course, I got SNY on there. I got Woj and RC. I got Shams on there. I got a couple other notifications too. But let's do a quick recap before we catch up to what's actually happened recently. We got I think the first one, Draymond Green, I guess, 4 years, $100 million. That's a lot to me. But 25 million per year for the next 4 years for an old guy. If they want to pay him, just to keep him, in a franchise or whatever they're going to do with this contract later, I'm good with that. I'm quite sure there's probably going to be player options and non-guaranteed money in this deal here. But I'm okay with it if they want to pay their player. But when guys have their players, and if they want to pay him whatever money they want to pay him, that's fine with me. Draymond Green is basically started the whole run for them. He was coming off the bench for David Lee when he first came into the league, and then he was good enough to push David Lee out when David Lee was ready to go and Jerami Green took over. That's when they started winning championships with Kerr and stuff like that. So, big up to him. Big up to Caris LeVert. Caris LeVert, 2-year, $32 million contract. I'm not good at math. What's that, $16 million that he's making there per year? for a guy that they were relying on to be the number two scorer in Cleveland. So I think that's a low ball deal compared to some of the money that we're gonna see as I keep scrolling up. This pissed me off actually. Because I mean, like they didn't play him all year, and when the Knicks were waxing these guys up and down the court, they decided to start playing Karis LeVert, and then they're gonna lowball him and give him 15, $16 million per year, whatever 32 divided by two is, was that 16 million? 16 million per year for a guy that they need to be the second leading scorer next to Donovan Mitchell in order for them to win games next year, or excuse me, third leading scorer, because if you want to count their point guard. You know what I'm trying to say? So I mean, it is what it is. $16 million, I guess, for a third string scorer is not too bad. But I mean, look at the next guy. Ebanks, they didn't show Ebanks, but Ebanks going to Phoenix probably for peanuts, because they're gonna be signing a bunch of desperate players, to fill up that roster. Ebanks is one of them. They signed quite a few today. Um, Kobe White signed a 3-year, $33 million to return to Chicago. 3 years, $33 million to me is not that big of a deal, but it's like, why are they resigning these players in Chicago? How are they getting better? They just signed Vucevic the other day to like, franchise leading contract, and now they're signing a bench guy for $10 million per year. It's not a big deal. $11 million per year is not a big deal, but still, what are they doing there? They got guys on that squad already that can fill in that role for Kobe White. But it is what it is. Taurean Prince is gonna get the bottom of the barrel on the Los Angeles Lakers, which as he should. This guy Kuzma did a good thing. He got his money. He went back to Washington. He got a 4-year deal, 100 million. That's like 25 million, right? I'm not good at math. 25 million per year. So you're talking about a guy that they didn't win last year, but they're still gonna pay him. They're paying $25 million to play with who? Bradley Beal got traded and Kristaps got traded. So they're paying this guy what, $25 million to do what exactly for them? Who's gonna play with them? They went and got one of those the Tyrus Jones, or one of those guys. They got them. They went and got the other dude from Golden State. So I mean, is that the new squad that they feel like they need to get? He's going to be the leading scorer and the leader, and what are they going to do over there exactly? It's just weird, these NBA teams. But I'm not so mad about this. Kyle Kuzma deserves the 25 million. That's about his market. So I'm happy that he got his money. You know what I'm saying? I would have loved him to have one of the Knicks. But going forward, just for his career and then just what he deserves, that's what he deserves. He deserves to be there in Washington, getting that number one spot. Hopefully, he can get up to 30 points. A game like Beal did. Because Beal got his points up to what do you call 30 points per game, and hopefully Kyle could do that too, and he can get a payday bigger than this. Shout out to these guys here. This is a bad group to me. I'm not mean to diss them, but with Steve Popper, we got Jay Ellis and this young lady here, and also to my man Ian Bagley. Not really the best group, but they're talking about whatever they're talking about. I just I looked at them and see what they were saying. Had to get off of there. No disrespect, but now they're saying they added 40. They added $10 million or $7 million to the deal. So now $3 million, $40 million contract, I guess, with incentives and things of that nature. This right here, Kia Bates Diop. This guy is a really good basketball player here. So I mean, the Phoenix Suns for signing for a 2-year, $5 million deal. I don't know, man. I think the Knicks could have probably picked up this kid to basically replace Obi Toppin. This would have been a good pickup for the Knicks for only 2-year, $5 million, and he's gonna end up being a starting forward next to Durant on that squad. You know what I'm saying? So they're gonna have Diop, they're gonna have Durant. He's gonna end up being he has a good chance to be a starting, because I don't know what they're gonna do. They got Beal over there, like I said, they got Booker, and then they went and got excuse me, they have another player over there too. I don't really care, but I mean, he's gonna end up coming up. Somebody's got to come off the bench, man. How many scores are they gonna have on one squad? It's just ridiculous. But it is what it is, man. It's I'm excited. I'm very excited about this. Because I mean, like let's say like I said, we talk about the sports for free. These guys get paid millions of dollars to fuck franchises up. Millions of dollars to report on stuff and give bad takes, and have no energy, have no like, I just don't understand it. No love for it. They just there talking like, and nobody really has the energy behind it. But they're making millions of dollars. It's crazy. Yeah. Free agent Damian Lee. That's a good pickup. He re-signed with them. on a 1 year deal to stay with Phoenix. Good, they're gonna need guys like that because they're very top heavy with their salary. Uh, 2 year deal with a player option. That's right on par with that. Once again, Torian Prince got the 4.5 for the 1 year. But they're gonna need him because they don't have the money to spend. This is a big one here, man. This is huge. This is what really set me off. Because Bruce Brown, he signed a 2 year, $45 million contract. We're talking about Bruce Brown. Now, what's 45 million divided by two? So I'm just gonna cut off the five, make it a four. What's that? $22 million. I'm not good at math. $22.5 million this guy got per year to play for Indiana. To play for Indiana. So I made a comment on Twitter, right? I made a comment on Twitter. Let's see if I can get a bigger picture of it. I think it's coming up, but it's something else I want to talk about. Jerry Grant too. That's another guy. But this guy Bruce Brown, he I made a comment saying that they already got Buddy Hield and they got Mathurin over there. So what are they doing? And some jackass, like I can't think of money's name, but he's with the Nick of Time show. He's always got something smart to say, on there. Something like he's so smart. He said, yeah, but Buddy Hield doesn't have value or whatever he said. I said, yeah, but you missing the point that they just paid a guy $22 million to do what on a team? When they have Mathurin. Mathurin should be their primary guy in shooting guard. Bruce Brown is not a small forward. The guy's like 6'4". He's basically a shooting guard. Is he gonna play point guard for them? No, because they got the other kid, Halliburton over there. So what is Bruce Brown's gonna come off the bench for $22 million? Or they plan on keeping Mathurin off the bench on Indiana for on his rookie deal and put Bruce Bowen there, and now you have to find a trade for Buddy Hield? That is ridiculous to me. That's ridiculous. I don't know how you could come up with something smart. Oh, Buddy Hield doesn't have value or whatever he said. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. And for someone to argue that, and not only him, who's Mark also said the same thing. He quoted my tweet and said the same thing about Buddy Hield. Yeah, but you're missing the fact that Mathurin averaged 18 points per game for them last year. He should be their starting shooting guard. Mathurin is not a small forward. He's a shooting guard. So he should be their starting shooting guard. They shouldn't be paying another guy to come in and to be his backup for $22 million or possibly starting over him and making Mathurin actually the small forward. With Halliburton, it doesn't make any sense. With Halliburton, it doesn't make any sense. What are they doing? Wasting $22 million right now. If I want to say, I think he's like one of the leading scorers on the team now, Bruce Brown. It's ridiculous. Speaking of ridiculous, one of the worst teams in the NBA, Jerami Grant, signed to Clutch, right? Just signed a 5-year, fam. 5-year, $160 million, bro. What is 5 divided into 160? 30, that's like 30 something million. 30 carried away. That's $33 million. Jerami Grant is making $33 million, bro. $33 million. Are you kidding me? $33 million on a team that was the bottom. They just got the second or the third pick in the draft. They got Damian Lillard there. They're trying to figure out if they're going to trade Damian Lillard or not or whatever. But then, they signed this guy to $33 million. Why? They could have just let Jerami Grant just disappear. You know what I'm saying? Trade Damian Lillard for Christ's sake. Get the bag back with all the picks and all the young players you're going to get back for him. And then you just let Jerami Grant go. Why sign Jerami Grant for $33 million? That is beyond me. That is beyond me that they would do something like that. Like if I was a fan of the Portland Trailblazers, if that was a Knicks and we were the third worst team in the NBA, just got the third no, I'm not saying the third worst, but we just got the third pick in the draft, and then we go and sign Jerami Grant for $33 million. I think I would freaking kill myself, man. That would be too much for me to deal with. $33 million. Why for 5 years? It's not like they said for 2 years or 1 year, 2 year. Okay, you deal with that. You know what I'm saying? Pay the guy for a year and a half just to babysit for a little while. But 5 years? That means that they're keeping Dame. That means that they really are thinking about keeping Dame over there in Portland. Who cares? Look at this guy. He finally cut his hair. That's pretty cool, man. Shout out to New York basketball. I don't know how they do it. They must have like 5 or 6 guys that run that account because they're right on point with all the different news around the Knicks and stuff like that. Especially funny stuff like that, like Derek White and stuff like that. They do a really good job with that. But I mean, I am like appalled by this, man. $22 million for Bruce Brown, fam? Jesus Christ. He's a backup guy, man. He's not a starter. He's a backup guy. He's very good, though. He's very good, but $22 million. We were debating Josh Hart, if Josh Hart was worth $20 million. The market might dictate 20. Okay, whatever. Would I have paid Josh Hart the 20? Probably. You know what I'm saying? So I sound like an asshole. Complaining about Bruce Brown and his $22 million, but I mean, I don't know, man. I just don't know. You don't have the starters thing. Indiana, that's the thing about it. Indiana is a bottom dwelling team. We don't know what they're doing. So you sign a guy for $22 million on a position on a team where you have those positions filled already. And then they traded this guy Duarte for nothing. I believe they traded him to I want to say Sacramento for draft considerations, and then they use that, and then they get Bruce Brown. What are they doing, fam? What are they doing? This is what probably Denver wanted to pay Bruce Brown. 2 year, $10 million. Reggie Jackson. Listen, Reggie Jackson is an NBA starter. He's a starting caliber point guard. Reggie Jackson still could start in the NBA. And he has to. I just don't understand it. Reggie Jackson literally could start on a team if they gave him an opportunity. He has to settle for a $10 million contract, 2 year, $10 million, while Bruce Brown, older guy, career backup, gets 2 years, $45 million. What is going on here? Like, Bruce Brown cannot start for you. It cannot start for you and give you the production that Reggie Jackson was giving you. With the just running the position, as a point guard, Reggie Jackson could still do that for a team. You know, it's unreal. It's unreal. Reggie Jackson could have went somewhere else and started for somebody. Right now Toronto's missing a point guard. There's quite a few teams that probably could use a point guard, and he signed with Denver for the low 2 year, $10 million. Meanwhile, Bruce Brown goes to a worse situation in Indiana and gets paid $22 million per year, $45 million deal. Unbelievable, man. That's crazy. Meanwhile, around the league here, shout out, like I said, once again, shout out to New York basketball, NBA underscore New York. They're right on top of it with Kyrie Irving, with this cryptic post and stuff like that. Always talking about freedom. These guys that make 30 something million dollars always talking about freedom and stuff like that. It's cool, man. You got your bread, you feel like you could do what you want to do and say what you want to say. But I mean, come on, man. Having money just makes you the same corny motherfucker. Doesn't mean just because you got money, you're smart and all of a sudden have all this knowledge. You're still the same corny motherfucker you was when you was broke. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let's just keep it moving here. There's another weird deal here too. Javon Carter, 3 years, $20 million. Javon Carter to play for Chicago Bulls. Now I'm thinking, don't they have don't they already have guards there? They just signed Kobe White now for what is that, a 3 year, $33 million, 3 year, $40 million contract for Kobe White, and then they signed Javon Carter. But don't they have the other guy? What's the other the good defender they have there? I know the Ball kid is not going to play next year, so I guess they figure he's going to replace Ball. But they already got guards on their squad that can replace. So why are they wasting money? Why is a team that didn't make the playoffs wasting money on backups? See, this is my issue with the Knicks. Like, a lot of fans want to sign guys to be backups for us. You know what I'm saying? This is essentially what Chicago's doing here. Chicago signed two backups to major money. Like, what are you guys doing? Javon Carter actually would have been really nice for the Knicks coming off the bench. But like I said, we got our own guys. Josh Hart's being signed. Dante DiVincenzo's on the books too. I see some notifications here. I kind of want to get through this so I can get up to date. Phoenix also signed Metu. He played for Sacramento. He's really good backup. Forward center kind of guy on a 1 year deal, probably for peanuts. This guy here, he got paid $3 million. 3 years for $26 million. That's not so bad. It's just under $10 million per year to go to Cleveland. But like, I'm just so confused because Cleveland already has guys like Dean Wade, and they have guys on their squad. They have I'm just coming off the top of the head. They have guys on that squad that already filled that spot. So what is he going to go over there to do? To play power forward? To play backup power forward? Because they already have guys there that play on those positions. So it's just weird how these NBA teams go out there and say, hey, we need to get better. So let me bring this guy in here that already does something that guys that already have on the roster do. So I just don't understand what these NBA teams do. And they, like I said, I'm getting so harped up about the money, but these guys have the responsibility to build NBA franchises, billion-dollar industry, and they do stuff like this. I just don't understand. I really just don't understand. Kyrie Irving, this is the Nets. So Kyrie Irving re-signed with them. Not a bad thing. 3 year, $126 million. I believe that the only team that was going to give him this money is this team, the Dallas Mavericks, with this guy as their owner. 3 years, 126 million. So we're talking about three. Was that 40 something million dollars? 40 was that 40? Yeah, $41 million per year, I guess. I know I'm not good at math, like I said. $41 million per year. You know what I'm saying? For a team that basically gave up their whole franchise, just so they can get the draft pick just so we want to get their draft pick. And then they end up trading their draft pick, and then that draft pick's gonna end up being nothing for them, probably. They ruined their whole franchise, and then they re-signed this guy. So, just spooky stuff around the league that just drives me crazy. But yet and still the Knicks are still the laughing stock of the league. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. So I mean, it's good for Dallas. I don't know if Dallas with Kyrie and Luca. I don't know if that's a good match because they did not play well with each other and towards the end of last year. They didn't play well against each other. They literally gave up their entire season because they didn't think. I don't know if they thought that they could do anything in the playoffs, but they basically destroyed the whole season just so the Knicks don't get the draft pick. Ugly business going on here in the NBA. $1 billion business, and this is what they do. Here goes another one. So this guy finally goes back to the Bucks. He signed a 3 year, $100 million contract. That's fine. You want to talk about possibly 33? Was that 30 something? About $34 million per year. That's a lot of bread, man. But I mean, this guy he's played with them for all these years. He deserves the money that he gets from this franchise. So $34 million is fine for me. But it's just so odd that Bruce Brown is making $10 million less than this guy. That to me, that's crazy. Here's another thing: $22 million. Do you know how much money Julius Randle makes? Let me scroll back down here, please. Let me scroll back down here just to put that into further perspective. This guy right here is making $22 million per year. Julius Randle's making 25. People are saying that Julius Randle is overpaid. Julius Randle made just averaged 25, 10, and 4. You know what I'm saying? This guy was a career backup, and he got 22 million per year. And Julius Randle is getting 25 next year, and he's overpaid. People are saying Julius Randle's overpaid, and then we got assholes that want to argue with me about Bruce Brown, whether or not he has value over Buddy Hield. $22 million. Julius Randle made 25, fam. It's ridiculous. But you want to argue with me about value of Buddy Hield? Man, some like a lot of these people out here that be on here, they just be saying stuff. Shout out to Jacob here. He is this Toronto? So he's staying with Toronto. This guy's very good, but compare him to any of these centers. Compare him to Mitchell Robinson. Mitchell Robinson making 12 or 15 million, whatever, on a descending contract. Whatever he's making, he's definitely making less than $15 million. I'm talking about Mitchell Robinson. But now this guy Jake Paulty, whatever his name is, he's making he's on a 4-year deal for 80. So that's $20 million per year. So Mitchell Robinson did us a solid because we were this close to paying that motherfucker $20 million a year. Could you imagine Mitchell Robinson getting $20 million a year and with the skill set and the flaws that he lacks, even though he plays good defense and people think he can rebound and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? This guy Jacob brings the same thing that he brings, but he brings added post play. Brings added toughness. Same field goal percentages. He could block shots really well too. But it costs $20 million. That's some DeAndre Ayton money there. I don't know, man. This NBA is crazy. Look, I mean, this is basically it right here. The NBA players they have the they're talking about Bruce Brown. Shout out to New York basketball, man. They do a really good job with their jokes and stuff. But yeah, man, these guys are making bank. You know what I'm saying, and not getting better. I'm about the smoke. Other teams, I want them to get better too, because as the Knicks get better, I want us to really have competition around us. You know what I'm saying? Like Chicago and those destroying their team, Indiana, and these guys making these type of moves they really hurt. Because I want these guys to compete against our team. And you can't say I don't want to hear nothing bad about the Knicks and their contract. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Because all the Knicks contracts are good. Even Fournier's not playing. Fournier is he I don't want to say he deserves $18 million because he didn't play. But if he was on a team that gave him an opportunity, he would be earning close to that 18. Probably 10. He's probably worth about 10. But he would be earning that if he was on a different team. Tom Thibodeau just didn't play him anymore. You know what I'm trying to say? $18 million is a lot, so that probably is our worst contract. But people say that Julius Randle gets paid too much. Meanwhile, Bruce Brown is getting paid $3 million less than him next year. That is ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That's the reason why I came on. That's the reason why I came on because I just don't see the energy, from around the league, around on these pods and stuff. I just don't see the energy. Cam Johnson agreed on a 4-year deal with the Brooklyn Nets, which is good. 4 year into 100. What's that? $20 million a year or $25 million a year. That's a lot of bread for Cam Johnson. So maybe they think of him as somebody that's going to be a fixture on that squad. I mentioned on Nothing But Knicks that this guy Cam Johnson reminds me of Tim Thomas a lot. But Tim Thomas never got better on his entire NBA career. He's basically the same player that he was in high school, to tell you the truth. So Tim Thomas never got better. So the thing with Cam Johnson, he has to be very careful not to fall into that thing. He needs to get better. So the Brooklyn Nets, they invested in him 4 years on $108 million, man, $25 million a year, a little bit more than $25 million a year. So they invested in him. As a crosstown rival, I hate the Nets, of course, but they got a lot of good players that I like. They got Mikal Bridges there. They got Cam Johnson now. They got a couple players in there that I really like. A lot of young guys, and they're rebuilding over there. So it's good to see them do good moves and stuff like that. I like this move. Young guy, he's probably going to be a power forward for them next to Miles was his excuse me, Mikal Bridges, whatever. So I mean, they're pretty much solidified there in the starting lineup there on the 4 and the 3 spots. So good for them, man. Good to see good young players, building from within after they make their trades, and now they got young guys coming up. Good stuff, man. Rather than them chasing these stars like Ben Simmons that's sitting on their bench doing nothing right now. It's ridiculous. We got a couple more stuff coming up here on the notifications here. Just trying to get through all these contracts here. Trey Jones with San Antonio. He signed a 2-year, $20 million deal. Trey Jones is good. His brother's really good too. So he's that's $10 million a year. It's worth it for San Antonio. For a team that's coming up. I get it. They have a lot of money in free agency to spend. So spending $10 million on a starting point guard for 2 years with where they got the young kid there, that's fine. I'm fine with that. Let's keep it moving here. Man, they're talking about Dante DiVincenzo. He's supposed to be coming to the Knicks, man. But $22 million, when you see Bruce Brown get $22 million, what does DiVincenzo think he's worth? Because DiVincenzo, people say that he's not that good. But if you want to compare numbers, those guys' numbers are pretty much the same. So is DiVincenzo worth $22 million per year? It's ridiculous, man. Gabe Vincent, what's going on here? Gabe Vincent agreed 3-year deal to go to the Lakers. That's a good spot for them. Him playing for basically $11 million per year. Same deal that Kobe White got, with Chicago. So I mean, Gabe Vincent is a good shooter. He's not really that good at creating his own shot. He can get to the basket though if a lane is open. He can finish really well. He can get the shot up quick. We all know that he can shoot the three. He's tough. You saw him elbow, Jalen Brunson in the face, and nobody did nothing. You know what I'm saying? So this guy's tough, playoff ready. Thirsty, hungry dude. So it's good to see him get his money for the Lakers now. So what are they gonna do now? Because they also have other guys on their squad they need to take care of, like Austin Reeves, whatever his name is. He's definitely gonna do for a contract. So we'll see how that goes. They have a lot of guards in their squad too. That dude the German dude, I can't think of money's name. I don't have anybody in my ear talking, helping me out at all. You know what I'm trying to say? But it is what it is, man. So nothing else is happening so far. Like I said, I got this guy uh New York basketball. He retweets everything here. So Steve Popper's tweeting while he's on the show here. The putback with on SNY. You got Shams here is one of my notifications. We got Adrian Wojnarowski. Like I said, if anybody else that you think I should put in my notifications, please let me know. I don't like to follow ESPN. You know what I'm saying? Because they put a lot of like television stuff on there. I really want to see that. But outside of that, let me know what you guys think. So I got a couple people in the chat. Listen, we were gonna go live on MBK. I gotta say that we were gonna go live on MBK. So I gotta put Andy under the bus because Andy was setting up the pot for 4. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not feeling good. So I went to sleep. I'm trying whatever. So he said he wanted to do it. So I was like, okay, I'll do it. So at 4 o'clock I was ready to go. But Andy wasn't ready. So then Andy was setting up, and then Andy chickened out because the thumbnail wasn't right. I gotta throw it out there, Andy. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know that MBK had it set up. If I would have known MBK had the podcast set up, I would have just popped some caffeine one time and then made it happen on the MBK show, and then we would be doing this show, for the draft. We will be doing it on MBK right now. So I apologize for that. And, once again, we got to do a better job communicating as a group, so we can put this stuff out there, man. Because it's not good to have something loading up on a channel and then we don't do it. You know what I'm trying to say? So yeah, man. So this is it here. We're still waiting, waiting for the Knicks to figure to do something. This is some of my notifications here. This is what I said. What the fuck is Indiana doing with the $22 million? Let me just show you what money said to me here. I don't like to give like these guys shine here. Uh, so I muted him anyway. So this is him, Fritz Alcindor. If anybody follows him, Fritz thinks he's a know-it-all. He's like a freaking know-it-all. He said, heel is not a foundation piece." I get you. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, is that enough to validate Bruce Brown getting $22 million? Because Bruce Brown's, Brucey B is a hot name right now, so it's okay to pay the hot name $22 million. That's what everybody's talking about. But I mean, now they have to trade Buddy Hill because they can't have Buddy Hill, Bruce Brown, and Mathurin and all the other guards they have on that squad too. They can't do that. They can't have that on the same squad. It's disgusting. Shout out to Mark too. I've been trying to get Mark on the show for the longest time, man. Mark is always in parts of unknown. He said Brown plays multiple spots. He does. He does play multiple spots. But he's 6'4". So you're granting on a guy to be like Josh Hart and play small forward too, just like the Knicks. It puts question marks on what the Knicks are trying to do too. Gathering all these 6'4" guys there. Yes, Bruce. The thing about Josh Hart is Josh Hart really rebounds really well for his position. Bruce Brown doesn't really get up into the 6, 7, 8 rebounds per game. If you do it per minute, he really goes crazy. Josh Hart with the rebounding. You know what I'm saying? So he adds something special to the thing. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't get paid for this stuff. So it's beyond me that these guys, say the stuff that they do and do the things that they do. It's just ridiculous. Uh, so I mean, I see one network, NBA TV, is talking about Kyrie Irving there. And when they talk about Kyrie Irving and these guys, they're just talking about them in such a way like they put them up on a pedestal. Put them up on a pedestal without talking about the basketball aspect of it. Kyrie Irving, yes, he's this, that, and the other. Kyrie Irving is also in his 30s, in his early 30s. He's a little flaky. He's always talking about something else other than basketball. When he comes on the court, he's always ready, though. But is he going to be able to play with Luka? Because Luka is basically a point guard out of necessity. He always has the ball in his hand. So how could you have a guy that needs the ball in his hand and Kyrie playing with a guy that also needs the ball in his hand and Luka, for both of those guys to be successful? How does that work? So that there's a couple of rumors out there, with surrounding James Harden. James Harden is getting old now, so that's the only reason why the Knicks are linked to that guy at all. Because he's old now. If it was a couple years ago, the Knicks would have no shot at getting James Harden. We would have to trade our whole franchise in order for that to work. So I'm gonna take this off for a second just to give my eyes a little bit breather. James Harden, if he would have picked up James Harden a couple years ago, he would have to give up a whole franchise. You know what I'm trying to say? But now he's older, so now we can give up some of our lesser guys and our little draft picks and whatever. And we could probably squeeze and get a James Harden here. But the reason why I'm bringing them up because the same reason why that Luka and Kyrie wouldn't work and doesn't work. It's the same reason why that Brunson and Harden wouldn't work because Harden at like the last 7 years has been averaging 10 assists per game. The guy's really good, a really good point guard. He really developed himself to be like one of the greatest guards that we've ever seen. But he's really a point guard. He needs the ball in his hand. He gets 10 assists per game, and he's very good. Even till now, he's very good basketball player. Will Harden be good for Julius Randle? Absolutely. Would it be good for Mitchell Robinson? Absolutely. Josh Hart and all these guys that like to cut and like to sit in the corner and shoot threes like Grimes and stuff like that. And even DiVincenzo if he comes over here. Yes, Harden would be great, but you isolate Brunson though. So a lot of people say that Brunson could play off the ball. So I can see it working. Basketball-wise, I can see it working. But the keys to the ship is gonna have to be given to Harden. So Harden will be the number one guy. Brunson will be the number two, and then Julius will be the number three. And we'll see what happens with the rest of the squad there. We definitely, I like RJ, but at this point, at that point, he'll definitely be the fourth string guy. And we're gonna need something else from those positions. We're gonna need knockdown 3-point shooting. We can't force RJ to be Larry Bird if he's not Larry Bird. He's RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett is mostly better at driving to the basket. So like if you have a team like that that has a guy like Harden is looking to make passes on the move and stuff like that, kick out to three and stuff like that, then you have to surround him with guys like that. You know what I'm saying? Instead of having RJ, I would rather invest in another older player. Let's say like that dude Bajan that's in Detroit. I'd rather have him standing in the corner than RJ. You know what I'm saying? As the fourth option. You know what I'm trying to say? I would rather have somebody like that. Even like a Buddy Hield right now that's in purgatory. I'd rather have Buddy Hield standing over there, in the corner waiting to get a three from James Harden or that type of thing. But like I said, he's a 6'4" guy. We need bigger players at that point. So we would have to comb the league and find out who's available. So that's interesting. I just want to talk about Harden really quick. Like I said, I've been out, man. I got a broken hand, so I'm able to use my hand. So I have full movement and stuff, but it's very stiff. I have no strength in it. I'm in pain still. Still taking pain medications and stuff like that. So I'm gonna be out for a little while. But like I said, this is the reason why I didn't put out content initially, and this is the reason why that I let MBK down a little bit. I should have been on MBK with this channel, with this thought process here. But it's all due to this, man. I was sleeping, trying to get my energy back. But like I said, that Bruce Brown thing really pissed me off, man. I had to come on here because, like I said, the energy that I was seeing out there just wasn't enough for me. You know. So they're still talking about the same players here. While they're still talking about the same people. Uh, Here's another thing too. Bruce, this guy Jalen Brunson is making 26 million next year, then 24, and then a player option at 24. You know what I'm saying? He's definitely not taking that player option. If that's a player option. So I mean, I believe that's a player option at 24. He's gonna want more money than what he's getting. You know what I'm saying? But if you like I said, it goes back to Bruce Brown. $26 million next year for Brunson as the all-star, all NBA guy that he's probably gonna be next year. Only makes $4 million more than Bruce Brown. Unbelievable, man. That I just can't get over that. I just can't get over that. And I feel like that more needs to be said about that, man. Really more needs to be said about that. So I'm trying to get this timeline refreshed. If anything new pops up, I'll let you guys. I'll pop that back up. But I gotta say what's up. Thank you for Geraldine for coming in to see what's going on. I know there's some other bigger channels out there doing their thing and stuff like that. Shout out to NBA TVs on it, NBA Knicks TV, excuse me, Knicks fan TV, excuse me, they're on. Like I said, NY, SNY, they're doing something. They got Nick of Time. Jay Ellis is on there, which is nice to see Jay Ellis going against Knicks fan TV on the same thing on a big platform, like NY, like SNY. So I think that's pretty dope. Uh, who else? You got the clutch. What's the name of those guys? Couple guys, man, a couple guys that are out there doing their thing. I appreciate it. There's other franchises doing their things too. So I saw some Bulls guys that were doing some stuff. Some other franchises too. So it's great to see the content out there. Shout out to Knicks Are Nice. Thank you for coming in always, man. I've been seeing you a lot lately, man. I definitely appreciate you. I see that you're in wait a second, you're Pudge. Man, fuck you, Pudge, man. Change your name and screwed everything up for everybody. But Knicks Are Nice. That's Mr. Pudge there. He's a CAA affiliate. So a CAA got him to change his name, I guess. And so anyway, what's up, Pudge, man? That's Pudge. Nick's so nice is Pudge, okay? We got Vinny Vegas was good. He said, this is why I quickly was asking for 7 figures. See, that's the thing too. The language, quickly was asking for 7 figures. That's his market. A guy that was should have been the 6th man of the year or could have been the 6th man of the year last year. He's gonna get 7 figures. So you're talking about $10 million per year and up. Closer to 20 probably. Yes, because if quickly was to become a starter or to get starters minutes, that guy's numbers are gonna go way up. Because right now he's not getting the starters minutes. He's getting the high 20s, but he didn't encroach into the 30s yet. Once he gets into those 30s, man, those numbers are gonna look crazy. So that's a very big piece for the Knicks. Would we pay him the same thing, like $22 million to sit on the bench for 5 years? That's something the Knicks have to figure out because we don't have the starters yet. We're still waiting for guys to step up, like say Quentin Grimes, waiting for Quentin Grimes to step into that starting shooting guard spot. Is he ready yet? What is he working on? Is he getting better? You know what I'm saying? Is he getting better enough? in a quick enough pace where he's gonna be able to build with Brunson and Julius and RJ like that? You know what I'm saying? Or are we gonna have to wait another year, another 2 years, and wait? Oh, Giannis is available next year. Let's wait for next year that we trade all these guys. I'm not with that. I'm not with that. We have to build daily. We have to build year after year to get better, man. I can't wait. I can't keep waiting every year. Before you know it, Brunson will be 30 years old, and everybody's like, oh, snap. We should have did something. Yeah. Shout out to Knicks Nation 112. What's good, my brother? He says, I would trade Obi and IQ because they're backups. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're not gonna pay both of those guys. So I mean, like, what are they doing? 4 years, 20 million. 4 years, 5 years, 20 million, around that range. Is Obi worth that? Is IQ worth that? It depends on the team, right? So if a team thinks that Obi's potential can get you a certain thing, then they'll pay him the 5 years. But you know what's funny? At the end of the 5 years, Obi will be 30 years old, fam. That's scary business, man. Obi should not be on his team. We should trade Obi. Not for draft consideration. I see people talking about draft consideration. We shouldn't be trading Obi for draft consideration. We should be trading him for somebody that's worth something. All right, so here's some decent news here. Another big time player here. This guy Utah Watanabe. He agreed to a deal with the Suns. So he's a young player, man. 44% from three last year. So depth in the front court behind Durant and stuff like that. Very good player. He kind of reminds me of Durant. When that kid got that stroke going, I'm talking about what Watanabe. He could be exciting, man. So I watched a lot of Brooklyn Nets games last year, more than I want to admit. But whenever that kid got hot, he was incredible. Almost like this guy that we used to have, Novak. When Novak got hot, he was exciting. But outside of that, he wasn't really. He was kind of like underwhelming. Except he's a lot more athletic than say Steve Novak was. But just the 3-point shooting and the electricity when it comes to that, he's a big time player. He's definitely going to help out the Suns next year. Coming off the bench, for their squad too. So good pickup by the Suns. See, that's what happens. When we're worried about, oh, what are we gonna do? Who are we gonna sign? Who's gonna replace this guy? Who's gonna replace that guy? Look at the Suns. The Suns are not worried about it. They got Devin Booker, Durant, and Bradley Beal on the squad, and they're picking up all these guys here. They got Muta that's pretty good for Sacramento. You got a guy like Watanabe that's really good. That was really good in Brooklyn. So you can find talent around the league for cheap. It's easy. It's really easy to do. Instead of paying guys $22 million to do the same thing that you want Watanabe to do, except you pay league minimum for the same stuff there. Shout out to this guy here, Joe Ingles. Joe Ingles gets a 2-year deal, $22 million to play for Orlando. Hi. Why would Joe Ingles go to Orlando? See, it's just odd. Why would Joe Ingles go to Orlando? Like Joe Ingles is like in his 30s, in his like mid 30s right now. He played for the Bucks last year. How come he didn't resign with the Bucks for 2 years, 22? Why did he sign with Orlando? Are they up and coming? Orlando has too many guys that do what he does. So what is Orlando going to do? Is Orlando looking to trade some of those guys to consolidate some of those contracts? Because I could look into their team. Let's take a look at Orlando, right? Let's do some voice stuff here. Orlando Magic roster. Take a look at what Orlando rosters look like here. Like I said, I see some names there. I'm gonna look at Basketball Reference. So like this, I'm just trying to think of what the hell these guys are thinking about with these franchises and stuff. So I'll go to points per game. You got Branchero over there. So is that guy playing over Branchero? We're talking about this guy, Joe Ingles, right? So is Joe Ingles playing again over Branchero? Is he playing over Franz Wagner? Then you got guys like okay, I think this guy Chuma went somewhere. Obama's not on the team anymore. What's the other guy? Jonathan Isaacs is healthy now. They got a couple other guys on their squad too there. So I mean, where does Joe Ingles fit? Do they think Joe Ingles is going to be just the backup to Branchero and Franz Wagner to give the veteran leadership there? I guess. I'm with it. You know what I'm saying? But there's going to have to be probably another trade being made there because they have they have some good talent on the squad here. So not for nothing, Orlando. Them getting a veteran presence coming behind those guys, it might help. But like I said, they got Wendell Carter Jr. They got the other Wagner kid. What's the other guy? Jonathan Isaacs is healthy now. They got a couple other guys on their squad too there. So I mean, where does Joe Ingles fit? Do they think Joe Ingles is going to be just the backup to Branchero and Franz Wagner to give the veteran leadership there? I guess. I'm with it. You know what I'm saying? But there's gonna have to be probably another trade being made there because they have quite a quite quite. They have some good talent on the squad here. So Who else they got? They got a couple guys here. Jalen Suggs, and then now they have all these rookies coming through too. So it's interesting. Some of these guys weren't on the roster. Say like RJ Hampton, I think it's like a free agent right now. Whatever team he went to, they cut him. So it's just interesting how these teams think of how they're gonna grow. I don't know. Joe Ingles going to Orlando. I just don't understand why Joe Ingles would do that unless he likes Disneyland or something like that. He just want to be close to Disneyland. Anybody else that I miss here? Okay, I don't see anything else. I see a notification to see what happens here with this notification. So we got Milton. This is Shake Milton. This Shake Milton was linked to the Knicks, right, guys? He signs with Minnesota, so he basically takes over the place of the guy that was signed earlier. I forgot his name at the moment, but Shake Milton, he's going to agree to a 2-year, $10 million deal. So $5 million a year for Shake Milton to come off the bench. That's fine. Shake Milton's actually pretty good. I actually like Shake Milton. He could be a good he could be a sometime starter. I think he's already averaged double figures in the league, if I'm not mistaken, or close to it, $9 million or whatever. So he's not a bad guy to have around. Nothing else new here, so we'll take this out for a second. Just want to say what's up to you guys too. We got Mr. Francisco, my man Francisco. Got a chance to sit with Francisco during one of the games, man. And that's like one of it's a joy. It was a joy to hang out, man. So we got to do it again for the home opening next year. Hopefully we could do a little bit more than that. You know what I'm saying? Spend $400 so we can like hang out with each other in a little room like that in MSG. It's kind of cool, But we got to do that more often, man. He said, Jew is not overpaid. He's overplayed, tired legs, lowers his IQ. Yeah, we talk about that all the time. Yeah, that's basically what it is. He's not is not Juju is not overpaid. He's overplayed. Wow, big time. Bang bang. We got a rapper in the crew here. Yeah, that's that 70s stuff, man. Guys, if guys from the 70s are always rapping. Knox went it said Knox went through Tibbs BS and Knox did not have any issues with Tibbs like Cam. So you guys are talking about Cam and Obi. Yo, Cam is about to be not in the league. Do you think Cam gets signed today? I'm talking about Cam. This guy Cam Reddish. Do you think Cam Reddish gets signed today? If there's a team that might sign him, I could see Phoenix signing him. I could see the Lakers signing Cam Reddish. But other than that, do you see him signing for $22 million for anybody? You know what I'm saying? Do you see him getting signed to a $5 million deal similar to what Shake Milton did? I don't know. So I mean, it's funny. We argue to the death about certain players, but then they go to other teams and they get the same treatment. Is it because of the Knicks too? Because of the Knicks didn't do them right? Because that's always the argument. Oh, the Knicks didn't do right by them. Yeah, whatever, man. Yeah, the Lakers for some reason, I don't know. The Lakers have a different salary cap, Geraldine. They have a different salary cap. They're getting players that I don't know how they can afford to get these players. Let me see here. Vinny Vegas says, "What's your thoughts on ESPN firings?" I talked about it right at the beginning of the show. All these firings, they fired 20 people, but what's alarming to me is the money that these guys were signed to. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm doing this podcast for free, fam. You know what I'm saying? Just for the love of it. And all of us are doing it. Everybody that has a podcast is doing it for free, except maybe some of the big guys at Knicks Fan TV. They're getting decent bread for the YouTube stuff, but not sustaining money outside of whatever advertisement they might get. Nothing but Knicks too. They get nothing but Knicks. Sim makes money on the squad, but not groundbreaking money. A little bit of money, not even a lot. You know what I'm trying to say? So some of these other bigger channels too, they make decent money too. You can all look all the numbers up. At one point I was making a decent amount of money during the summertime. You know what I'm saying? But then I got hurt and then then I fell off because I had to start working again and stuff was going on with my kids and stuff like that. So I wasn't able to keep up the algorithm going on the channel. So my numbers went down. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not doing it for the numbers. I'm doing it because I love to do it. I just love to talk about the Knicks, love to talk about sports. I like being in front of the camera, I like talking and stuff like that. It's something that I enjoy. But for $5 million for Max Kellerman, damn, they should have been fired that motherfucker. Because I mean, Max Kellerman is a good basketball guy. I mean, boxing guy. He's excellent boxing. But him talking about anything else, they should have not have invested that money, $5 million in a guy like that. I mean, 500,000, $5 million. Sheesh. I know it's ESPN and they're making money and stuff like that. They got money to burn. But damn, man, throw a motherfucker a bone, bro. Like I would do the same thing Max Kellerman does, and if I know I'm getting paid like that, I would be doing it to I would be doing it so crazy, for that amount of money. Are you kidding me? It's crazy, man. So shout out to all these guys that are coming up. You got Craig Carton. Craig Carton left the fan. They say he was making $1 million. I didn't believe that. But after seeing that Max Kellerman, these guys getting five, some other, like I said, I'm not gonna mention anybody else. I'm only gonna get on Max Kellerman because he's from New York, like I said earlier. You know what I'm saying? But the Craig Carton's from the I think Craig Carton's from somewhere else. I don't think he's from the New York area. But still, he's been in New York sports for a few years. That's where he made his bread. So he gave up his radio gig with the fan to do TV stuff. So his money's gonna go up too, man. So I mean, I can see you going up the ranks and gaining your bread like that. But there's so many talking heads on ESPN that are atrocious. Some of those guys are horrible. You know what I'm saying? Horrible. And they just year after year, day after day, giving crazy takes. You know what I'm saying? Just giving of themselves as far as these talking heads and this the weird way of just this weirdness about them. Nothing authentic about it, and they get all that money. That is crazy to me. I feel like if ESPN want to try something, they need to cut, like I said, they cut the losses here, get some talent, get some young talent, and bring it up. Stop paying these guys $5 million to do bullshit, to give you nothing, no analysis. No like there's no soul to it. You know what I'm trying to say? Stop paying these guys that. You know what I'm saying? And come back up and then build some other guys up, build the next generation up. I don't like that chick Malika, Malika Andrews. I do not like her at all. There's a lot of people that don't like her either. She rubs me the wrong way. She's good, you know what I'm saying? But there's a lot of other stuff about her that I just do not like about her. She came through like she's better than everybody already, and a couple of views that she's had, subliminal stuff, and she just like she gets like she gets off on certain subjects, man. She just rubs me the wrong way. I know a lot of people feel the same. You know what I'm saying? It's good to see a young sister do her thing, but she might be a double agent. You know what I'm trying to say? So anyway, that is what it is with that. But like I said, oh man, it's just that's my opinion. It's just crazy that they invest that much money on those guys, man, and then they're horrible. Everybody's horrible. It's crazy. Oh my god, he didn't play Cam or Obi. Then Blast Knox was on the bench, just ate it, and I see Knox maturing. Um, Knox is a 3-point shooter. That's one thing that he's put his hat on, being a 3-point shooter. He could have been so much more. But it comes down to the mental fortitude of these players, man. Are they built to be in a situation in the NBA to do something night in and night out? Him becoming a 3-point shooter, he already had 1 foot out the league before he really locked into that role. Kevin Knox could be a valuable player, but he's gonna have to show something else, because he'll come in for the 3-point shooting, but then won't rebound, won't do nothing else. And he's the most athletic guy in the room, most athletic and most skilled guy in the room, but that skill doesn't translate on the court. Same thing with Obi. Obi was working with Chris Johnson, Chris Johnson trainer, whatever. He's really good. Chris Johnson is really good. I love the atmosphere they have over there in his little gym, and he breaks down players and he builds guys up. And Obi Toppin needed to be around that cat early in his Knicks career, because you want to see the stuff that came out with Obi Toppin cursing out Tibbs and stuff like that. The Obi Toppin doesn't have a leg to stand on, because Obi Toppin is the one that made himself a corner 3-point shooter. And that's it. He doesn't do nothing else. What did Obi Toppin do to improve his game? So now you see him, working with Chris Johnson, and Chris Johnson got him doing the moves, small forward moves. And if you look at Obi Toppin's stature, he's not a power player. He's not a power player. People seem to keep talking about Amari and need to make Obi Toppin the center and this, that, and the other. Obi Toppin is our smallest player on the team, I gotta say. Even IQ looks bigger than Obi Toppin, man. It's a shame. So who did that to Obi Toppin? He did it to himself. So now Obi Toppin here at the end of his Knicks career right now has got to reinvent himself, because if it doesn't work out here with the Knicks and we trade him, he's going to be on another franchise. Now he's got to push that bullshit on a franchise that don't care about him. The Knicks at least cared about him while he was here. When he goes to another franchise, they're gonna expect other things from him. Can he produce? Can he add something to his game to show that he belongs in the NBA? At this point, just being a guy that doesn't rebound, but always sneaking out to try to get fast break dunks, That's not an NBA skill, fam. You have to be able to contribute to the basketball court in some kind of way. Defensive wise, he's not really a good defender. Guys body him all the time. A good help defender, yes. 3-point shooter, yes. Is he athletic? Can he dunk? Yeah. But when was the last time he dunked on anybody? We can't blame that on Tom Thibodeau, because every time Obi Toppin drives to the basket, he's afraid of contact. You know what I'm saying? But everybody else on the squad has gotten some dunks on somebody. You know, there's one guy that's gonna come to the squad, DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo could dunk it on people. He's done it plenty of times throughout his career. Josh Hart has banged it on a couple people. Getting to the basket, taking on contact and finishing strong around the rim. Obi Toppin doesn't do that. Obi Toppin's a finesse player at this point, man. So I mean, I feel bad for Obi Toppin, but I think his brother might be better than him, fam. People were talking about the nepotism of signing. I forgot his brother's name, but signing his younger brother from Kentucky. That kid is good though. He actually played well in the tournament also, taking guys with the dribble, rebounding through traffic, shooting the three. Playing defense, running the floor. Making passes and that type of thing. He's already been doing stuff in college that Obi Toppin has yet to do in the pros yet. Even though Obi Toppin has gotten 40 points per game, in a game a couple times, in garbage time at the end of the year, so the potential is there for Obi Toppin to do something special. But I don't know if it's ever going to be with the Knicks, and it's not because of Julius Randle, man. This warped sense of direction here. Let me see what's going on here. I don't see any more news here. They're still talking about Milton or whatever. So I guess it must be lunchtime. What time is it now? 8 o'clock. So it must be dinner time. You know what I'm saying? So right now, guys are getting their dinner and stuff like that. So there probably won't be any more news probably for like another half an hour or so. So guys can get their takeout meals and stuff like that. But let me keep on looking, see what you guys are talking about. All the good players are flying off the board. Yeah, most of the people that were set to be resigned, they're gone. So I mean, is there anybody that was signed that the Knicks should have taken? Because the Knicks don't have any money. That's the thing. So if the Knicks are going to get anybody, it's definitely going to have to be after the signing period is over. Once these guys sign their contracts and stuff, then the market is going to be open for trade markets and stuff like that. So we'll definitely have to see what happens with that. One guy, the only person I wanted really was Kuzma. Kuzma is dope. I would definitely enjoyed Kuzma on his team. But I think it would have been too much for the Knicks to get him. He got 25 million per year, which he deserves. So if we would have did that, we would definitely would have had to trade some guys. But what would Washington have wanted? Fournier and Obi and say like Fournier, yeah, probably Fournier, Obi and IQ. Would they have wanted that for Kuzma? Just judging by what their team looks like, Kuzma's a good signing for them. For what they built or what's left over after the Beal and Kristaps trade. Them getting Kuzma, it fits what they're trying to do over there. Like I said, they picked up the kid from Golden State. I can't get his name, but then they also got the other Jones kid, Trey Jones, the brother of the kid that's in San Antonio. They got him, not Trey Jones. I don't know. Their names are very similar. Trey Jones and something else Jones. They're not twin brothers, but they're like maybe like 2 years apart, but they look just alike. And the games are very similar. So he's a starting point guard basically in Washington right now. Cam Johnson is another guy I would have picked up, but he's making 25 million per year too. Basically the same contract that Kuzma got. Let's keep it moving down here. I'm looking for the other player that I really wanted. Oh, this guy, Javon Carter. I would have enjoyed Javon Carter to be the backup point guard behind Brunson. But like I said, the Knicks already are linked to DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo's still supposed to be talking to other teams, and they haven't said anything about DiVincenzo yet. So looks like the Knicks are probably going to get DiVincenzo. So we're going to have to see how that plays out. We might have to be through trade. Through Golden State. He played for Golden State last, so it might be a signing trade with Golden State to try to get DiVincenzo here. That's a possibility too. There's certain players I don't want to give up though, man. On our squad, like I still kind of want to see what Daquan Jeffries is gonna do. I kind of like him. If you want to talk about the kid, well, this is Javon Carter. That's the guy that I would not have mind if the Knicks had picked him up. But we're talking about Bruce Brown. I think Bruce Brown used to be Jawan Jeffries. So I mean, if Drawn Jeffries can step up and make a name for himself as an older player, stronger, tougher guy. Daquan Jeffries looks a lot like Bruce Brown. Not saying that Daquan Jeffries is going to get $22 million per year, but I would like to see what Daquan Jeffries will bring to the team if we gave him an opportunity. You know what I'm saying, going forward and stuff like that. So that's interesting to me. Um, what else we got going on here? Some of these other players here that I'm looking at. Yeah, that Jeremy Grant for 30 something $1 million is disgusting. What is Portland doing? How is Portland going to get better? They just capped themselves out with $33 million in this one player. What are they doing to get better? Does signing Jeremy Grant make Dame happy? I don't know. Are they going to have to make another trade to get somebody else there with them? They're talking about Dame for Cat. That will be interesting. They're talking about a lot of stuff. But that's stuff that we just been talking about. It doesn't mean that any of this stuff is going to come true. So right now, Shake Milton is the only thing that's going on here on the side that I'm seeing. If anything else is coming on, like I said, I'm trying to get through this chat. There's quite a few people in the chat right now that were talking earlier and coming in and out, man. So I appreciate it, man. Like I said, there's a lot of people that are on other that are watching other platforms and stuff like that. Much bigger podcasts and stuff. I get it. But I had to come on and do mine, man. After I saw the reaction from Bruce Brown, it just weird to me. I just don't understand it. See, Geraldine says they're trying to win now, and we're not a win now team, and Tibbs is not a win now coach. We're trying our best, man. We're trying our best. Uh, the Bucks are blowing it up. That's interesting. I mean, but they did sign Milton, so they re-signed Milton. So I don't know about them blowing it up yet. I could see something else happening there. They didn't sign Joe Ingles. I don't know what else is happening as far as salaries and stuff. They were talking about Brook Lopez going to the Lakers. So I don't know what's going on with that. But let me take a look at this here. Let me look at I'm gonna take a look at Fanspo. Let me get Fanspo up real quick. Having a little issues here. So let's take a look at Fanspo. I'm looking at Fanspo now. So the only reason why I have Fanspo up here just so I can get some salaries up. This is the Knicks salaries there. I was looking at Indiana earlier. Just real quick for Indiana. Look, they got Daniel Thies is making 9 million. You got TJ McCollum's making $8 million. Like I said, you're gonna add this dude Bruce Brown there. Bruce Brown is their highest paid player right now. Yeah, I don't know how you can make it better for me. He's going to be the highest paid player at $22 million over Miles Turner, over Buddy Hield. You know what I'm trying to say? So, I mean, if they get rid of Buddy Hield, okay, so now they have Miles Turner and Bruce Brown as the highest paid players, right? Or on comparable to Julius Randle as far as salary, comparable to Jalen Brunson as far as salary, which is it just, I don't know how you can make it sound better to me. Like people think they're so smart. Mathurin makes 6.9, and he should be there starting shooting guard right off the bat. 16 points per game, 4 rebounds, 1 assist coming off the bench. Come on, man. That guy, he needs to be ascended there. Some of these other guys here, I think they have team options and stuff. You got Tyrese Halliburton. He's due for. Did he get his money? I think he might have gotten his contract already. You got Naismith. You got a couple guys in that squad. I want to lose track of what I'm talking about here. Going to the Bucks. Let's take a look at the Bucks. One of the best teams in the NBA last year. Giannis and Middleton is basically tied up right now. You got Drew Holiday. He has a 2-year contract, but he was talking about retiring. Brook Lopez is an unrestricted free agent. Like I said, he was linked to the Lakers. The Lakers might end up getting him. Jay Crowder, the Bucks do not like Jay Crowder, and Jay Crowder does not like the Bucks, so he won't be back. Bobby Portis is another guy that's there. Pat Connaughton. These are all mainstays. You got Grayson Allen. Joe Ingles left. Uh, Boo Champ. Somebody just popped in here. Who's this? This is Ron here. What's good, Ron?
What's up, Playboy? How you doing?
Chilling, man. You hear me talking shit here by myself?
Hey, man. I said let me jump on and see what my guy Eru talking about.
Yeah, man. I'm a little annoyed. I'm just running through salaries now. With the Bucks, trying to see how they build and stuff. But I'm just looking at some of at the signings here. One signing in particular is this guy Bruce Brown, man. What do you think about that signing?
What? Oh, what? Bruce Brown went to who? The Bucks?
No, Bruce Brown. Let me get it down here. Bruce Brown went to Indiana for 2 years, $45 million, bro.
2 years, 45 million. So you're talking 22 and a half. Wow.
He's their highest paid player on Indiana right now.
That's bananas. That is bananas.
Julius Randle makes $3 million more than Bruce Brown.
That's crazy. That that is crazy.
Yeah, when you put it like that, Jalen Brunson makes $4 million more than Bruce Brown right now.
That's crazy. I mean, look, I'm first off, I'm surprised that Denver didn't bring him back, but I guess they weren't offering enough money.
Right.
I mean, you can't really be mad at the guy because I don't think he's going to get that type of money from anywhere else. Even if the Knicks wanted him, I don't think they were going to offer that much for him. So I mean, I guess he's like, listen, I'm this type of player. I'm never going to be that type of player. So this is the most money I'm going to see. Let me go get it while the getting's good. That's great. But that I just don't. I mean, Indiana's probably ready to, take a new step. But Indiana's still funky. That's a weird one. I don't get that.
Yeah, they traded that dude Duarte. I think they traded him to Sacramento for just like draft considerations. So then their option is to replace him with a guy making, $22 million, more than anybody on there, more than Miles Turner, more than Buddy Hield. They have Mathurin on their squad too, so it's funky over there what
Yeah,
they're doing.
that's weird, bro. I don't know about that one. Although, I mean, wait. So Bruce Brown, he would be their small forward. Unless they're
He's six
prepared
foot
to
four
make
though.
Yeah, he's the small forward. So maybe, I mean, they might be ready to make a move. I mean, if the rumors and stuff with Obi may be true, they might be ready to wheel and deal somebody else. So maybe Bruce Brown is replacing something. But for Bruce Brown to be we talking about Halliburton, Miles Turner, and Bruce Brown is making them. That's weird. That's
Yeah.
wild.
It's just weird. I just don't understand the fit. To replace on Denver, they signed Reggie Jackson back, but Reggie Jackson actually could be a a starting point guard in the NBA still. And they got him for 2 million, 2 years, $10 million. Look at that for somebody with a resume that's been a starting point guard throughout his career, and he's only going to get $5 million a year.
Well, I mean, look, I may be in a little different realm when it comes to Reggie Jackson. I never really I liked him in the beginning, but I haven't liked him in the past 2 years. And I've seen him like when all of these other stars on the Clippers have been hurt and he's been the man, he hasn't really stepped up. And I think around the NBA, people look at that and say, listen, when you had the ball and you were the man, you didn't do much with it, so you didn't raise your value. So I think that's what's going on. I think his value has decreased over the years.
Yeah. Yes, well, I'm not a fan of his either, but still, resume wise, he should be able to get more than $5 million.
You should be able to get more than 5 million. I agree with that, but yeah.
Yeah, man. Anything that you're hoping for today? Because so far it just really just been guys re-signing with their own teams and stuff. So
yeah, actually, I'm hoping that Milton gets signed for 10 million with the Minnesota Timberwolves. I'm like, I swear everybody's doing something but the Knicks. I can't believe it. And the reason why I'm just bringing that up, because Shake Milton was somebody that apparently, quiet as kept, was on the Knicks radar. I mean, I wasn't even thinking about him, but apparently he was. Right. And I just don't know what the Knicks are doing, because and then I'm reading these different articles and stuff about, hey, the Knicks may be positioning themselves to make a big splash next year. I hear this every year. I don't want to hear this crap anymore. Either make a big move or go get me some small pieces to kind of, round out this team. Do something. Don't let everybody set the market and take the players off the board, and then you got to go back. And this is when you find out that the Knicks have got this year's version of Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier.
Yeah, I hate it, man. I hate it. And they're talking about next year as far as Giannis too, because whatever the Bucks are doing. That's why I was looking at the salary with the Bucks, just trying to see what are they trying to do. How could they get better for a team that was like one of the best teams record wise in the NBA last year? Their roster is kind of funky too. They need to get better. So they could be prime ready to trade Giannis, but are the Knicks ready to take on a Giannis trade?
I mean, I don't know because of everything. The problem is the team itself. If you could keep a lot of the core and bring Giannis in, great. But you won't be able to. In order to
Right.
get Giannis, you're gonna have to give up the farm. And then what are the Knicks then? I don't know, bro. The other thing is, I'm kind of sick and I've been a Knick fan for so many years, and I've watched all of this stuff happen every single year, and at big peak times. I am so sick of the Knicks putting all their eggs in the we're waiting for this star to possibly come out basket. It's been LeBron James. It's been Kevin Durant. It's been Kyrie Irving. It's been Jokic before he got signed up with Denver. It was all maybe we might be in the Jokic bag. Then it was Embiid. Then it was someone else I forgot. And then now the Giannis bag. Come on, man. That you can't. There's no guarantee that he'll even hit the open market. The Bucks might take a turn and say, you know what, we really need him. We want him here. He brings people into the arena. We got to do something and bring somebody in to keep him here. I don't like it, man. I don't like it. I hate it.
Yeah, I mean, the kid is also 28 years old. He's been in the league for a long time already, 10 years, and he's only 28 still. So he still can get better. So you don't trade a guy like this in his prime. You know what I'm saying? And if you trade him in his prime, you're not going to get him for Fournier as the highest paid player in the trade. That's not going to happen. But people
Right.
seem to think that's what's going to happen. Oh, does not trade IQ and Obi because we could stick him in the trade for Giannis. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. Right off the bat, I just happen to have both salaries up, and let me put it back on the screen. Right off the bat, you got Julius making 28, you got RJ making 23. If you add Fournier to that with RJ maybe, and then I don't know, you're gonna throw Mitch Robinson in there to make it sweet and IQ, and then maybe take back one of their back. You get what I'm trying to say? It starts getting real crazy,
Yeah.
with the trades to get Giannis. And is that enough to get a guy like that?
I just don't. I don't think that. Um, I don't think We're playing from a or doing business from a position of power.
Right.
Um, because we just I don't. If we had like if we had it doesn't have to be a generational piece, but if we had a generational piece, great. Or if we had somebody on this team, a young guy that people are like, that guy's going to take the next step. He may not be a superstar, but he's got star written all over him. Then you could say, all right, if the Knicks need to trade for a guy like Giannis, that's the one guy they don't trade, right? So you got Giannis, you're gonna have him, and you'll be able to, you'll keep something, and then you should be able to go out there and kind of build around Giannis. But the Knicks don't have that guy. Like if we trade off RJ and say Randall, just say if we traded off both of them and kept Brunson, is Brunson and Giannis enough? Going forward, can you build around those two and you have everything? I don't know. I'm just don't get me wrong. I think Brunson is great. I'm just saying, like, even Brunson, when I think about a team that trades off valuable pieces to bring in a star or a superstar type player, there's so much that's going out that you're talking about could be 3-4 players and picks. Like I don't know, bro.
It's weird. Once you get there, let's say if you do get a Giannis and a Brunson, now you're talking about scraping the league, and like this is what Phoenix is doing. They got their big three. They got Durant, Beal and Booker, but then now they're scraping to get the Kate Bates, Diop people of the world. Some of these other guys here. I'm trying to get some of their names here. But basically 1 year players are just going to be taking the ride because they can't afford nobody else. That's where we're going to be dealing with it if we was to waste all of the cap and all the resources trying to get a player like that. You know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So one guy that was linked to the Knicks too. This guy Herb Jones, I call him Bones. He was linked to the Knicks too. So he's basically re-signed with the Pelicans there, 4 years, 54 million. That's a decent contract for him, for the young fella.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I mean, he fit. I think that's a good deal for him and a good deal for the Pelicans too.
Yeah, Pelicans are coming up. What do you think they're gonna do with Zion, man?
I mean,
You don't even want to touch it, right?
I don't know, man. I honestly, I don't think he's going anywhere because I just think that the injury stuff is a little bit too much of a headache for some GMs around the league. Because he definitely has the value is there for them to get something back that's good for the team. But I just think a lot of teams are feeling like, I don't know if I want to touch this guy because of the injury stuff. And then now the personal life situation, because what it does is some people are like, yo, that's his personal life. What does that have to do with anything? His decision making within his personal life doesn't seem that solid. That's your decision making outside of basketball, and then on the court you don't play because you're always unhealthy. And then one of the things in the personal stuff going back and forth is that you're not really, watching your weight. You're not, on a strict diet and taking care of yourself. That's a red flag. That's why you got to be careful. The social media stuff will get you in trouble.
Yeah, he's been having knee problems, hip problems, and now we know why. you know, messing around with these these young ladies.
Hot toddies.
Yeah, man. Looking at this squad too, I got their salary up here. You got McCollum is making 35, Zion's making 34, Brandon Ingram 33. Jackson Hayes is a free agent right now. Josh Richardson is a free agent, but they just signed Herb Williams. Excuse me, Jones, Bones Jones, whatever his name is. So what else they got here? They got a couple other good players here. What's his name? Trey Murphy's pretty good, in their squad. Valanciunas, they said that he might be available, but he's decent too at $15 million per year. They have a decent squad. I don't know. I guess maybe coaching wise or something like that, they might need to change. But on paper, they're pretty good.
Yeah, I like some of the guys that got on their team. I mean, of course, a lot of us would love to have Brandon Ingram, even though he's also a big injury concern. But his money, that he's making is not too bad. He's got 2 years left on his deal. You can't guarantee his health, but if he is healthy, you take that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. There's interesting, like guys like Josh Richardson. Josh Richardson, what? I don't know. Let me see. Let me pull up, do my little part to help. What was his 3-point percentage? Because the guy can shoot, but I just don't know if he's still lighting it up the way he used to.
For some reason, he had like a off thing, but then whenever he plays the Knicks, he plays excellent.
Right. Always. So what did he do? He shot 38% this year, 35% last year, which is really different from what he's been used to. He's 39, 44. Yeah, he's 36% for his career. He does help the Knicks in that whole thing of needing a guy who can shoot the three. He's 6'6". He's not. I don't remember him that much on the defensive side. Do you remember him?
He used to be decent. I remember, in Miami, I remember him. Dallas, he played pretty good. Boston, like I said, he only played good when he played against the Knicks. And San Antonio, same thing. He played well when he played against us. But he used to be good. But I think he might just be a little bit too old now. He's been around the league, been around a while. Right now, he's like 20. He's still young, actually, 29. So I don't know. He's an interesting name to throw out.
He's interesting. He's interesting. I don't know.
I thought he was much older. He's only 29.
He don't do anything else, though. 2.4 rebounds, a 1.6 assist. He's some might call him like a one-trick pony for a 6'6" guy.
Yeah.
But like I said, he does answer one issue that the Knicks have been having. He's a pretty good shooter.
Speaking of which, man, what do you think about DiVincenzo, man?
Honestly, you know what? I'm still waiting to see what the Knicks can do or what they might be willing to do out here in the open market. But my true feeling is that DiVincenzo is a done deal. He's going to be on the Knicks. That's my thought. And I don't mind him, but it is like having two of the same player, Josh Hart and DiVincenzo. It's like having the same guy twice. Now, it may not be such a bad thing, they're not bad players. It's just we're still lacking that height that we need at that position. That's pretty much it because he plays defense. He's pretty solid defensively. Josh Hart might be a little better. And then offensively, He might be a little bit better than Josh Hart only because he's a little bit more aggressive. But Josh Hart could do the same thing. He's just passive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say that it's a bad move because he will help the Knicks. I mean, mark my words, if the Knicks go into the next year with pretty much the same team and they add DiVincenzo, he's not going to make them worse. It's just, it's not necessarily what we really need, you know?
That was gonna be my next kind of thing too, but I like to look at the 36 minutes per game thing. This is his regular stats. When you look at his regular stats, you see 9 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists. Decent percentages last year. This is basically what he's been doing in his career up until this point. But if you look at the 36 minutes per, I just like to look at it just for like just to give you a projection, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Rebounding wise, like you said, just to connect them to Josh, they both are very good rebounders. Per
Mm-hmm.
36 for his career, he's getting 6.8 rebounds per game. That's crazy, man, for
Right.
for a 6'4" guy. The
Yeah.
assists are up too pretty good at 4 assists per game. The steals you see go up to 1.7. This is projecting when you get it to 36-minute projected stuff. So I mean,
Right.
like you said, he's not going to hurt us being on the team. But the problem that everyone's having is like, what is it going to do roster wise as far as the Knicks? Because we still have certain guys on the team. We just added Josh Hart, but we still got Grimes and we still got IQ. You know?
I honestly think that I'll probably elaborate a little bit more on it tomorrow on the show, but I really think that the Knicks probably, if they get DiVincenzo, they might be comfortable moving on from either Quickly or Grimes, because I don't think they're going to keep all of those guys. I think that that'll put them in a position where they'll say one of these guys can go. The one thing I would say about DiVincenzo that I like is he's consistent. Like what his game is his game. And the 9.4 points or whatever he was averaging with the Warriors, I mean, that Warriors system, you got Clay, you got Steph, you had I'm forgetting the guy they just traded.
Me too. I can't get his name for nothing. I've been saying it all day,
Oh man, and
the
I
whole
see his
show.
face, right? I'm just
Yeah,
looking at him like I can't remember his name,
he
but
has a punchable face.
the punchable. I was gonna say something similar. Yeah, the same. Anyway, him who takes a lot of shots. And then you got Wiggins, who's kind of a cleanup man who gets some shot opportunities, and Draymond really doesn't get many. But after all of that, then you get DiVincenzo with what he can do. So I think you put him in a situation where he's a little bit, because in the Knicks situation, I think he'll get a little bit more ball usage, more touches, because we need him to score,
Yeah.
especially if he's coming off of the bench. So I think that he would be an upgrade for us over Grimes, who's been inconsistent and hasn't been as aggressive. And Quickly is just a question mark. He's got the game. It's just we didn't see it in the playoffs. Plus, he got hurt.
Right.
But yeah, I think it's really, if I was a betting man, I think the Knicks would be prepared to move on from Grimes. I think
Yeah.
Quickly's money is something that might change things for us. If Quickly wants that bag and the Knicks ain't ready to give it to him, that's one thing. But as far as just basketball, just who's out there on the court, I think the Knicks would rather have DiVincenzo than Grimes right now. Not going forward for the future, but because of this window and they're trying to get better and possibly win something eventually, I think they'd rather have DiVincenzo.
Yeah, I agree with that too. He's won championships in college. He's actually won a championship with the Bucks too. He was on the Bucks championship team, so
Yeah.
he's been around winning a lot in his career. So he's going to bring another element to us. One thing Sim brought to my attention that I thought was kind of cool is that the manner in which the DiVincenzo gets his shot off, man. That guy, he can get it off quickly, man. That thing comes off. It reminds me of Gabe Vincent. Gabe Vincent gets it and
Yeah.
that shot comes up. So
Right.
he's going to bring that that aspect to the game. A guy like Quickly, he doesn't really do that. He needs it to be set up, maybe spotted up. But as far as just driving in and just getting a quick shot up, it's something that we don't have on the squad. So I can see that element too brought to it.
Yeah. Oh, and thank you, Eru, for having me jump in here. Shout out to your chat, Harlem CEO and Kareem Grant. What up, twin? They both said Poole. That's it. Jordan Poole. That's the guy
Yeah.
we were thinking of.
Yeah, man. There's a lot of stuff going on in this NBA, man. There was another team that I want to link to the Knicks. Who else is linked to the Knicks recently? I was thinking about
So
the team.
DiVincenzo, Brown was linked to them, which we know he's gone.
Right.
Um, uh, huh. All these big names that really aren't linked to the Knicks are out there.
Oh,
Cat,
Philly. This guy
Philly. Oh,
Harden. What do you think about Harden?
I honestly don't think that the Knicks are actually looking at Harden for, to be on the Knicks. I think they're just trying to get into the trade so that they could be a participant to get, some of the other pieces that may be involved, which I think is very smart. Because really, I mean, if we want to be honest here, I know some Knicks fans feel a certain way about this guy. I'm gonna name him Tobias Harris.
Mhm.
Some people feel a certain way about his game. I think his game is very vanilla, but you can't change the fact that he's a solid defender and he puts up solid numbers. Like, he gives you that 12 to 15 points. Sometimes that's all you really need because you got a Jalen Brunson or you got a Julius Randle or an RJ Barrett, one of them, whoever, I don't know, who would still be here. So adding him does improve the team. He's a true small forward. He's got good height. He plays defense and he can score. And if you made him, see, the thing about Tobias Harris is if you give Tobias Harris the primary touches, I need you to be the guy, he's going to be the guy. He just plays his role. He knows he's got Giannis. He's got Drew the Damager over there in Milwaukee.
Mm-hmm.
He's got all these other guys that are stepping up and they work as a team. And even Middleton, if you want to throw him in the mix. So I don't mind that. If the Knicks somehow get themselves in this package and are in a Harden deal where Harden goes to the Clippers or something and the Clippers send Paul George to the Sixers and then Tobias Harris comes back to the Knicks. I don't hate it. I'm not in love with it, but I can see it work. And that's like the consolation prize. The real fish would be Paul George going to the Knicks. And figuring out who the Knicks got to send to Philadelphia. But yeah, I mean, I think that's all it is. I don't think they want Harden at all. I think Harden is the worst possible fit. I don't think he makes any sense. Plus, he's another lefty, a ball dominant player. I don't see it.
Yeah,
and he don't play defense. I don't see Thibodeau signing off on that at all. Why?
Also too, he's more into, like, he wants to be a rapper's groupie at this point in his life. You know what I'm saying? He's like his mind doesn't match the rest of the squad. So I think he will bring a little bit of a distraction to the crew there.
He'll be going straight from the Garden to Club Unique or something. He'll be.
But you was bringing up Tobias, man. He makes like $39 million.
Oh, I know. That's the if he didn't make so much money, I think Tobias Harris would have been traded a long time ago. That contract has kept him in Philly.
Right. It's getting nicer though because it's a 1-year deal, so he only has one more year with that 39. So I mean, like a trade, like you said, you're talking about trading for him. An Evans trade will work because they just got rid of Georges Niang over there. He went to Cleveland, believe it or not. So they have actual need for 6'7" wing on that squad there now. They give up some guys. So I can see a Fournier going in there for Tobias just to fill up their roster space. But like I say, he makes so much that now you have to come up with $20 extra million just to make a deal like that work. I don't know what you would do.
Yeah, I think they could. Yeah, that's tough though. They might. I don't know. They might figure out a way to. It would have been nice if they still had Derrick Rose's contract. That would have made it easy.
Yeah, that was why do you think they what's the reason? What was the reason for cutting him so early in the offseason like that? Did they have to do it, or was it a deadline or something?
I think they had to do it before July 1st or maybe the deadline was a little earlier, but there was a deadline. Yeah, if they don't do it, then they pick it up. And they were scared to pick it up because if they can't move them, then they're stuck with it.
Right. So I think him and Josh Hart had the same deadline because Josh Hart extended his deadline.
Right.
Okay, so I get it. So that's why they had to get rid of him.
And the Josh Hart thing, which is pretty dope, which I know people are saying, but I mean, I think Knicks fans really got to understand that Josh Hart is doing the Knicks a solid because he wants to be here. And the Knicks are probably going to take care of him. They don't have to wait too long. I guess they can already initiate a new contract with him in a couple months. So they don't have to wait that long. But it's pretty cool that he did that.
Yeah, he definitely did us solid. It's another thing too. I mean, because I'm quite sure there's things that they can do off the books that they're not gonna let us know. He just had twins, So they could have gave the Twins a nice little trust fund or something like that to hold them off this season. Stuff like that. That
They might
happens
be.
all the time.
You never know. One of the Twins might already be named basketball operations in 22.
Yeah, right. He's on the book somewhere. Yeah, people do that though.
Wilder things, man.
Yeah, definitely. But so he did do us a solid, man. So I mean, that paves the way for DiVincenzo to get here. The thing about it now, I don't know if these guys are on a dinner break or something. Let me see what else is going on here.
Shout out to Geraldine, the first lady of Still Knicks fans and the Knicks community, diehard Knicks. We all love you, Geraldine, and salute Trish D. You're right. Randall did the same thing. I agree.
Yeah, Trish D. I haven't seen Trish in a minute. Got once again you said Geraldine, right? Geraldine is definitely one of the big ones. Cream Grant, also the best hugs in the industry. Mr. Jackal too. I see Jackal in there hanging out. A couple guys coming in and out enjoying the pod, man. You know what I'm saying? I had to come out, man, because like I threw Andy under the bus because Andy actually set up the pod on MBK, and I didn't realize that he had it scheduled. Because if he had it scheduled, I would have just popped some caffeine and just popped in. Because a little earlier, like 4 o'clock, I was out of it, a little bit. But I feel a little bit better now. I got a little bit of energy now. But at the time, 4 o'clock, I wasn't ready to go on. You know what I'm saying? But if I would have known he scheduled it, we would have been on MBK right now doing this pod,
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, throw Andy under the bus, man.
That's okay. He could take it. He's a warrior.
Yeah. So one guy we were talking about, Josh Richardson, he was actually signed a few minutes ago. He signed with the Heat.
Oh, so he went back. Okay.
Yeah, he replaced Gabe Vincent now.
I mean, I guess you know what? It's a slight upgrade. Even though Gabe Vincent, has his moments where he could be a flamethrower, and when he's like that, he's tough to stop. But outside of that, he's not. He's undersized. He don't really play great defense. Josh Richardson is probably an upgrade. That's a little bit of an improvement.
Yeah. You got Max Strus too. I think he's a free agent for them. So, he's definitely going to fit somewhere in that mix, a 3-point shooter, in that mix there for them to replace somebody that's probably going to make more money. Strus is probably going to make a little bit more, money coming to him this offseason.
Man, this is wow. They're starting to wheel and deal, man. I don't know. I mean, how do you feel about how the Knicks brass handles these type of periods, the off-season periods and stuff, where they kind of let everybody else do their thing, and I don't know if it's they're being methodical about it or it's just that their negotiation skills and tactics just aren't as received as well initially by teams. Like there's always somebody beating them to the punch. You know what I mean? Because the Knicks could be in on these guys, and there's other people who just come out the woodwork and just have better, sales pitch tactics and better offers. Because I know that Bruce Brown was supposed to have been meeting with the Knicks at the deadline. I mean, at the opening of this offseason today. So I don't know if that happened, and these guys just blew him out the water, because they definitely blew him out the water. That's a
they've killed him out the water basically.
Sheesh.
I mean, like I said, this says 28, but some other publication they'll say 26. That Julius is making 25 next year, and 26 the next year. So I don't know. Depending on which publication you look at, the numbers are different. You know what I'm saying? But otherwise, what I'm trying to say is that the Knicks are basically bargain basement kind of people. We a couple of years ago, I was talking about this on my pod. We ended up signing like 4 or 5 power forwards. Everybody was making like minimum $5 million a year. We had Nerlens Noel signed for $5 million. What's the other guy? Alex Burks was here for $5 million. So that's what we were dealing with at the time, bargain basement stuff. Thank God, because if we would have signed some of these guys the way that they're signing them now, we would be in trouble now. We wouldn't be able to. We wouldn't be in the mix. So I think the Knicks, that's one thing the Knicks have been doing, is signing guys to movable contracts. You know what I'm saying? Our highest paid player, according to this, Julius Randle, says 28. So I mean, $28 million for a guy that was an All NBA guy, 25, 10, and 4. That's a bargain. Because if you look at Tobias Harris making $39 million, that's what can you say?
Yeah, we got good deals.
Yeah, all across the board. Our worst contract is probably Evan Fournier, because we just need to move off from him. 18 million, 18.8.
Yeah, but and I don't know. I didn't like it when we gave him the money because I thought we could have got someone else. But even that, I mean, you put Evan Fournier in another team and give him the rock, he's going to do something.
Yeah, definitely.
He just doesn't fit us.
Yeah, because he's only 30, so he's not like over the hill yet. He's like right at the top of his if you want to say his his prime or so, if you want to say he played good in the offseason, with Team France and stuff. So he
Right.
still has a lot of basketball left in him. So I just don't get it, man. Tom Thibodeau, that with Walker and Fournier, that's probably like our only black eye. So but I
Mhm.
mentioned it also on all the time is that the Knicks are in danger. Like right now, if we don't do anything to improve, we could possibly miss the playoffs next year because that's what we are training. We missed the playoffs our first year with Fizdale. Then we made the playoffs with Tom. Then we missed the playoffs with Tom. Then we made the playoffs with Tom. You know what I'm saying? Now if you look at the pattern, we can miss the playoffs again this year if we don't do the right move.
Actually, you know what? I think there might be there's another black eye that we got outside of Walker and Fournier. It's the Cam Reddish thing, but not the Cam Reddish side of it, the Kevin Knox side of it.
Mm.
You know why? Because if they just didn't trade Kevin Knox and give up that draft pick, we could have just let Kevin Knox walk this year.
That's true.
And we would have kept that draft pick.
That's 2 draft picks we traded because we traded Josh Hart in a draft pick also.
Yep. So that's like the thing is the I guess the draft pick it was one of those conditional ones from Charlotte, I believe. It was super conditional. So but it's the whole point of you never know. And obviously as a fan, you're like, oh, I'm trading Kevin Knox for Cam Reddish, who's not going to take that deal. I get it. But in hindsight,
Right.
if you're going to make that deal, you should play the guy.
All those people that were like Cam Reddish fans and stuff like that, they got to come out the woodworks, man. I believed in him too. I thought he could do something, but you could believe in a guy all you want, but the guy has to be able to do it on his own. You can't believe in him
Something.
more than he doesn't believe in himself.
Right.
Yeah,
He's got to do something. That's a fact.
yeah. I feel that way about a lot of our guys. Like Obi Toppin's another one. He's not the player that we drafted. He's a different player right now. He's not. He has no weight to him. He's going to have to change his game some kind of way. But it's up to him to do that. Me personally, I believe in Obi Toppin, but I believe in him to become something different. He has to evolve his game now in order to fit into what's going on in the NBA. But it's up to him to do that. I can't believe in him more than he's going to believe in himself. I feel
True.
like his brother's better than him.
You know what? I mean, I don't know if I'm ready to say that yet. I mean, look, like the highlights that are floating around does make his brother look better than him. I agree with that because that's when I was like, yo, whoa, what's going on here, bro? Because he's definitely more aggressive on defense. He's blocking shots and stuff. I'm like, okay. And even the way he moves on offense, like he seems like he gets to the basket better. Like he's got but Obi's got moves. It's just we don't see them because I can't get over how he played in that summer league. He was spinning off dudes. He did a behind the back crossover and got to the rim and put it up and under. I'm like, I've never seen Obi do that yet in a game. In the summer league, he was doing some stuff. So let me tell you something, Eru. Get Obi out of here and watch him go crazy.
He probably will. But like he needs to get a little bit stronger. He doesn't need to put any weight. He just needs to get stronger.
Right.
And stop being afraid of contact. A lot of times he drives to the lane and it's like he's afraid to make. I don't know. I think he's afraid to make a mistake. That way it looks like he's afraid of contact. So he needs to get out of his own head. He probably needs to get away from Tom Thibodeau. That's probably what it is.
I think that's what it is, bro. He's my nickname for him is the guy who can dunk on everybody but dunks on nobody.
That's nice, man. Yeah, one guy I really like though is Isaiah Roby. I think he's dope. I think he's gonna be really good for us. He's 25 years old too.
Yeah, I like Roby. I'm interested to see what he can do out there. He might be somebody that was sleeping on as being a piece that could really help the team. It's just once again, it's about Thibodeau. Like, does he play the type of game that Thibodeau is going to appreciate? Because if he doesn't, we ain't never going to see him.
Yeah. Here's 2 guys too I'm gonna throw out there. Dwayne Washington Jr. and Trevor Keels. right? Both of those two
Mm,
players, they were extended qualifying offers, so they restricted free agents. So that's interesting too. These are two guys, no name guys at the bottom of the bench. But like let's say if we were to make a trade or something like that, we can sign these guys to something because we kind of sort of have their rights, being that it's restricted, so we can get them a contract just to make numbers work. So that's something to think about also.
yeah, I agree with that. And you know, really, I would like Trevor Keels. I don't know. We still probably won't see him that much of him in a game, but sometimes it's not about games, especially for Thibodeau. I need Trevor Keels to get busy in practice. I think he needs to take his game to a Deuce McBride level, and maybe I don't know the different players. Maybe he's got something that Deuce doesn't have. I don't know. And then they say he got taller. That would be interesting because that would definitely Deuce is like 6'4" with like 6'10" wingspan. If Trevor Keels has jumped up to something higher than that, I mean, who knows?
That's funny because he is young though. He's like he just he's only
19,
19,
yeah.
yeah. So it is very possible that he could do that, get the growth spurt and stuff. But let me throw this in here. This is what's gonna make his whole career here. Summer League this year. If he really did
Mhm.
grow and stuff, right now, July 8th, he starts the summer league. This is where he's gonna make his career here. If he could show off in the summer league, that's really gonna put him on the map with something.
Damn, summer league is right around the corner.
Yeah,
Wow.
when summertime comes, man, it comes and goes in New York, man.
I see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean this is big. I still haven't seen have you seen our full roster yet for the summer league?
Yeah, they posted it. It's a bunch of no names. People are already saying that we're probably gonna get smoked in the summer league, but it's not for nothing. It's not really about that. It's about getting the most out of the guys that you selected, watching the trying different things, maybe different NBA rules and that type of stuff, or just working some just to have videos so you can go back on to look at. That's all it really is.
Yeah. I actually think it's great, but the only problem is certain guys that I would want to see, they're not going to be there.
Right.
Like, I would but maybe no, maybe not, because the problem is the level of competition, and I think some of these guys have already stepped up. Like, I want to see more of Quentin Grimes being able to explore and do different things and work on stuff, but then again, the level of competition is so underneath what he's been used to now. Like, if anything, he needs to play against better players. So I may not be that good, but somebody like Trevor Keels, like you said, he can really take advantage. Like, this is his opportunity to step his game up and be a focal point. Now he could be, maybe, if Dice is the coach, maybe Dice has the offense run through Trevor Keels now because there's nobody else there. Like, you don't have to worry about a Deuce or quickly, running the point. Like, this is his time to get those keys.
Right. I was trying to see if I could find some of the names that we had picked up, but the Knicks don't do a really good job on their Instagram posting like stuff that's happening currently. But I
No, they
mean,
don't.
they went and they got this kid from the one of those elite leagues. I forgot his name. Do you know the kid's name? I
Oh,
think it's
Jalen Martin.
yes, Jalen Martin. So he's intriguing. He's somebody that was highly touted, but he decided not to go to college and went to one of these elite teams and stuff. What do you think about him? You got any thoughts on him?
I like his game. I was talking about him before. He reminds me, if you look, first off, actually in two ways. One, if you look at his face, he looks like him a little bit. He reminds me of Scotty Barnes. If you
Mm,
look at who he looks like, he kind of looks like him. He's smaller than him, and then look at him on the court. Look at his frame and how he moves. He has that same kind of, not stiffness, but just if you look at the two on the court, you see what I'm saying. They look very similar, and it's very like the right play. I'm gonna make the safe layup. It's an easy dunk, nothing too crazy, nothing too flashy. He moves around and looks like he's good at just making the right fundamental moves out there. So, and that could be good because we talk about the Knicks being a smart basketball team, having high IQ players. You want guys that just get the job done. You got an open shot, take the mid-range shot, knock it down. If you got a layup, make sure you finish the layup. Don't get too crazy, too flashy. He's very fundamental like that.
yeah, I like that. Charlie Ward was grooming him too. He
Right,
has a
and
lot
that
of
makes sense because that's who Charlie Ward was, right?
yeah, pretty much, yeah. So it's good though. Like people are making fun of the Knicks saying they're not doing a good job as far as building teams up, but they forget IQ, they forget RJ, they forget Mitch, they forget Grimes. All of these guys that we have on our roster, are all homegrown players. So the Knicks have been doing that. But like as far as like the Daquan Jeffries of the leagues and
Mm,
like I just mentioned Dwayne Washington and some of the other guys that they have, we do have a stable, Trevor Kills. We do have a little stable of young guys down there at the bottom that we can fool around with,
mhm.
in the franchise, build up and see what we have and stuff. So the Knicks are doing we're doing the best that we can with what we have, and
Yeah.
we're not like messing ourselves up for the future. Oh,
Ew.
speaking of Cam,
Oh, ew. Yuck.
I kind of knew that. I said that on the pod actually. I said that I bet you he's gonna go to the Lakers, and that's exactly where he went.
I mean, they did. They wanted him at the trade deadline. I mean, before the trade deadline, they were actually, inquiring about him. I mean, whatever. It is what it is. Like in that situation, I think he could do some things that are interesting. I don't know if LeBron is going to love Cam's game after seeing it consistently, but who knows? Maybe he can bring the better out of Cam. Maybe being around a LeBron will get the best out of him.
Well, one thing I'm typing a name in right now. This is a guy that he needs to become. Trevor
Yeah,
Ariza, in my opinion.
yeah.
This guy Cam Reddish, he wants to be LeBron. But he's not going to be that. He needs to settle down and become. If he could become Trevor Ariza, then he can possibly win in this league. But he has to make that decision. He has to make that commitment. It's interesting. Like young guys like that. When you're young, you just make stupid decisions. Like you're entitled to make stupid decisions as a young person. Just that when you're in the public eye like this and millions of dollars are being made and stuff like that, things get blown up a little bit more than normal. You know what I'm saying? So that's the issues with Cam Reddish, issues with Obi, and issues with all these guys. But I'm quite sure they'll figure it out as time goes on.
Yeah. Great. You may lose me for 1 second. I'm just realizing that I'm still on Wi-Fi. I'm switching to my wired connection. They're both connected. I just gotta hit the button. We'll
Okay,
see.
cool. You might not see nothing, no difference. Sometimes when you do it, you'll see like the computer go,
Yeah.
because sometimes I do that. I'm signed in. I might not have the right camera on or something. Something is wrong. And then once I finally figure it out and nobody knows that's watching, once I hit the button, I see it. It's like, ooh, you made a mistake.
Oh, hey, actually, it didn't really do anything, so that's good.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, man. I see.
Julian Champagne.
Yeah,
With the Spurs. Good. Yeah.
he was
I like
with
him.
St. John's. He was pretty good. Yeah, he's a good basketball player. Anything else that's going on with you, man? Because right now I think they're on lunch or something. They must be on dinner break or something. 8 to 9. Because not much talk.
This is crazy. I don't know what's going on here, man. I honestly, you know what? I don't like to say this stuff because it gives people hope. Like, don't give me hope. But you may not see the Knicks do anything for another couple days because if they are trying to do something that's big, and one of our players that makes a good amount of money has to go in the trade, depending on which one it is, especially if it's that young guy, sounds like RJ. Oh wait, it is RJ. They got to wait until that poison pill gets I guess expires, which is in a couple days. I think July something. I don't know.
I think it's the 6th, July 6th.
Yeah, so there's a possibility that nothing could happen until after that, unless he's not going anywhere. I'm just saying, it's a possibility.
That's gonna make me sick, man. That's
I
an
know.
eternity, man. That's an eternity.
I know, but it's crazy. That poison pill is nasty.
Shout
and
out
it
to
really,
Jigga Man. You see Jigga Man up there?
Hey, what up, Jigga Man Porto? What's good? How you doing?
Yeah, he's a good dude, man. Him and his brother, man, they're doing a good job with the Morning Brew stuff, man. It's a good little platform they got going on over there.
Yeah, all of them, man. Him, Phil, and Heck, they're doing a great job, and they're turning into a conglomerate over there.
Yeah, doing a good job. You need a team. You need a group of people together to make it happen.
They say it takes a village.
Yeah, right. Takes a village
You know,
to raise a
I'm
pod.
kind of sad. I'm kind of sad, bro, that you hurt your hand, man, because I know you was looking to possibly go to the barbecue. But yeah, that put a damper on. And I was even at one point I was even gonna reach out to you and see if we go up there together, because I tried to get up there, and I could only get a one-way ticket. Yeah,
I
there was
got
only
you.
trains going one way. I couldn't get one coming back. I
Oh,
was
you're
like,
talking about
damn.
the trains. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I thought that you getting kicked out or something, man.
No. But then actually that, a part of the reason why I didn't reach out to you is because I was like, damn, if anything happens back home, I'm 2 hours away. And I'm like, I can't really just like, I'll be right there. Like, you know what I mean? So it is
Yeah,
what it is.
that's the thing.
Oh, look at that one.
Something else
Does that
happening.
pop up on your screen? Van Vliet to Houston? I didn't see that.
Yeah, that was being rumored, man. I'm surprised to see that actually. Erica Ruiz, no relation to this guy. I'm not related to Erica. I might have to get a DNA test there. But I mean, 3 years, man, that's a lot of bread. 3 years, 130. Where's my calculator? That's a lot of money.
Wow.
Wait a
See,
second. Yeah.
I like them. I don't know. I like the move, but Houston got a lot of the same play over there. Not Van Vliet. I'm talking about the young guys they got over. They got like 3 of the same dude.
Right.
So that
$43
means,
million though, bro. $43 million.
well, they don't play no defense, and he's bringing defense to them. That maybe he could teach some of the young players and the guards and the small forwards how to play some defense and get, change their culture.
Yeah, he's good. I'm not dissing him. He's good. But in a couple years, because I mean he's 29 years old now and he's making this money. When Brunson is available to make a contract, he'll be the same age. How much
Right.
money is Brunson going to be commanding at that
I think
time?
he's going to be a $200 million man, bro.
Jeez, he would deserve it though, because I mean, probably next year, I could see Brunson becoming, because Brunson is going to be playing in the World Championships this summer, so he's going to have
Yeah.
that. And then he's probably more than likely going to get an All-Star bid. More than likely, he's going to get an All NBA bid too, maybe, quite possibly. So that number is going to be well into the 50s, possibly.
Yeah. He's gonna get that bag, buco bucks.
Yeah, so that's the incentive for the Knicks to do something now, to make a move happen. Now while we got these guys cheap before we have to start paying all these guys.
They got 2 years before Brunson can opt out of his player option for that third year, and I definitely think he's going to do that.
Hell yeah, he's on a descending contract, for Christ's sake.
Imagine. That's listen. I don't know how. Look, you can say some things about the Knicks, but these deals are not bad, man. I don't know how they do it, but they're not bad.
Yeah, they're saying he's the first max contract of the summer. That's a big boy there. Respect
that's
to
a-
Erica Ruiz, man. I don't know if we cousins or not. I might have to pull up to her barbecue to say, "Hey, cousin," see
Yeah, you know what I mean.
if I can get some bread. It's a lot of money, man. 130 million.
That's nice, and she gets what 10%. That ain't bad.
Yeah, that's real nice, man.
Oh, she's with Clutch. Oh, he's with Clutch. Man, is it just Clutch and CAA these days? Is that it?
Yeah, well, remember back in the days, what was the guy, what was the big agent back in the days? They signed everybody. Falk, David Falk.
Oh, David. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's always like power people at some point of so now it just happens to be CAA and Clutch now.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the two big dogs. There's still other ones. There's still other agencies out there, but those are the two big ones, man. Not only just signing contracts and stuff, it's just like outside of basketball too, like making moves outside of basketball. These guys, you got to be involved in one of these corporations, in order to be a part of the big picture. Interesting stuff.
She's man, she did her time. She used to work in the mailroom and moved up to be an agent. Good for her.
Yeah, I read up on her story because I'm looking to see if we're related and shit. But I mean, she I went to her story. She started from humble beginnings. She went and got her license, and then meet the right people. That's all you really need. Meet the right people, and they just take you up. If you
Damn. Chicken Man said I was frozen. I had the.
Yeah, you're always frozen. But it's funny. You're always frozen like it and like the, like the the perfect picture. Like me, when I'm frozen, I'm always like my mouth open and my eyes closed and shit. But you're
I
like,
think I got to get them to come out and take a look at my internet, man. I called the other day and they was like, "Yeah," and I'm playing on borrowed time. They said there might be something wrong with my router. I need to replace it.
yeah, you probably just need to upgrade on the router. That's what happened with me
Yeah.
too. That I didn't even notice the router. Once they looked at the router and they pulled it out, I'm looking at it. I was like, damn, that looks old. But then when he went in the box and pulled out the new one, it was like, oh, that's why. It looked like a transformer. He pulled this transformer out the bag. I was like, oh snap.
Facts.
Yeah, that's interesting.
43.3 million. Man.
Yeah, that's interesting. They're talking about him going. This guy, Harden going to Houston too. So what do you think that's a possibility now that they made this move?
That's no. Mm-mm. I think that the Van Vliet deal cancels that one out. You're not paying Van Vliet 43 million and then bringing in James Harden, who's like a 50 million type dude. You got 90 something million there in your backcourt. Undersized guys. Even though Van Vliet plays defense, he's like 6 feet. I don't know. I don't like that mix. And I don't think you want. I think you want Van Vliet to have the keys. You know what I mean, and be able to run the show over there. You bring in Harden, I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing at all over there. They got I like Sun Gun, but they don't really utilize him. They like the small guys. They got the Kevin Porter was basically their point guard the last couple of years. Jalen Green, Jabari Smith is over there. Amen Thompson is now there. He's gonna be probably their point guard of the future too. But you just signed Van Fleet, so they got a lot of they just got a lot of young guys, young horses over there.
Yeah, but see, that's what I mean. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, these guys are similar. Jalen Green is similar. Porter Jr., he's similar. Jashawn Tate, they got similar games and similar height. They're all 6'4". And then you just drafted Amen Thompson. But I will say Amen 6'7", but he's got a similar game to Jalen Green. He's just like a little taller. Like,
Right.
I just don't know what it's all similar.
Yeah, Josh Christopher is another guy.
He's another one.
Yeah. Ty Washington. I forgot they had Ty too.
Oh,
it's
right.
weird, man. They got a weird roster. But I mean, that's the new age. They want to play new age kind of modern basketball, but I think when they do that now, they take away the game. Now it's something different now. They're playing a different type of basketball. I miss the big man. They got like I said, they got Sun Gun there. But if they could, I'm quite sure they would put Jabari Smith at the center spot, and then play off all those other 6'7" guys. I wonder what it would take to get Sun Gun on the Knicks, man. I really like that kid.
Yeah. He's actually a really good player. Like for where he's at right now in his NBA career, he's someone you gotta pay attention to. He's a nice pickup if you can get him. But I don't know if Houston would even be willing to let a guy like that get out of there. I mean, he's still cheap and he gives them really good value.
Yeah. So I mean, leadership. They gotta be looking to get leadership on that squad. So I mean, Van Fleet, he's 29, so he brings that. So right now, Van Fleet is by himself. All these other guys are like, in their early 20s. There's a bunch of babies on that squad. So I mean, do they make a consolidation trade to get another older person in there?
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. The one I think I think I could see them moving on from Kevin Porter Jr. because he's kind of been up and down for them. Even though he's a really interesting player because he could do everything.
Yeah.
But just as a business, if you look at that, look at their contracts, their money. Like, they're paying these guys nothing because they're all so young. And now you decide to give money to Van Vliet. But I could see them moving off of Kevin Porter Jr. and putting that money towards another veteran type player in the league.
Yeah, I could see that too. What about Julius? I know a lot of fans would love to get Julius in that mix.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, going back home to his hometown, Texas or whatever, that might be interesting. I don't know if we would want Kevin Porter Jr. back for him though.
Right.
But I think he's calmed down. He was a little wild before. I think he's calmed down a little bit over the last year or so.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, all these young guys, we're watching them grow right in our faces. They're
Right.
millionaires. So how could you like? It's hard enough to tell a teenager to sit your ass down, but could you imagine like a teenager that has like $20 million in his pocket, talking about telling him to sit down? That's gonna be hard to do.
I mean, if you remember, there was a point earlier in this season where like Jalen Green and Jabari Smith were going at it on the bench.
Man, their coach, what's the name of their coach on Houston?
Oh, I forgot. I know he's
Paul
one of the
Silas's kid, right?
Paul Silas's kid, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they were making fun of him on the bench. Like he would call a timeout and they're on the bench making fun of him. Oh man.
It's not good.
It's this generation. This generation is crazy, man. Like on Twitter, everything, everybody's on Twitter, right? So if you're looking at something, somebody's news, okay, cool. You click it, and then you just happen to see the first comment. It's always some bullshit. Some older person, some younger person saying something off the wall, and now it becomes a series of jokes and stuff. So
Yeah.
it's crazy. I saw something. It was a trade that they were talking about in baseball, where the Mets were supposed to be trying to get this guy. I'm quite sure some of Jigga probably know what I'm talking about. But the Mets were going to try to get him, but he has the same number as one of our retired
Oh
players.
no, they're talking about Shohei Ohtani.
Yes, yes. So they were saying that could you imagine if the Mets don't make the trade because they didn't want he didn't want to give up the jersey, and then he was talking about the old geezer and like the old has been the dinosaur, stuff like that. That's the young people stuff. It drives me crazy, man.
First off, it's one of the most ridiculous things ever. I get it. It's a guy who's coming into and I saw that same thing you said, Eru. It's a guy coming into a team that if he wants the number, it's one thing if the number's active, but the number's retired. So the number shouldn't even be brought up. The number is gone. Okay. And then you're talking about the number being retired of a guy who's the announcer of the team. He's in the booth every night. Like, what are you doing, man? Come on.
Yeah. Keith Fernandez, right?
Yeah, Keith Hernandez. You can't. Keith calls the games. Were you kidding me? That's ridiculous.
Keith Hernandez is like one of the top 5 Keiths of all time and the top 5 Hernandezes of all time. You know what I'm saying?
Plus, outside of that, just him doing his little Seinfeld stuff. People love Keith Hernandez. You can't do that to him. It'll be an outrage.
Yeah. But like I said, the dinosaurs love him though. That's what the young people say. The dinosaurs, the people that were born in the 1900s, those are the ones that like Keith Hernandez.
Listen, Keith Hernandez was on a championship team for these Mets. So
in the 1900s, though. In the 1900s. That's so crazy that people say that, but it's the absolute truth. Like we were born in the 70s, so somebody that was born in like 2000, like 10, they're like, they don't want.
Yeah, that's like that. It's like forget about it.
Yeah,
I get it.
Yeah, he said he's not coming to New York.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not.
Baseball's a whole different ball game, though, man.
It's very true, but we got the money to go get him if need be. When I say week, like I get a paycheck, but I don't. Sorry.
Yeah, baseball is different. Speaking of paychecks, we were talking about this earlier. I mentioned it twice. Did you see how much these sportscasters are getting paid? That I never really thought about it, but they get. Did you take a look at that? Because ESPN, they basically fired 20 people, and they're supposed to be firing more. You know what I'm saying? Just to consolidate some of the money they got thrown around there. So did you take a look at some of the salaries these guys are making?
I didn't see it. I saw the story, but I didn't actually see the numbers. But yeah, I could imagine. And at least the only thing I will give ESPN is at least they're doing it across the board.
Right.
Like everybody that makes top salaries, they're all going.
Right.
And there's some people that was really, I'll let you get to your point. I know there's some people that are very upset because there's certain individuals that haven't been let go that they wish would be let go. But I kind of think it's just they're still there just because they just don't make enough money to really, they're still trying to be an entity that has people covering sports. They can't get rid of everybody.
Right.
So they're keeping the cheaper people.
Yeah, like Malika Andrews, probably, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just like Malika Andrews. If there was anybody who should go, she should go. But whatever, that's my own opinion.
And it's my opinion too, though. I think that's like the dinosaurs' opinion. Most of the dinosaurs want her out of there. But right. One guy I keep mentioning is Max Kellerman, only because he's from New York. New Yorkers can take it a little bit more than anybody else. But he makes $5 million. Could you imagine that? I haven't heard a good take from Max Kellerman in like 5 years, man. Since he was
Well,
covering boxing.
that's what happens. That's like obviously he negotiated his deal well, and then after being on First Take for a few years, I don't even know how long he did it, but he did. He was there for a good enough time that he really that went into something good for him. He could play around and get that money. I honestly I didn't realize how much these guys were making until Stephen A came out and made a big deal when he was looking for his contract a couple years back, whenever it was. And then I found out I think he was making like 10 million per year. I was like, damn.
Yeah, I think he's making 17 now. That's a lot of
Wow.
money. And he was out saying that he was underpaid. He might be because Rome is burning, that guy, Tim Rome, whatever his name is. He's making 30 million a year. I don't know how.
I don't even know where Jim Rome is. I don't even know where is this still on?
I guess somebody likes him. I don't know anybody personally that ever watches Jim Rome in like the last 15 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, it makes me want to get on my computer, start clapping my cheeks. You know what I'm saying? Let's see if I can get some of that money, man. Shit. You know, because I'm doing it here for these YouTube pennies here right now. You know what I'm saying? I need to get up.
We in the wrong line of work, man.
Yeah. Well, we in the right line of work. We just not. On the
yeah,
right.
we not right. We're not on the right platform, if you will.
Yeah.
You got to figure out how to transition that into them TV deals or something. But listen, one day, who knows what can happen? You never know, man. Eru could be on the radio, WFAN. This is Eru giving you the breakdown of sports in 60 seconds.
Yeah, right. Giving my take on stuff. Same thing with you too, man. You have a great radio voice. Shout out to Jigga Man also. Jigga Man is great. What those guys do over there. So
yeah,
I mean,
man.
There's a lane for everybody. There's so hopefully that we all could be successful. That we all could be successful in this.
It'll be nice. Awesome. It'd be nice.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so I'm still looking. I'm refreshing as we're talking. Nothing's happening now, man. So, as far as Nick Land, like you said, July 6th is probably going to be the day that we really probably going to start seeing more movement. Probably after that, maybe even up into the freaking summer league on July 8th. We might not see any movement until then. Do you think we'll be able to survive that? It's a long time from now, man.
It's a really long time. I don't know, man. I wonder, can the Knicks negotiate a deal in principle that will be agreed upon by the NBA that takes place after July 6th? A lot of these moves, usually do have a moratorium period. I think that's what they call it, something like that, where you got to wait until it's actually effective and consummated. Yeah. But I'm wondering with RJ, say, for example, I'm not saying I want to get rid of RJ, people. I'm just saying if something like that was happening, could the Knicks still pull off a move now? And then it happens where it takes effect after that point, so the poison pill is gone, or do they have to actually wait until after July 6th to do that? I don't know enough about it. I'm curious.
Well, I think there is a deal. One of the deals that they were made, it can't be official until July 6th. Something that happened earlier, some trade that they were assigned to, kind of like a poison pill similar to RJ, but it was an extension. But the deal can't go through until July 6th. I can't remember which deal it was. It was something that happened pretty recent.
It's probably true then, Eru. Maybe the Knicks can do something in principle. You know what I mean? Like, oh, this is what we'll give you once the poison pill. We'll just, they calculate what the contracts and all that stuff minus the poison pill, and then they can agree on it in principle. And maybe they could send something to the leagues stating that this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to do it, but it won't be effective until this point. So yeah. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, definitely. Well, with that too, things always can be moved. They can agree with it, like you said, it's in principle. But when it comes down to it, they can say, okay, well, we add this to that, we can add this to that. All of a sudden, it becomes like a 3-4 team trade. When it comes down to it. I think the Phoenix trade with Beal, I think there was somebody in the mix in there that one of those trades that happened early on. I think some of them they can't be completed until July 6th. I can't remember which one it is.
So. I know this is kind of off of what we're saying, but you had mentioned it before. Being that some of the big names at ESPN are out, like the Jalen Roses, and which these guys are all going to find deals somewhere else. They'll be fine.
Yeah.
Maybe not be in the same type of spotlight, but they'll find deals at Fox Sports or some other station. Jeff Van Gundy, because him and Mike Breen have a really good chemistry and stuff. I don't know about Mark Jackson, even though I don't mind him either. I think them two together have a good chemistry. But do you think the Knicks might consider hiring like Jeff Van Gundy and bringing him to the Garden to do the games? Because it would be a little crowded, but let's be honest. Like Clyde is getting older, and he's been having some health issues over the past couple of years. And I think he doesn't want to do this too much longer. It might be setting it up so that Jeff Van Gundy just rolls right in and takes over for Clyde, and then it's Mike Breen and Jeff Van Gundy.
I can see that happening big time, man. Clyde already said that he's going to be taking off some road games and stuff. So you might see Jeff Van Gundy slide into some of those road games to give Clyde a little bit of a breather over there. Clyde is almost 80. Is he 80 yet?
I think he is. I think he is.
Man, he's getting old, man. He still looks great. He smells good too, man. I met him a couple times. He has he looks like I want to say like a Navajo chief or something. He just has that that thing about him, man. He's an amazing figure, man. But for somebody to be so old and so strong, still able to do that, that's amazing. But time is ticking on that.
Yeah.
Yo, you're frozen again, man, and you had you have an amazing face right now. I know Jigga's.
Oh man, I think you know what I just did. I'm taking a picture of that. I'm gonna use that picture later in life. I just took a picture of it on my phone. I see myself frozen. I look great though.
Yeah, you look fantastic. Every time you're frozen, you look fantastic, man.
Oh my God, I don't know what's happening. I'm still talking. Clyde's actually 78.
Wow. That's crazy.
I'm frozen, and I'm giving the Clyde news. He's 78. Damn it, I'm still frozen. Oh, what's going on here?
Yeah, man. If it was me, it would look like I have Erb's palsy or something like that. Like my face is like over on the side. If it was me, there you go. It came back.
Yo, this is crazy, bro. I wonder what happens when I do if I use the avatar thing. No cam. I'm just curious what it does.
Well, yeah, all those little enhancements, like the green screen and all that stuff takes away from the broadcasting ability from your end. So,
yeah, this is different. Like on this platform, ooh, it's got like a little wavy action. This is interesting. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this is Melon. I like Melon. Melon is different. I like it because they have a black background. That takes the light off your eyes there. The other platforms they still have the white, so I just like it for that.
I got you.
Interesting stuff, man. But anything else going on, man? Because it doesn't seem like like we're gonna get the news that we're asking for here.
Yeah, it seems really quiet, man. Interesting. Trish D said she thinks Clyde is on the verge of retiring. Wally was hoping for that spot.
That's another guy, Wally.
I could see that.
Wally really loves the Knicks, man.
He does. It's wild. I never would have thought that Wally Zerbiak would.
But he said it many times. Like when he was a player, he couldn't make it because the Knicks were bad, and they didn't have any money, or they were just totally trash, and he just couldn't sign here.
Wow.
But he always wanted to be a Knick his entire career. So that's interesting.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm like I said, I kind of think the Dante thing is a done deal. Unless something happens where the Knicks are able to get a piece that we weren't expecting. And I mean, when I say a piece we weren't expecting, I mean a somebody big, like Paul George, or dare I say it, Joel Embiid. Look, it's craziness. That's crazy. I don't know why they're using. I don't know why people do this stuff. They continue to throw the Knicks name around in the buzz, like, oh, I'm hearing from sources that, if Joel Embiid, wants to get out there on the market, he would really be considering the New York Knicks. Right. If, yeah, thank you.
But a team like Philly, we're looking at salaries and stuff. A team like Philly, they should try to get up off of those guys. Like we're talking about Dame. Speaking of that team, they Jerami Grant re-signed for like $33 million per year.
Really, so, how many years?
I think for 5 years, if I'm not mistaken. He signed a 5-year contract.
I saw that thing on Twitter stating that that Dame's dream right now is to have Jeremy Grant with him along with Draymond Green.
But Draymond signed back with the Golden State.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I think he got 25 mil per.
Wow.
But just looking at their salary, they got Tobias Harris at 39 million. James Harden's about to be out of here. Outside of that, they got a bunch of bums on their squad. So if it was up to me, and I'm quite sure Philly fans wouldn't mind a nice little rebuild. Get rid of Joel Embiid and Tobias and just get some assets to start over. What are they going for right now? Who's going to help them? Because if they didn't have Harden, what would they have on their squad?
Very true. And what's the worst? What's the worst that I just don't know. I mean, you never know. I just find it weird that they got Nick Nurse as their coach, and Nick Nurse would be comfortable going to a team that's like basically ready to rebuild.
Yeah,
maybe. I mean, I don't know enough about Nick Nurse. We could be saying stuff like, "Oh, Nick Nurse is a winner. He's already done this. The situation in Toronto didn't work out. He wants to have a chance with a team like Philly with what they got. He could, but then again, I don't know. Maybe Nick Nurse is from Philly. Maybe this is his dream job. Who knows? You know what I mean?
I got to see that too because I forgot Nick Nurse is on it. Is he from Philly? Nick Nurse. Let's do a quick.
I don't know. I have no clue.
Nick Nurse. From Philly. Enter. Looking at him now. He is from
Northern Iowa.
That's a college you went to, Northern Iowa.
Oh. Let's see. Yeah, he could be from somewhere else and go to that college.
Yeah, he was born in Iowa. Yeah.
Oh, well, okay. I mean, so Iowa and Philly, that's very similar.
He got lost. He got lost somewhere, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. A lot
who
of
knows?
these guys, I don't think they put too much thought into anything. These guys out here.
I just don't. I gotta tell you, man. What does that really tell you about Philly? Imagine you got Joel Embiid, Tobias Harris, James Harden, and you got Maxey, right? Which that's a good group to have. You can, you might be able to change some pieces around and move some guys out of there that don't really look that sexy. And you even got PJ Tucker over there, who's still on contract. I would think that they would say we're getting rid of Doc Rivers and bringing in Nick Nurse, who has won a championship. Let's see what he can do with this bunch. But the fact that they've decided to move on from James Harden, which kind of tells you because I think if James bought in, he would be like, yeah, I want to rock with Nick Nurse. Let's see what we can do. No, I think James Harden wants out because I just don't know about James Harden, man. I don't know if he's that winner type, like the guy who take you to the next level type. I don't know. He's questionable for me. And I just think that they're doing themselves a disservice. Now, they could get somebody good back for him, though, for Harden.
Right. I was going to segue into that. With him going to the Clippers, it makes the most sense. This guy, Jerry West, he didn't really scold him, but he basically was saying that like between him and Kawhi, those guys, they always hurt. You know what I'm saying? They basically play the same position, stuff like that. So, I mean, if they're trading Paul Pierce for Harden, it kind of makes sense. Number one, money-wise, it matches up perfectly, money-wise. So 1 for 1, those two guys might actually work. And then they need a point guard over there. So that situation might actually work for that particular player.
Right.
I just don't know how it works otherwise because from the Phillies standpoint, they at this point now they need a point guard. If they get rid of Harden, they're gonna need a point guard, and they don't have anybody on the squad. He took them out, DeAnthony Melton. He's one. Outside of that, they didn't really have nobody else. Tobias, Tyrese Maxey. I don't know.
I felt like there was
trouble, man.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know what they're doing over there. And if you're trading James Harden, I guess like if you trade James Harden and say they get Paul George back, okay, they could still do what they've been doing with that bunch.
Yeah, add Paul George to that. You still keep Tobias at that point, Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey. That's still a decent four-man group there, and they still would have to do something off the bench to help that group out. I mean, they
Yeah,
can be right there still.
yeah, they definitely would. Yeah, your super chat that you got there says a lot.
Yeah. So, do you guys understand the Lakers, a team perennially cap restrained, can sign so many people? I just don't get it either. How do they have money? They always have money left over, and it's like they're not only just signing people. Like I think they re-signed Hachimura too tonight.
Yeah, yeah, they did. Hoochie did he did 3 years, I think, a 3-year deal. Um, I mean, listen, man, people want to. First off, just think about it like this: after everything the Lakers went through this year and how bad they looked at times, they still made the playoffs and made it deep. Imagine that. That shows you the power of having a superstar player and like a LeBron James and having an Anthony Davis over there. So some guys just like, listen, we just get on the team. We're better than maybe this person, or we can add to what they already got, and this might be our chance to win a championship or at least get close.
Right. I don't know, man. Well,
And plus the relationships, man. But I said this before. I'm going to continue to say it until I'm proven wrong. The Knicks front office has not done anything where the league can say, whoa, did you see what the Knicks just did? Like, because of this. Like, everything they've done is all been because of relationships. It has not been anything savvy. Like, the Knicks went out and stole that guy. We thought he was going there, and somehow the Knicks swooped in and took him. Haven't seen the Knicks do anything like that. And they also haven't drafted. They haven't had a bunch of opportunities to do that, but they haven't drafted any steals or any guys that, like, all these teams could have had him. The Knicks got him, and this dude is one of the best young players in the league. They haven't done that yet. So when you look at it like that, I'm just like the other teams. Just Leon Rose doesn't give them that feel. And so, yeah, they're going to go deal with, all these other guys around the league, and the Lakers got those GMs.
yeah, the Lakers don't really give a damn. The Lakers are their own thing. The Lakers are just the Lakers. Throughout the history of the Lakers, you can ask the question, how the hell did they get any of the guys that they had on their squad even since George Mikan days? George Mikan, how he got on the Minneapolis Lakers through a dispersal draft.
Really?
Yeah, he was like I think one of the teams they were disbanding or whatever because they were combining the leagues. So his team got put in the draft and the Lakers got the number 1 pick, and that's how they got Mikan. You know how they got Magic?
I don't remember.
They traded Gail Goodrich to the Utah Jazz, and that pick was Magic Johnson. It's like you can't and they ended up getting like the big three with Wilt Chamberlain. I don't know how they got Wilt Chamberlain. They traded Wilt Chamberlain for a bunch of nobodies. They already had Jerry West, and then they had the other guy. I keep forgetting his freaking name, Elgin Baylor. They already had Elgin Baylor. So I don't understand how they constantly can get guys all the time.
I don't get it, man. This guy Rose is Don Fanucci. Hey, man. Yeah, this is I don't know, Eru. I mean, listen, we haven't been fortunate enough to get the pieces in place that are game changers. You know what I mean? I think Dolan went with Rose and Worldwide West because he knows they're solid at cultivating the relationships, and he knew that they did that well. Doesn't mean they do everything else well. But they do that well. And I think I think he probably did it also because he knows that the plan is, if you look at the Knicks front office, apparently they got a lot of smart people, a lot of smart minds that understand money. You know what I mean? So that's probably why we got these good contracts, but they all fit together well. Like what their role is, they do well. But when it comes to, the ability to wheel and deal, from a organizational standpoint, it's not the same as being a top agent around the league and getting the best value for your client. It's different when you're trying to go get other people's clients. And I honestly, this is where it backfires on us. And I never really thought about it until what's happened with Zach LaVine. and clutch. But I wonder how many people Leon Rose has pissed off around the league, other GMs or other agents that have their players that they're like, oh, I'm not even worried about the Knicks.
That's something to think about too. Maybe that's the reason why he needed to get out of the agency. Get out of there and then get into the front office because maybe he overstayed his welcome. But at the same time, I think his son is running it now.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So I
So
don't
I
know.
mean, it's just one of those like things that comes with the territory. When you're going to go put an agent as the president of basketball operations on your organization, you better understand that at some point, that agent must have burned somebody. All agents do.
Yeah,
Even I don't know what what's the clutch dude's name?
Rich Paul.
Rich Paul. I don't know like any bad dealings that he's done with people, but the one thing he did do was steal LeBron. So like,
Yeah,
everybody's
that's his
done
boy though.
something.
That's his
Yeah,
boy.
but I know, but but everybody's done something.
Well, one story with him I mentioned it on Sim Show was Nerlens Noel. Nerlens Noel actually sued him because
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
remember that
yeah.
situation where he thought that other teams were interested in him and they didn't tell him about it.
There was a contract offer that he got that was like 18 million per year or something like that. It was a good number, and yeah, he was
Right.
told not to take that.
But you know what became of that though? He sued the guy, but then they dismissed it and they told him to go see his union. Basically, go handle it with the basketball, whatever, the association, whatever. So basically, nothing. Fire your agent, basically. You know,
That's
that's a shame.
crazy.
Yeah, that's a shame. But
And I'm surprised. Oh, go ahead, Eva. My bad.
I was gonna say that there's no regulation with these agents. It's like basically, if you don't like what they're doing, then fire them. That's all they have to say about that.
Very true. You know what I don't understand? Like, out of us not knowing anything that's going on, why the hell is Obi not moved already? Why is that at least not done?
Yeah, right. But that's the thing. What kind of move would you want to move Obi in? Because if you trade Obi, like there was rumors there would just been draft consideration. I think that would be I don't agree with that. Just trading him for like a draft pick or something like that. I feel like if we're gonna trade Obi, then we need to do something to help us out because like you mentioned, this guy like Brunson. Brunson is like he's we need to take advantage of these 2 years because like he's gonna be making 50 million once that contract is up. Once this new contract. So we got to take advantage of this little time that we have. And I don't think trading Obi for draft picks is it. Draft picks at
Well,
all, I don't think is it.
the only thing I could think is if the Knicks are trying to trade Obi for draft consideration, because obviously that gets off of Obi's $6.5 million that he's owed, which gives
Right.
us another $6.5 million that we can use to add to the Derrick Rose money. I don't know how much money we got to play with right now. I know we had 2 contracts, if I remember before. We had like a mid-level exception, and we had some other contract that I was thinking was around 11 or 12 million, I think. Knicks are nice. Pudge says 9 million. Is that all we got? Ugh,
That's what's available now, 9 million.
that's not saying much.
So okay, I get that then. Trading Obi for draft consideration as far as like releasing cap, that's interesting now. So if this is correct with the 9 million, then you add, but then that money's gonna go to Dante DiVincenzo. you know,
Yep.
so
Yep.
uh,
And that's why I could see them trading. Yep. I could see them trading that Obi for the draft considerations, having that 6 million, adding it to their 9, and that's basically Dante DiVincenzo's contract right there. And if they want to acquire something else, then they'll have to trade away some actual pieces that maybe they didn't plan on getting rid of. But
yeah. Look at the games we play here, man. Obi to the Pacers. It's possible. I get it. Now that you say that, and now it's tickling my cerebral cortex or whatever you want to say. Now it's starting to make a little more sense there to me.
yeah, because the total cap is 160 million. Active roster cap is 156, but I just need to double check on that free money.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know we're broke. That I know.
Yeah. I'm keeping my eye on Robert Randall's Twitter account and see if we got any breaking news.
This guy's
You
the worst, man.
Yeah.
Do you? I think you said something the other day. Oh no, it wasn't you. It was somebody else who said something. That what if he's not the one even running his account? Like, what if it's someone else
It's
and he doesn't
possible.
even know? He's oblivious. Like, there's somebody out there pretending to be him and getting all the Knicks fans upset every year.
It could be. It's possible. But yeah, have you ever watched the interview? I've watched interviews of him just so I can get where he's coming from. He's a goofy guy. He's
Oh
very
well,
quirky, very weird and quirky.
so it could just be coming from him, but I don't know. I mean, he's definitely a troll. I don't know. It's nauseating.
That's another thing too. Do the Knicks owe him money or something like that? Why is he still like the Friday Night Knicks guy for all these years, playing the like country music basically, folk? What I don't know what kind of music he plays, but it's not New York. That's not a New York sound. So where does that come from, Robert Randall?
Well, the thing about Dolan is that he does like his relationships. He keeps people around that are loyal to him. That if he likes you and there's no issues, he keeps you around. I mean, look at Allen Houston.
Yeah, Alex is like Herb Williams in the front office.
Yep, facts.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
one thing
so
about
it's
Herb.
actually it has gotten quiet. It's kind of it's definitely gotten stale here with the movement, and the Knicks are not doing anything, or even giving us like a rumor, and we can say, oh, the Knicks might be working on something.
And we're not
Nothing.
going to get it either. We're not going to get any updates as far as like, the owner. I mean, excuse me, like the guy comes out and just makes a statement to the fans or anything. We're just not going to get any of that stuff. So we're just stuck here, man. So now you're frozen here, but the look is not as attractive, but he's still a little sexy. He's still got some sexy going on a little bit.
No, but that look actually is my what's going on here, man? That's that look. Yo, what we doing?
The many faces of Ron still
Yeah, I'm
Knicks.
telling you, man. I'm that guy, the most interesting man in the world. There's many faces of Ron. That's me.
Hey, listen,
Uh,
Pudge said that Dylan is going to start hiring some of these podcasters. That'd be cool. Because I mean, some of these guys, you want to talk about Monica. Monica's crossing over big time, man. She's really good at what she does. Alejandro's pretty good too. So if those guys cross over to more of a mainstream, then we might have a job here in New York, man.
hey, man, listen. I could use the bread. I mean, they might put a gag order. I mean, now I can't talk anymore. I can't say, well, listen, guys, thank you for coming to the show. I want to say the Knicks are going to be unveiling new uniforms this year, and that's all I can tell you. I can't talk bad about anybody else. I'm done.
Well, me, I probably would have like a more of a late night kind of show if I got on thing, the stuff that I say. But I could calm down though. I can do the corporate stuff if they needed me to do it.
I mean, listen, if you're paying me and I still get to watch my favorite team, and I go from, critical talk to tonight after the game, we're interviewing Deuce McBride on what he did. I'll do that too. I'm
Yeah.
okay. Just I want to be in the mix.
Yeah, I'll interview Billy Joel or whatever the hell you need me to interview.
Whatever,
You know what I'm
whatever.
saying?
Let's talk about the game tonight and Celebrity Row.
Yeah, and I'll even put on my business voice too, guys. Hey guys, thank you for tuning in to Dynamics Podcast. This is your boy Diet Eru. Good to good to see you.
There's the crossover, guys.
Yeah. Said dibs
Oh,
on
man.
comedy series Late Night with Jimmy Fallon talk show. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah,
That'd be great.
no doubt. I mean,
I'll see.
I think we ran out of steam, man. I think well, as soon as I put it, like I get a notification. So what's going on here?
Oh, what's going on?
Dennis Schroeder just got signed to Toronto for a 2-year, $26 million.
2 years, 26 million. So that's what's that? 13. So 13 a year to replace Van Vliet.
Yeah.
Mm.
They picked up somebody else too. Oh, Gabe Vincent. So they got him and Gabe Vincent.
Well, they're not folding. You know what I mean?
Gabe Vincent went to the Lakers, I believe.
No, get out of here. For real?
Yeah, I think Gabe Vincent. Let me double check that. I'll just have to Google it. Gabe Vincent. Where did he sign? Yeah, the Lakers, man. 3 years,
Wow.
$33 million. Yep. Yeah, so
How?
Schroeder's all alone up there in Toronto.
What are the Lakers doing? How do they have money?
I don't know. We've been trying to figure that out this whole podcast. How the hell are they getting money over there?
Yeah,
Shout out to
this is
Masai Ujiri, man. He quickly replaced it. This is what Will just saying. I also put it on the screen, right? He said he just quickly replaced Fred VanVleet with Schroeder. I don't know if that's a
yeah.
good. Schroeder's a good basketball player still, but
I mean, he plays defense too. I mean, he's not horrible.
no.
It you know what? Schroeder opens it up for other because Van Vliet is more of a usage dude. He commands the ball. I mean, he commands his opportunities. Schroeder maybe not as much. So somebody else has an opportunity to step up. If you were going to keep, um, some of these other guys, that allows them to become bigger parts of the offense. Um, I don't know. I feel bad for Schroeder because he bet on himself and it backfired, but it is what it is. Sometimes it doesn't always work.
Yeah, he's still got a spot in the league though.
No, he
So,
does.
yeah,
But
but that he,
that 87 million whatever it was, that whew,
yeah, I know he's dreaming about that. His ancestors are going to be dreaming about that.
hey, you gotta be kidding me, man. But you know who else bet on himself, and it really hasn't paid off the way in which he thought it would when he did it either. I mean, he's making good money, I would think. Um, the dude who's with the Nets and then went to Dallas, and now then he went to Wizards, or yeah, what's his name? He was with the Nets. He
Nets,
talks a
Dallas,
lot.
Wizards.
Light skin, big hair, point guard. I'm sure the chat knows.
Yeah, somebody's going to say it. There's quite a few. Oh man, I know you're talking about. Was he with the Lakers too? That's the same guy you're talking about?
I don't know. Was he with the Lakers too?
I don't know.
I think he's still.
There's quite a
He's probably
few
currently
players
a
around the league
Maverick
that do
still.
that. They well, Josh Hart is doing it now. Taking the option, hoping that the Knicks will pay him. Harden did it also. Harden didn't even sign with an agent. He just went straight to Mari and they got a deal. Oh, Dinwiddie, yeah, right.
Dinwiddie, yes, because Dinwiddie bet on himself, and his contract was like paid in like Bitcoin or something. I don't know. I remember what it was. It was
Yeah.
wild.
So that means he lost money then. If he got paid in
Yeah,
Bitcoin,
that's what I'm saying. Like he bid on, put everything on himself, and it didn't quite work out the way in which he would have loved it to.
Yeah, he's an interesting dude. He had his own sneaker too. Like it was like through a GoFundMe or something like that. Some shoe the company that he had, and it didn't do well either. Man, he's a weird bugged out guy.
Yeah, he's different, and he talks a lot, man. For a guy whose game is pretty regular, he talks a lot.
Yeah, for a guy with a hairline and stuff that he got going on top of his head, man, he shouldn't be saying anything. You know what I'm saying? He got the George Jefferson thing going on top of his head.
All right, Jigga, good to see you, my brother. You have a great night.
Yeah, man, Jigga's cool. I should have threw the link in there for Jigga to hang out with us a little while. Threw the link up in there. Yeah, I never think about nothing, man. This part that I do, man, I just do it just to do it. Like today, I didn't plan on coming on here. I said in the beginning of the show, one of these guys on Twitter pissed me off. So I said, you know what, I'm going live. You know what I'm saying? What am I doing arguing with this guy on Twitter? Let me go on live and see what guys are talking about.
Yeah, why not? This is why we all have different reasons for why we pod, but it's an outlet. You know what I mean? Allows us to get our frustrations out, or if we feel like talking to somebody and just want to be able to say our piece. It gives us that opportunity, and thankfully, people like hearing some of the stuff we got to say.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, I'm high off of caffeine pills. Right now, that's why I'm all jacked up right now. I popped 2 caffeine pills and said, let me just start this thing. So I just
that'll do it. That'll do it.
Yeah.
Script what does that mean?
Well, this is the amateur NBA analyst. I don't know if you follow him. He was like dropping like a lot of information before somebody before Wojnarowski and these guys were dropping it last year. So he became very very popular. amateur analyst. But he had deleted his account this morning. Like he came back and then he deleted it again. Then he came back again. So he has like 55,000 followers, and like I said, he's been like dropping like a lot of stuff before the main guys do.
Oh, okay. I see. I'm still a Twitter baby. I know a little. I'm on there, but I don't know enough.
Yeah,
Eru's a savvy veteran over there. And
yeah,
speaking of savvy, what up, savvy?
nice segue there.
Well,
the master of the segues. Yeah, shout out to Savvy. Savvy's messed up too. He broke his hand also. He was in a car
you
accident.
guys, man. I'm like, you guys are definitely, man. If I had movie money, I'd definitely film you guys an Unbreakable 3. You know, this time we break everything.
So I mean, you got to explain this, man. 3-team deal. What's going on here? NBA is on the way. 3-team deal. So you think with Harden being gone, possibly you think that might be the trade that's going to happen, Mr. D.
Man, I don't know, man. That's like I could look. I could see Embiid saying, that's the one thing I respect about Embiid. Whatever's bothering Embiid, he lets somebody know. So I can see Embiid saying, like, well, what are we doing here, man? You guys, you not only you got rid of my coach, but you hired a coach right away. Nick Nurse got hired right away. And he's a guy who's won a championship. And then, now you trading Harden, I don't know, or trying to trade Harden. What you leaving me with here? Like, what are we trying to do? This team, if anything, should be trading to add pieces to what we already have. Unless, but then again, they could be retooling and saying Harden just is the wrong piece. We need to get this guy out of here and bring somebody in who fits better. That could be the truth too. But I don't know, man. I think if anybody's going to say anything, it would be Embiid, and I haven't heard anything from him. And now is the time to say it, because apparently the new CBA, they're going to lock that down. You ain't going to be able to say if you want to get traded anymore in public.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if they hired, like we talked about Nurse a little bit recently here, if they didn't, ask Embiid what he thought about as for a coach, then that's a bad thing too. That could be writings on the wall too. So Philly messed up. Philly messed up. If they really did do to hire the coach that they didn't even ask Embiid. Now Harden wants out. Now you just leave Embiid there by himself. Trading for Paul Pierce, that might not be something that I keep saying Paul Pierce, Paul George, that might not be something that he would want to do. It doesn't really, to me on paper, it doesn't really sound that good either. So that's interesting with Philly there.
And then Philly doesn't have a lot of money to do much either. They probably got more money than the Knicks, but that's not saying much, because that's part of the reason why they're deciding not to, give Maxey a new deal right now. They're holding on to I guess, let him play out this year, and see if they can push that for a little while longer and go from there. Because if anybody deserves some bread, is Maxey. Like, we think Quickly deserves money. Maxey definitely deserves money too.
Yeah. Well, our tax situation are almost identical.
Yeah, because I think they're 157, and what I saw was the Knicks were 160. But then I saw something, or I heard something the other day, that the Knicks were really at 173 or something. Like, I don't know how this whole thing works. I'm not a capologist, so I don't play one on TV either. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird. Like I was saying earlier, depending on which website you click, they give another little bit of information more than the other one, or they interpret it. That's what it is, just interpreting rules and stuff. So there's wiggle room in that. That's probably what the Lakers are dealing with, all the wiggle room that they have, So I'm quite sure there's wiggle room within the language of this other stuff here.
Yeah. Shout out to Shot Powers. What's good, brother? Always good to see you.
Yeah. Most well-dressed podcaster out there, Mr. Shot Powers.
Yeah, he's a hat man after my own heart, man. Every hat I don't got, he got. And some of the hats we both got, but he got them.
Yeah.
And you got quite the hat collection too. I know you don't wear them all the time because you like to wear, your stuff, but Eru got quite the hat collection as well. Don't let him fool you.
I sweat a lot though, man. So if I wear my hats sweat out. I like sneakers though. I've been collecting sneakers. I actually got a pair of sneakers that I can't wait to wear, but Knicks didn't have a draft pick, so I couldn't wear them for the draft party. You know what I'm saying? And I might pull them out for the home opener this year. For the next year's home opener, I'll pull them out. So I'm
Yeah,
a big sneaker
your
head.
sneaker game is pretty tight, B. And plus, you be finding the Nick colored joints that I'm like, I can't find those anywhere. And anytime I go looking for something, they don't have my size anyway, so I let it go.
So something just happened here. O'Shea Brissett, it says signed a 2-year deal with Boston, but then when you click it, it disappears. So maybe
Fake
Woj
news?
jumped the gun on that.
No, he might have said it, but then he realized, okay, is it really official? Let me wait a little. I don't know.
Yeah.
O'Shea Brissett with Boston. I don't really. I'm trying to think. Do I know his game? I don't really know his game right now.
I forgot where O'Shea. I don't know if he was on Indiana O'Shea.
That sounds right. I think that's where he was. Yeah, I think that. Yeah. I think that's where he was.
Yeah, he's an undersized power forward, So him signing, he signed to One Legacy Sports. I never heard of them. He's like the
Hmm.
what do you call the freaking the bargain basement agency there, the
Yeah.
Groupon agency.
6'7", 210, 6.1 points per game, 3.5 rebounds, 38% from the field. Oof, from the field.
Right.
Oof.
Seth Curry is back with Dallas.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, Dallas needs more shooting. They need scoring.
Yeah.
But I mean, they did get Kyrie, so that helps them, and they decided to keep him. So, but getting another guy who can knock down the three, that'll make them a little bit more dynamic. But I kind of think part of the thing that they messed up on too was defensively. I think they lost some of that um, from the bigs.
Yeah, Christian Wood too. They're not utilizing Christian Woods, which I don't understand. Did they trade him, or what's going on with Christian Wood with them?
I think I mean, I think if I'm not mistaken, they signed him as a free agent, so they might have him for a little bit still. I don't know. They may be trying to trade him.
Because he's been off the bench. He's been coming off the bench a lot for them. There goes Christian Wood. He's still signed. Well, he's an unrestricted free agent. There you go. That's the issue with him.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Oh, oh, so they trade. They must. Okay, so then I guess they traded for him. Then they didn't sign him.
That's a big player there, Christian Wood. He averaged 16.7 rebounds, 1.8 assists off the bench. I think he was averaging like 28 minutes per game, something like that.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Just they're very undersized. They're a small team.
Yeah. They had Dwight Powell playing center, 6'10", soft as a Twinkie feeling. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I see Rashawn Holmes is there, but he didn't really play for them last year. Max Kleber is another guy. They got a bunch of bums. JaVale McGee, they barely played last year.
They
Oh,
drafted Lively.
yes, Derek Lively, yeah. So that's good for them. Frank Ntilikina, Theo Pinson, and all the rest of the former Knicks.
Oh man,
Justin
jeez.
Holiday. Yeah,
Yeah,
their squad. They could have made the playoffs last year, man, but they were so adamant about not letting us get the draft pick. That they ruined their whole. They could have possibly did. They could have possibly fought Denver in the playoffs if they would have stayed and played it out. Because they still got
yeah.
firepower. Kyrie and Luka, that's firepower right there.
And that draft pick turned into Lively. If we got the pick, it wasn't going to be the same. I don't think it was going to be the same pick, like at that
Right.
same spot. It would have been a little later, but
Right.
whatever.
So Lively is they ruined the offseason the playoffs just so they can get Lively. So Lively better be somebody for them.
I don't know, man. I don't see it as being worth it. Whatever they could have made. I mean, I guess they really just didn't feel that good about their team because they definitely tanked towards the end. You everybody knows that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame, man. Yeah, Holmes is nice.
Shaw said we didn't get OG Levine or Embiid yet. Yeah.
I mean, OG could be still part of the situation too. Toronto they traded Fred VanVleet. They still got Siakam. They got OG over there. They got the other young kid. They have room to the center too. They signed it for 20 million a season. I think the center that they had last year. Podol,
Yeah.
whatever his name is, Jacob
Yeah,
Podol.
Jacob Podol.
Yeah, I think he signed for 20 million this season.
He's not bad though. I mean, he's got game,
Right.
for the center spot. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's. I mean, outside of. Let me ask you a question, Eru.
Yeah.
How good do you think Mitchell Robinson is defensive? Oh wait, hold on. Sorry, I forgot I was here with Eru, guys. Forget it.
Yeah,
Thanks for coming.
yeah, I'm the wrong guy to ask, man.
I'm asking Eru about Mitchell Robinson. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Mitchell Robinson, he could be so dynamic. Like there was a play that he made that day when we were at the playing against Cleveland in the playoffs. I guess it was game 4, whatever. We were always there, and he made this great defensive play that it lit up the whole garden. But I couldn't tell you what he did, outside of that on defense. But he's just capable of making that 1 or 2 defensive plays that just blows your mind, and it's electric and stuff like that. But outside of that, to me, he doesn't impact the game enough to keep him around, man.
Yeah, yeah. I just asked that because I wonder how good he is in comparison to a lot of the other big men in the league. Not in comparison to the best ones, because I know he wants to be like all team defense and all this stuff, but he's never been on any of these lists. So I just wonder how good he is defensively in comparison to the other centers. Because rebounding, that we know, offensive rebounding, he's the best at it. Not overall rebounding, but offensive rebounding, he's great at it. But that's pretty much it.
That's it. And defensive wise, he's a horrible defensive rebounder. And like if you want to play defense, in order to secure the defensive stop, you have to get the defensive rebound. And he just is not a good defensive rebounder. So that troubles me too. The offensive rebounding is nice, but you got to be able to if you're going to give me 4 or 5 offensive rebounds per game, which is crazy, right? You got to give me 10 defensive, man. If you're quote unquote a rebounder. I used to have arguments with State about that because State was like, "Oh, that's not his job." It's like, then whose job is it then? Like it's not IQ's job to get 10 defensive rebounds a game. It's Mitchell Robinson's only job to do that. So I bring this up. This is Utah's roster. So I only bring it up just to point out this one kid here. Walker, his name is Walker Kessler. He's their rookie. So you want to talk about stats and stuff like that? 72% from the field as a rookie. He played 74 games. He started 40 games, 23 minutes per game. Everything is comparable to Mitchell Robinson. Check out the points: 9 points per game. Defensive total rebounds, 8 rebounds. All these numbers are very similar to Mitchell Robinson's. The blocks per game is 2.3, and this is coming from a rookie. So the point I'm trying to make here is that Mitchell Robinson's skill set can be found in the league, other places. It could be drafted, it could be just signed. What he brings to the team is not so important that we can't trade him, at all. Like he could be traded at any point because his production could be replaced.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, and Kessler, I liked Kessler. I really wanted the Knicks to get him. I don't know how they were going to do it, but when I saw the dude in college, the dude is he's the blockness monster. He was getting like 5 blocks per game. Right. And he could give you a little something on the baseline, got a little mid-range game. Yeah, he's gonna be pretty solid. And once he really understands the game and understands his spots and who he's playing up against, he'll be really good.
Yeah, he's gonna be really good. But outside of him, there's plenty. Like I said, there's plenty of players that we can go to throughout the league, and especially in free agency right now, that can easily fill in Mitchell Robinson's spot. And also too, if we want to trade Mitchell Robinson into a deal, we still got Hartenstein and we still got Jericho Sims on the roster. So we still have guys that's proven that they can fill in for Mitchell Robinson. If he was traded. So if not saying that we need to get Mitchell Robinson out of here, but let's say if we had to add Mitchell Robinson to a deal to bring somebody in here to help us out, I'll be more than happy to get rid of him.
Yeah. Because that's the thing about Mitch, and that's what makes it difficult to really love his game and what he does for the Knicks. Because my whole thing is, I'm thinking right now, I know some Knicks fans may just be mad because he's homegrown talent, but if you tell me that I could trade Mitch for Miles Turner, I'd do it. And I think Miles Turner is underachieving. Like, I don't think he's as good as he should be, but I
Right.
still think he's better than Mitch overall as a player. Not just the shooting, he blocks shots too. And I don't rebounding, maybe his rebounding is a little subpar. That's a knock on Miles Turner. But I mean, who knows? Maybe for the Knicks, you don't need Miles Turner to get that many rebounds because we're a good rebounding team. We're top 5 in rebounds in the league. We got a lot of guys who rebound.
Right, and then just a simple fact of taking Mitchell Robinson out of the equation, because Miles Turner can drift off to the perimeter. Now RJ has the beeline to the basket without Mitchell Robinson standing there.
Right.
Julius Randle the same thing. Julius Randle would have to be going in between his legs because Mitchell Robinson's standing there. You know what I'm trying to say? Or there's
Yep.
been a lot of times where Julius is driving and Mitchell Robinson has nowhere to go, so he just jumps in somebody's way and messes them up. That's happened to especially in the playoffs. That happened a couple times to RJ actually. He made a drive and then this guy Mitch Robinson gets in his way. So now it stops what he was trying to do. Now he has to do something different. You know what I'm trying to say? So there's another thing too. When Mitch Robinson gets the rebound, also he might get the offensive rebound, but he's always turning around looking to give it to somebody else. And that kills the momentum too.
Facts. Very true.
A guy like like we're talking about Miles Turner, if he gets the rebound, he can do something with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Not something not Hakeem Olajuwon-esque or Patrick Ewing-esque, but at least he can put the ball on the floor, make a spin move, and make a little hook shot or something like that. Mitch Robinson is incapable of that.
So, being that we are talking about these guys, and maybe I'm unfairly judging Leon Rose and the front office because there's a lot of players out there that are scared or just don't want to play for Tom Thibodeau. Maybe that's part of the reason why the Knicks don't make these moves or can't. They're not in the mix really. They're thrown around all the time. Yeah, they're on everybody's board, but nothing really comes out of that. Could it be the Thibodeau factor? Because I just can't believe how many players don't want to. I mean, I don't know who they are, but if that poll is true, that 43 or 44% of players who voted for different things said that they don't want to play for Tom Thibodeau, that's a lot.
Yeah. There's a lot to deal with that, especially this generation. All of our guys, if you go down the roster from Julius Randle all the way down to the bottom, they love Tibbs. Maybe not Jericho Sims because Jericho Sims gets cursed out every game, but every other player, especially in the interviews, he's they basically regurgitating everything that Tom Thibodeau says. So they love him here in New York, our current players. So we just have to continue to keep combing the league and finding more guys that are not fazed by that type of coaching.
Yeah, I think you need it's either one or the other. It has to be a guy who's bought into defense because Thibodeau will respect you. Or if the guy doesn't play defense, he's got to be a solid scorer. Like that Thibodeau can't deny their talent. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I think that's what Dante DiVincenzo, that's why we're even attracted to him. Of course, the Villanova connection, but I think he's one of those guys that don't really give a damn about, the barking in the ear. They're just going to come to work and do their job. They know how to go through, how to take the good and the bad,
because from what I hear, Calipari used to do a lot of barking.
Yeah.
And so guys like him, and then I don't know if the coach of Villanova, what was his name again? I forget.
I keep forgetting his name too. Is it Jay Wright?
Yeah, Jay Wright. Yeah, it is. So I don't know, maybe Jay Wright was a disciplinarian like that too. So when you look at it, Calipari has a lot of Knicks players. We have a lot of players that play for Kentucky. Then we got 2 players right now that play for Villanova, and possibly a third if this guy comes here. So they're like strong, disciplined type guys who instill certain things. So that's why it works for Tibbs, because he likes that type of stuff.
Well, I'm going to go back to Mitch real quick because I always comes back to this here with Mitch Robinson. What do you think about this? I think people tend to put too much emphasis into this, saying that our guys are so bad defensively that Mitch has to pick up for all of their defensive problems. I don't really I think that's a little bit too much. What do you think about that?
I
There's something
think
to it, but,
there's you got a little bit of a point, but it's not what it used to be because Mitch isn't the same type of defender that he was before. In Mitch's first year, going into his second year, I think in Mitch's second year, he was all over the place. I mean,
Right.
literally all over the place. And if you want to say that, this is not right, like, you can't expect this much from Mitch, look at where he's at. Because Mitch was on the perimeter. He was in the paint. He was back on the perimeter. He was on this side. He was on that side. He was fast. He was everywhere. But Mitch has kind of slowed down since that time because he put on the weight and then he lost the weight. So he's a little slower. He also got hurt a bunch of times. So he's not jumping at everything the way he used to. Like he's a little bit more controlled. So I don't necessarily think he's picking up for everybody the way he used to. I think Mitch's biggest asset for this team is his offensive rebounding and just giving the Knicks more opportunities to get shots up because we're a poor shooting team. And with him giving us more opportunities, we're able to stay in games and get those baskets after we, lose out the first time. That's his biggest thing that he gives us. I'm not saying he's a horrible defender. I'm just saying he's not as disruptive as you might think. And that's part of the reason why he's left. There's 3 all NBA teams. He's left off all of them for defense. So,
Right.
I mean, to me, there's something there.
Yeah, there's something to that because I mean, if he was that such a great defender, like everyone's saying, that he would at least make the third team at least once in 5 years, because he's I think I don't know if he led the league in blocks, but he was up there as far as blocks per minute, throughout his career. So I mean, he would have made something, or at least been honorable mention or something, but he isn't, So I mean, because I'm trying to say, there's a lot of players in the league that can do what he does. It's not that he does it so good that we can't have anybody else replace him. He could be easily replaced. A Miles Plumlee, for Christ's sake. Miles Plumlee's a free agent right now. If we so choose to let's say put Mitchell Robinson in a trade to get somebody else here, we could sign a Miles Plumlee if we wanted to.
True.
Even the other guy, Moses Powell, the guy that was that used to play for what's this school over here, this high school over here. He Holy, whatever it's called, Malloy. He used to play for Malloy back in the days.
Was it Bishop Malloy, I think?
Yeah, Archbishop Malloy.
Yeah. And then part of me too gets a little upset because for Mitch, he's got every opportunity to do what he wants to do on the defensive end. And for a guy to come in and say, I want to be the best defensive player in the league, he wanted. This is what Mitch's goals were, apparently, to win Defensive Player of the Year and or to be on first team all defense.
Right.
And you're not even on third team all defense. Like, you know what I mean? I just like certain things that if that's what you want to do, then I would expect that I see you do more of than what you're doing. Even blocking shots. Let me just, so I'm right and I'm not just saying something. I don't think Mitchell blocks the same amount of shots that he did previously in his career.
No, he didn't. It's just shot blocking is definitely has been down compared to the first year. The first year he was crazy. It was like almost 5 blocks per game, per 36. It was crazy, but it's definitely nowhere near that.
Yeah. Okay. 2.4, 2, 1.5, 1.8, 1.8.
This is one thing too. Mitch is lazy.
And just real quick before you go, Eru, remember what Eru said per 36. So I
was saying per 36.
These are his stats for actual like paying 20 minutes or 23 minutes, whatever. But per 36, obviously those numbers go up. But my bad, Eru. Go ahead.
Well, G Mark says Mitch is lazy. He needs to develop a baby hook by now. But that's the thing. These young guys, they think they already made it. Like Mitchell Robinson already got paid now. So now he thinks they already made it. By now, in year 5 now, he's 5 years in the NBA. He doesn't have a baby hook. Like you said, he needs a baby hook. It would be nice if he had one, a nice little drop step or whatever, or just being able to make a simple layup. That guy can't even make an opposite side of the basket layup. Every time that he gets the ball inside, it has to be a dunk every single time. He doesn't have any counter moves to anything. And he makes comments too, like on social media, talking about that he's out there just doing cardio and XYZ. And then you see him shooting threes with his cousins in the off season. How could you be shooting threes if you can't make free throws? It's a lot of
That's what
things
I'm
going on with
saying.
this guy, so if we lost him, I wouldn't shed a tear. I wouldn't even bat an eye if we traded him. You know, but at the
Yeah.
same time, I do understand that he does bring value right now. If we don't trade him, but if there comes a time where we have to get rid of him, I wouldn't even blink if we did.
Yeah. Yeah. And shout out to D Coolers. I see what he's saying about Mitch doesn't run down the blocks the way he used to because he used to get hurt. I get it. I'm just saying, if he wants to be a defensive player of the year or a all team defense, he's got to do something more than what he's doing to be able to get on those teams. So, and if he does that, not only will he benefit, but the Knicks will benefit greatly. Like, we'll be incredible if he can be all defensive team. 1 to 3, whatever.
Check this guy out. What's the difference between Mitch Robinson and this guy right here?
Well, I think Tyson Chandler was a much better defender, very aggressive. He did the same thing with regards to getting rebounds. He was a very good rebounder, very good offensive rebounder. But he basically got everybody in the league doing that whole tip out thing.
Yeah.
And he could put the ball in the hoop. You get him the ball around the basket, he could put it up.
Yeah, he had a mini jump shot, maybe like 10 feet out. Maybe he can knock that down. He had a nice little hook in the lane too. He could make a layup. He could seal guys off and make a layup. And he could do the same rim running stuff that Mitch Robinson does. The two important things is that leadership wise, he anchored the defense, not just playing defense, but he was pointing, letting guys know where
Yes.
he was leading the defense. Mitch Robinson doesn't do that at all. And then another thing too, if somebody stepped to Melo, Tyson was right there. If somebody stepped to Amari, Shannon was right there. Especially for anybody that was in trouble on the court in an argument or something like that, Tyson Chandler was right there in the mix, throwing, pushing and shoving, or just trying to get their guy out of there or whatever. Mitchell Robinson is always on the outside of the huddle, watching everything happen. If you ever noticed that, you know what I'm saying. So those are two big problems there with Mitchell Robinson, and that's why I don't care for him. I don't really care for him. He's not Tyson Chandler. People look at Mitchell Robinson and they see Tyson Chandler. He's not Tyson Chandler.
That's fair. That's fair. I agree with you on that. Hey, what's good? I see you guys. Cover the spread and mega. Good to see y'all.
Yeah, no doubt.
2-year deal.
Got another deal here?
I think that's just
Oh shit.
Ooh.
Derrick Rose signed with Memphis.
Ooh.
That's interesting.
Huh.
If there's anybody, right?
Yeah. I know what you was gonna say. Go ahead. Continue.
No, I'd rather you say it.
Yeah. So I think we're on the same page. If there's anybody who can get through the Ja Morant and get his head back in the basketball game and off them streets, it's my guy Pooh, Derrick Rose. Because not only is Derrick Rose, and for those, see, the thing about Derrick Rose is his story is kind of quiet, right? But over the time, like, he's been doing podcasts or doing different shows, and he's been saying more about, I didn't know, like, Derrick Rose was in them streets. He at his circle growing up, his older brother, like, they know about the life. So he understands where Ja Morant's at. If there's anybody to get help take him under his wing and take Ja's game probably to the next level, because if Ja starts playing like young Derrick Rose, and the Memphis connection too, because he went to Memphis and yeah, man.
I'm trying to tell you. I know you was gonna articulate it the better than me, man. But exactly all those things that you said is the reason why this the perfect place for Derrick Rose and Ja Morant, man.
I wasn't even thinking about that. Wow.
Yeah, you threw that Memphis stuff in there too. That Memphis, relations. So he has roots down in Memphis, deep roots and stuff. So he knows how to navigate. Hopefully, he can get into it. Everybody listens to Derrick Rose. Everybody loves Derrick Rose. You know what I'm saying? So if Ja Morant wants to get where Derrick Rose was as far as being MVPs or just living, maneuvering from being the knucklehead, because Derrick Rose was a knucklehead. He was going through his problems too at one point when he came to the Knicks the first time. He was going through some stuff. So I mean, right now between then and now, he's a totally different person. So perfect mentor to have behind John Moran, man. I gotta say that definitely.
Yeah, that's great, man. And Derrick Rose is going to have a good amount of time to work and be in Ja's ear the whole off season, practice all that good stuff, and then he's suspended for what 25 games.
Yeah,
So he got nothing to do but to listen.
yeah, and then Derrick Rose on the flip side too is gonna have an opportunity to showcase what he could still do too in those 25 games. He'll get an opportunity to play probably.
Facts. Wow, that's interesting. I didn't see that one coming. I think someone might, it's a lie because I think someone did mention that's a possibility, but I was thinking he's going to go to the Bulls and, play a year and then retire or something.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it kind of went over my head there, but just looking at that now, that's incredible. And what's
Mm-hmm.
even better is that Ian Bagley is the one that got to break that.
Right.
So that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's
Wow.
awesome.
Damn it. And the Knicks still don't make any moves. Nice.
Yeah,
We can't even get the Obi news.
yeah, right. We get honorable mention stuff like the Derrick Rose stuff is like, oh man, that's good for him, that type of thing. We getting those type of deals.
Yeah, one move that I wish the Knicks would do, and I'd be okay with it. It doesn't yield any big returns right away, but because apparently I don't know too much about the contracts and how you can do certain things, but if they could trade, because I know someone was mentioning if they could trade Fournier, for example, not saying they want to do this, but if they could trade him to San Antonio for like the cap exception or whatever you call that trade exception, that would be fantastic, man, because it gives San Antonio a shooter, a European guy who can help with Wemby over there, and then it allows the Knicks to have some money to be able to make some maneuvers out here, getting that off the books. I'm surprised that the Knicks haven't looked to pursue that a little bit more aggressively, because I didn't even know it was a possibility. Trade player exception, correct. So if they could do that, that would be great. I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, you got me hooked on that Obi with for the draft pick too, because like I said, I was against it. I got it, but then when you verbally said it, now I'm looking at it. Okay, it does save us the extra money, but Dante DiVincenzo's coming, but that extra money with the Fournier too, that's a possibility. Also too, what's his name? Pop has the connection with Tibbs and stuff. So
Right.
maybe they might do that, throw us a bone type of thing.
You know what I mean? A favor for a friend. You know what I mean? Like Tibbs needs something, and it don't hurt Pop because San Antonio's not ready to make that leap yet. They still need a couple years to kind of get these young guys where they need to be, and then really understand who Wemby is and how he's gonna grow into this league.
That's interesting too. These different cap thresholds too, because if once we get below a certain threshold, then the mid-level exemption will be available. I forgot how it works. The wording and stuff is so weird with it. So if we like I said, if we were to trade a Fournier and Obi to get the cap down, I think we would be eligible for this mid-level thing. After we spend the, I don't know how it works, man. After we spend the money,
What? Yo, you crazy. Knicks 100. Come on, son. He said, I don't. Well, you know what he says. If Rose beat the dream team, he's not better than Ja. Yeah, I mean, Ja probably is a better player overall than what Derrick Rose turned out to be, but not what Derrick Rose was. But y'all sleeping, man. You sleep. You on snooze fest. Derrick Rose prior to that injury was phenomenal. And then he started shooting a little bit. He wasn't the greatest shooter. He never has been the greatest shooter, but he started shooting a little bit right before he got injured. But I mean, come on, like in the baseline, when Derrick Rose got into the paint, it's a wrap. Them layups is automatic. You thought Kyrie Irving was creative in the lane. Derrick Rose's layup package was. I used to use that Derrick Rose package all the time in 2K. Saying.
I was waiting for you to say 2K.
It was coming. It was coming.
Yeah. But his suspension, he blew his suspension out. Every single time he drove for those layups and dunks, he was destroying his suspension. That's basically what happened. Because both times that he hurt his knees were on like running. open court plays. It wasn't even like jumping and landing. It was just him running down the court. So he was like, he really destroyed himself, man. Just due to his superhuman athleticism, man. It was incredible.
Very true. Very true. He didn't have no rear wheel suspension.
Yeah. I mean, that's old head stuff. That's 1900s, guys from the 1900s, stuff there.
Yeah. His what's his MVP season? I mean, I kind of I understand what you're saying, Knicks 100, because his MVP year, the numbers look. I mean, they were great for that time, and how efficient he was, and how much of an impact he was to winning for that team. But when you look at the actual numbers, they don't blow you away. I mean, he averaged like 25 points per game. Today, like, everybody's averaging 25.
Yeah, it is weird like that. Just the pace is way up now. That's why so many people scoring so much. You know.
Yeah, 3-point shooting is like all these twos that guys used to dunk, shoot 2-pointers. Some would shoot threes, but they didn't make it the focus of their game. Now everybody is it's about layups and 3-point shooting.
Right. Well, this is it really depends on like the passing the ball. He said he couldn't pass the ball. It really depends on the way that the team runs offense. The way Tom Thibodeau runs offense, look at Brunson. He doesn't really get a lot of assists. I think he averages like 6 per game, which is a lot for him. So back when Derrick Rose was playing, even when he won the MVP season, I think he only had like 5 point something assists. But the way that they played, none of what's the name? Joakim Noah was the one running the offense. So there was a different look there. So that's probably why his assists weren't up. If you watch Memphis, okay.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but I just wanted to say, so early Derrick Rose, 6.3 assists the first year, 6 assists the second year, 7.7 the third year, 7.9 the fourth year.
So that was the MVP year, the 7, right?
Yeah, well, it was the 7. I believe it was the 7.7. Yeah, the 81 game season was he had 25 points per game, 7.7 assists.
Okay, so there you go. So he could pass the ball. So he's full of shit. Kid Knicks 100.
And actually, you know what happened, which is kind of sad. It's weird. Like after those first 3 years, right? Then you had the first 2 years. Then the third year was the MVP season. The fourth year is where he got hurt. He was averaging 21.8 points and 7.9, almost 8 assists a game. He only played 39 games. He got hurt that year. That was the big injury. Right. And then the next year he only played 10 games because he came back towards the very end of the year. But he was never the same offensively or even assist wise. He was averaging at that point, he started averaging 4, 4, 4, 1.6, 1.2, 4, 5, 4. He actually was never the same all around player again.
Right.
That stinks.
Yeah, that athleticism stuff is crazy. But yeah, man, it's good to look back because I was talking a lot of shit, man. I was trying to. You saw me coming off the head talking that shit. He said, "No. He averaged 7 assists per game." See,
no, but you know what it is. The reason why I do that too is because guys like Sherwin and these other dudes be keeping me humble in the chat because I be forgetting stuff. They be like, "Well, Ron, if you remember," I'm like, "No, I don't remember." So thank you for telling me because I forgot. I mean, we've been watching basketball for how many years? We are the dinosaurs in a way. So certain things we do forget.
Yeah, definitely, man. Randy says, "I'll know your basketball history before talking on it." It is hard though, because I mean, like, right, we have headphones on only so we can hear ourselves, but there's nobody in the blue, back in the green room, feeding us information, telling us that we're wrong or feeding us stats and stuff in our ear. This is stuff that we're doing it. So you guys are our green room. Everyone that's in the chat, you guys keep us accountable and stuff like that.
I don't think he's necessarily just talking about us. I think he's talking about guys in general, even people in the chat, because we all like. I remember, forget it. Now I forgot. There was some narrative that I was like, I always felt like we did something or somebody won this year, and that's what it was. And I felt so bad because I've been thinking this for years, Eru. I kept thinking that the John Starks game, the 2 for 18, happened in Game 6, and we still had a chance to win in Game 7. I'm like, you Knicks fans just never let it go. It's on us. We had a chance to do it, but the chat kept me humble. Come to find out, 2 for 18 was in Game 7.
Yeah. But too, like the thing with that, like a lot of people say that was like the worst Knicks moment in history. John Starks doing that. But if John Starks didn't shoot the ball like that in Game 6, there was no Game 7.
That's a fact, because he was getting busy in Game 6. Actually, he helped us in Game 6 to get to Game 7.
Right. So the problem was actually Pat Riley. Not taking him out for somebody like John Starks. You take him out.
Oh no, that's a lie. I'm sorry, Era. I don't want to go with the bad narrative again. I forgot. See, it's all coming back to me. I remember we lost Game 6. The Knicks were up. They had a chance to close out. We lost 2 games in a row. We lost Game 6 and 7.
Okay, there you go.
Because we lost by 1 point.
Right. So there you go. We live in bad memories right now, man.
Yeah, but when I get it, I got it.
And when you get it, you got it. It's good.
There you go.
So what do you think is worse, the Charles Smith layup or the Ewing finger roll? To me, it's the Ewing finger roll.
It's tough, man. The Ewing finger roll hurts, but that Charles Smith layup, and I apologize once again. I just want to be as accurate as possible. It wasn't 1 point. It was 2 points. We lost 86-84 in Game 6. I had to look it up because I got to be right. Yeah, moving on. I'm being right these days. The Charles Smith thing bothered me because it was just so many, you know what I mean? So many pump fakes. Like, he had a chance. Like, he couldn't even draw a foul. And then he kept going up the same way.
Right.
Like, you telling me you couldn't, like, I don't know, man. I was so frustrated.
He should have threw his body up, man. He kept putting it up there, for them to hit it. If he would have just like turned his body on an angle or try to like throw his body back or something to force the referee, because the referees weren't going to call it. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So he needed to do something physically in order to make the referees do something. Just putting it up there wasn't going to get it done.
And the other thing is, like, all the fakes he had, but he was faking and going up the exact same way.
Yeah.
How about you fake? And then I'm just saying, it's easier to say, it's backseat driving, but it's easier to say this. But how about you fake after a couple of them and then try to like go up and under something to get the ball up at least so you can get the foul call. But if you can't even get the shot off, they ain't never going to give you the foul call.
Right. So it was a losing situation. There's no way. He had no wins there, and then his knees and everything else too. So I don't even think he had it in him to make any special moves like that. But that does hurt, man. But that Ewing thing, the way that he came off the back of the rim, man. Man, I got nightmares.
That was tough. Yeah, don't get me wrong. That was tough.
Yeah, because we had it that year. That year we probably would have. There was so many years too. Even the Charlie Ward PJ Brown fight. That was the year too that we probably could have done something. So but it's all spilled milk now, man. All those different.
And even listen, if I don't know 100%, but I feel like if Ewing didn't get hurt, I think the Knicks got a good chance to beat San Antonio and win that championship that year.
I think so. Because we just needed that one extra guy, We had.
He's a big guy. That was a big guy to lose.
Yeah. We had Kurt Thomas, but Kurt Thomas wasn't Kurt Thomas yet.
Mm-hmm.
But and we had Marcus Camby. Marcus Camby couldn't really score, but I think Marcus Camby had David Robinson pretty, done pretty good. But if like you said, if Ewing was good, I think we would have at least gave them a run for their money. I think because they had no answer for Houston and Sprewell.
True.
Yeah, we were kicking their ass.
Oh, thanks, Geraldine. Have a great night. The first lady is out.
Hey, Geraldine. And Geraldine got some hugs coming to her, boy. Her husband gonna be mad at us whenever she gets a chance to. Next season we're gonna, we've been talking with Sim like crazy. We're gonna try to do like a tour, man. Like we went to DC, but we would like to take a trip down to Charlotte and take a trip down to some of these other places too to have some fun out there.
Yeah, that sounds great, man. I would actually love to do that. The DC trip was one that I'm mad that I missed with everything going on here. But hopefully by the time next year comes around, things will be better health wise on the home front. Because I got friends in Charlotte and stuff like that. I never had a chance to go see them, so I would love to do that, and then just be able to chop it up in a different Nick environment would be fantastic.
Yeah, the home front is down there too. You got Freezy's down there, and you got Jay Boogie, Josh is down there. All those guys are down there. So
Guard Up Knicks is down there.
Yep, Guard Up Knicks too. Yeah, my guys down
Divine's down there too, right? Nick's Real Talk. I think he's in. Yeah, he's down there. There's a lot of Nick content creators down there.
Yeah, I think what's the other guy too that's on Steph's show? The West Indian brother.
Oh,
I can't think of my man's name.
Ajay.
Who was his name?
What did you say, Ajay? Oh no, you mean no, I think he moved though. Stafford Don,
right.
Yeah, I think he's in Florida now.
Okay.
Yeah,
a lot of good guys around here, man. Yeah.
Cam in the building. Any new news? Anything pop up?
Nah, just Derrick Rose stuff, man. What's in the SNY just did a little tribute picture there for him.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, that stinks, man. It's like it sucks, but I think it was the right time. I mean, Rose wasn't playing for us, and the young guys ahead of him that really need time to shine. But it's nice that he was also a really good person to have in the locker room. So we're gonna miss his presence. We don't got no Herb Williams. We don't got no Taj Gibson. We don't got no Theo Benson and no Derrick Rose. Where are we getting the leadership from off the bench now?
I don't know. That's a good question too.
I mean, not that Theo Benson added the leadership, but he gave us he created a very good environment, at least.
Yeah, most teams that he's on, they usually do well. You know, I'm trying to see who that could be for us. We don't have anybody with that type of personality on the squad.
So now that we just said that, don't be surprised if you see the Knicks go out and get one of those type of glue guys to have on the bench.
That'll be interesting.
CA Mafia said Guns N' Roses in Memphis.
That's nice. That's nice.
That's good.
Yeah, that's really good. I hope they don't use that, man. That'll be kind of
that'll be so bad. But you know what? I could already see it because some people are gonna somebody's gonna create some Twitter video with Ja and Rose, highlights and Guns N' Roses playing in the background. Welcome to the jungle or something.
Right. Is there anybody else I should add to this notification? Because I only have Woj on there. I got Shams. I got SNY. And I got the New York basketball guys there.
I mean, maybe Brian Windhurst. Does he still do what he does, or does he not do that anymore? He used to get a lot of the scoop stuff.
What was the other guy that they used to always he used to be a sideline reporter? He used to always get the stuff.
David Aldman, Mark Stein,
David Aldridge, yeah.
David Aldman, right? Yeah.
He used to be the man. I haven't seen him in a while either. No, I can't find that guy's account.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Like I don't like to follow ESPN because, like I said, they're always promoting like some TV show or something like that. So I don't need to see those notifications. Yeah, Iron Bagley. Iron Bagley is part of the SNY stuff. So Fred Katz, yeah.
Yeah, Windhurst says Taylor Horton, here's a who, is opting into his $11 million deal with the Utah Jazz for next season. Agent Rich Paul says, if you type in Brian and then WINDH, it should come up.
And there you go. I'm not even following, dude. I guess I follow him. Why not?
I mean, you could always unfollow if
I got a lot of guys blocked, man. I blocked Stephen A. I blocked a lot of those guys.
Good for you. Peace of mind.
Yeah. What's the guy's name? He used to not Bondi, Frank Isola. Frank Isola, man.
Yeah, what does he do anymore, man?
He's been working for NBA TV.
Oh,
Yeah, so he was on they've been using him on SNY a lot lately too. But my old account that I used to have on Twitter, he used to slide in my DMs talking a whole bunch of shit, man. Fucking
Really?
Frank Isola, yeah, man, he's crazy, man. So me and him had a run, and then he ended up blocking me, but he was the one harassing me, on Twitter back in the days. So
Wow.
when I started this account, I immediately blocked him because I don't want to hear none of the bullshit.
See, look at that. Eru knows how to get under the big wig skin.
Yeah.
Oh, so Wemby's not going to be playing in the World Cup for France. He's going to instead concentrate on his rookie season with the Spurs.
Yeah, he's got to
Smart.
get situated. You got to get himself situated. You don't really speak English too well, so you got to figure out what's going on with Dallas. I mean, San Antonio, get the situation done there. So you like Reeves? Randy Hamilton just gave a super chat. He likes Austin Reeves.
I like that guy too, actually. Austin Reeves, I like his game.
Is he a free agent? What's going on with him?
He is.
So the Lakers chose to sign other guys besides him then?
No, I think they're bringing him back. They
They're gonna
just,
bring him back?
yeah. They really like him, so I wouldn't be surprised coming back. But I think that I don't remember. Let me see what it says. I got my little cheat sheet here that I picked up a couple months ago or a month ago or something, and it tells me if he's unrestricted or if he's restricted. It even lets me know if they got a player option. If I can find it.
For Austin Reeves?
Yeah. Let me see. Okay, here it is. Austin Reeves. He's restricted. So yeah, they can hold off on him for now because he ain't going nowhere. And if any offer he gets, the Lakers have a chance to match it.
You know what's messed up too is that he's restricted, and he's playing overseas right now. He's playing with the USA team. So God forbid something happened to him over there, he ain't getting paid. So that kind of sucks. Here's one thing.
Hey, the zombies in the building. What up, Eddie C?
Yeah, Eddie C, you want in on this conversation, man? I gotta say this, man. He said this guy Vaughn Allen said that Frank was on Ian Bagley's show with I Hate Sean. I blocked I Hate Sean and Frank Isola. So there you go. I would never see any of their posts anyway.
Yeah, I think yeah. Well, it's sometimes best not to say anything, I guess.
Yeah, I just had to say it though.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying me. I get it.
Yeah.
I Hate Sean he's divisive.
He's something. He's something. I got no, I don't like to talk badly about people, man. You know what I'm saying? But he's a young guy and he's trying to get on. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to do what he can to get on. I just don't like the way that he goes about it. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I want to say about it. I don't want to say anything more than that. But he's just doing whatever he feels that he needs to get on.
Yeah. Listen, some guys have those type of aspirations, and that's what they want to do.
Yeah,
let them do that.
My thing is, there's a way to do it.
I agree. And that's why that people appreciate your platform and what you do, Eru, because you call it and say it how it is. Sometimes some people may not agree with your take because you're a little bit harsher when something's really like upsetting you and you're like, no one else is saying it, I'm gonna say it. But you're fair and you let people voice their opinion, and if they don't agree with you, that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion, but you let people. Some people don't know how to allow other people to have an opinion, and that's the type of people that I gotta watch myself around, because everybody's entitled to their own opinion.
Right. And then I'm not. It's like not everybody's a part of. They don't think about it the same way. Like packing people up and putting people in their place, and not everybody's thinking of things in that manner. Like as if we're in battle rap or something like that. Not everybody's like that.
Yeah,
not everybody's automatically on that level.
Yeah, you can't. Not. Yeah, exactly. And plus, like, I don't know if that's what what people really want to see. Like, people respect guys who put other guys in their place. When you come on and you're disrespectful to people and what the point is, and you're trying to act like an idiot or something. But if you're just a difference of opinion and someone wants to show, hey, my opinion's better than your opinion, and I'm gonna show you why by doing all this and making a big spectacle out of that, I don't respect that. That's different.
Yeah. My thing with this whole thing, I enjoy hearing people talk shit, talking basketball. Like if you're talking something, and like let's say sometimes I just like to listen to you guys talk. I'll listen to your show, and I just want to hear you talk about something basketball. You know, I just want
Hmm.
to hear the way you say it, even though I might not agree with anything that you're saying. I just want to hear you say it. Even
Right.
like say like what's the guy Knicks fan Brazil? I don't know what the hell he's saying on this channel because he speaks Portuguese, but sometimes I listen to it because I could still get the vibe. You know what I'm saying? I can still hear the love through the Portuguese, even though I don't know what the hell he's
Right.
saying.
My
You know what I mean?
guy Victor from Knicks fans Brazil. Shout
Yeah.
out to him.
His English is getting way better too.
It is. And I think he reached out to me, and I've been busy, man. I gotta check out what he was talking about.
Yeah, ADC, I just sent you something on Twitter, man. So if you want to jump in, feel free. Yeah, man.
Beasley, Mason, Plum, Ayo, DeSumo, Pat, Bev, Jay Crowder, Jeff Green, Kelly Oubre Jr. Just the list of the guys, the free agent guys that he likes.
These are the guys that are still available.
Oh,
D'Angelo Russell, look at that. That's a big name. Westbrook is there. So there's still a lot to talk about, man.
thank you, Knicks 100, because that's the first thing that popped into my head. But you put your own little pause there.
Christian Wood, what a name, man.
What really is the name is that dude that got drafted in this year's draft,
Oh,
the
Grady
Grady
Dick.
guy.
Yeah, Grady Dick.
Yeah, Grady. Yeah, him. GD.
Yeah, everybody can't wait till Clyde gets a hold of that name there, man. He's gonna, whoa, Dick. Yeah.
It's gonna be funny. It's gonna be funny.
So we got the zombies here hanging out. Mr. ADC. I think I might have had problems with ADC last time he came on. Mr. Eddie, you are on, my brother.
He's probably getting his stuff set up still.
Yeah. Probably beating his kids. Be quiet. You know, I'm talking so much in the background.
Cavs making some moves though. So they got Struce. Who else did they get? Because I think you mentioned somebody else earlier.
No, the Cavs picked up the dude from Philly. Georges Chang.
Oh,
Whatever.
Jiang. Yeah,
Yeah.
So they got Jiang and Struce. I don't know what they're trying to do over there, because I the reason why I say that, because I don't know if it's true or not, but I saw something that said that what's his face was on the market. They were fielding offers just to see interest about uh the point guard, not Donovan, the other one.
I'm sorry, man. I'm trying to see what's up with Struce here. Struce is still available, I think. There's a lot of rumors surrounding him though, signing trades and stuff for Indiana. Cedi Osman signing trade they're talking about.
Cedi Osman. Mm.
All those guys are similar though. I'd rather just keep Cedi Osman. Cedi Osman was playing defense against Brunson and did pretty well, during the playoffs.
Thank you, Randy Hamilton and Felicia Lee. Yeah, Garland. Yeah, apparently Cleveland was open to getting offers for Garland. I think they just want to see what they could get. I don't necessarily know if they want to get rid of him, but they just trying to put that out there. One, see what they could field, and two, keep people humble. Keep Garland like, listen, anybody could get it.
Yeah. So Struce did sign with Cleveland? I didn't see it announced yet though. That's interesting. Everybody's looking for the shooter. So you see, like there's a copycat league. The Miami Heat, they were killing everybody with the 3-point shooting. So now everybody's gonna try to copycat, get the snipers on the roster to compete with a team like Miami.
It may be fake news. Who knows?
Yeah.
But listen, it's something due diligence. Every NBA team, no matter who the star player is or whatever they got going on, is always interested to see how other people value their assets. So don't be surprised if they just want to, touch the surface to see what people would give up. They just like to know how valuable their assets are.
Yeah. Did Fat Joe say he liked dick?
He did.
He did. Oh my god.
Yeah. They're killing him for that.
Yeah, you remember that famous thing with I forgot the name of the announcer. He was interviewing Spike Lee, and they were talking about the different players that he got picked up in the draft. The Knicks picked up Dan Dickow in the trade, I think. And then he was saying he likes such and such, he likes such and such, and he liked Dick. And then the announcer's like, pause. And this was like 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago.
Man, I will tell you one thing. That kid got game. And he shoots the rock. Like his efficiency is crazy. But
Yeah.
I'm not gonna, those guys none of those guys have really turned into anything crazy special. And they turn into like the JJ Reddicks of the league. Not that that's bad. I'm just saying, like, you just know what to expect. Who's the guy? Kyle Korver.
Yeah.
There's so many guys that don't turn into anything, that shoot great. They be lights out in college, like Jimmy Fredette.
Yeah, Fredette's killing it in China though.
Yes, he is in China. Yes, he
What's
is.
the other guy? Adam Morrison. Remember Adam Morrison?
Adam Morrison. Well, that was a sad thing, man. Adam Morrison was so good in college and just never saw it. One of those really terrible, unfortunately terrible Michael Jordan draft picks. He's had a good amount of them.
Yeah, they didn't know that he had diabetes. He had diabetes. That was the issue.
That was the issue? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he had diabetes. So, like you didn't do your due diligence. They didn't know that the dude had diabetes, that it was that severe, because, the 82 game season and trying to be, just keep himself healthy for that. Plus, Adam Morrison was notorious for having horrible hygiene. They said he would just show up to the gym stank. Just like, that was the rumors with him when he was a player.
Damn. Wow.
Yeah, Michael Jordan was the worst, man. Sometimes guys, are good basketball players, but they can't they can't coach, or they shouldn't be involved in management or anything like that.
That's funny what Randy Hamilton said. He said, "This is how you know Tibbs is a problem for us. When Evan was in Orlando, he ran the offense. He was a 3-level scorer. He gets to Celtics, he was a sniper. He gets to the Knicks, he's trash."
Yeah.
I will say that it's kind of crazy that the Knicks struggled from the perimeter and couldn't shoot, and we had Evan Fournier on the bench. It's kind of wild.
But the season before we didn't make the playoffs, but he broke the Knicks season record for 3-points made, and then the next season we didn't play him at all.
That's what I'm saying. Like, don't get me wrong, I get it. Like, he doesn't play defense the way you want him to play defense. But you telling me that at certain points in the game you can't throw him in there for 4 or 5 minutes? Like, I don't know, man. I never quite understood that.
Yeah, I don't understood that either. You got to use the talent that's given to you. You got to use your roster. That's what Spoelstra's so good, because this guy Duncan Robinson didn't play all year, and then when it came down to the playoffs and they had a strategy to get through it, and next thing you know, Duncan Robinson is their number one guy coming off the bench. Not shooting nothing. I mean, he was taking every go ahead 3-point shot, and knocking them all down. Duncan Robinson.
Right. So that's what Eru. What's crazy to me is you telling me, I get it why he didn't want to play Fournier because of the defense and just the new look style he was using out there. But you telling me by the time we got to the Miami series with those guys just jacking up threes all over the place and playing the way they were, you telling me we couldn't have used Fournier against Strus and against, you know what I mean?
Yeah. especially the kung fu fighting they were doing. Fournier's a what do you call it, a judo black belt, and he's so
Yeah,
we can
yeah.
use some of that kung fu
You know
fighting.
what I mean?
You know, that experience. You know, that he's like international experience. Just the leadership out there. You know, like he showed leadership. They were showing him in the locker room cursing out his French teammates in French. You know what I'm saying? So he has the ability to do that. You know, so we just totally just messed that up there. That's
Yeah, I
Tom
think
Thibodeau though, man.
Eddie C's connection wasn't working. I saw him try to get the mic and went on and went off. So
Yeah, I was watching him. That's why I left it up there because once he got it together, it would just pop in.
he fought Randall. Fournier fighting stakes. Yeah. He left us with some moments. But I also missed when he was playing, because there was a certain point that he didn't care anymore because he's not playing. But when he was playing, at least he would give us sound bites in the locker room. He would tell us certain things that maybe the other Knicks players weren't really willing to talk about. Fournier would, at least he would say stuff.
Right. Let me get this guy Katz on here. This is Fred Katz.
Fred Katz, yeah. I remember when Chris Broussard used to do a lot of that breaking stuff, but he don't really do it anymore.
Yeah. I guess because he was always wrong. That guy,
Yeah.
Broussard is crazy, man.
He's like Mark Stein is the Chris Broussard of this era. Freaking Mark Stein's always saying stuff that don't make no sense, and I'm believing it, and he's wrong. That's who I wanted the Knicks to get. When you was asking me before, was there anybody? I forgot about him. Watanabe.
Oh yeah, he went to the Lakers.
No, he went to Phoenix.
Oh right, you're right, Phoenix. Hey Eddie, you there? Still trying to work it out.
Yeah, I guess so. Damn it, Watanabe, man, he's sneaky. I like his game because he could knock it down.
Yeah, he's good. He's like Novak, like Asian Novak.
But this goes back to my whole thing once again. Whatever. I don't understand how these teams are able to do stuff when you got Bradley Beal, Booker, Durant on your team. How much money do you have left to really do? Like, you know what I mean? That's a big money.
Yeah. Well, all those guys that Suns signed, they never disclosed the money. They just said, oh, they just signed them. They didn't say anything about the money. 1-year contracts. Except the Diop guy. I think he signed a 2-year contract for $5 million, which is nothing. That's basically league minimum right there.
Yeah. I don't know how they do it, man.
Yeah.
And then we're still waiting here to see what will the Knicks give us today.
Nothing. Just like the draft, man. Nothing happened. Yeah, we stayed up all night. We was at Legends all night waiting for something to happen. Nothing happened. Yeah, we was talking. At any event, I've never talked that much on Sim's show that much. I was talking so much on that show, and nothing happened. And the night that we did have draft picks when we was out there in Atlantic City, we were all biting our nails and
I know, because we were stressed out. Like, what are they gonna do? And then they started trading back, and we were like, oh.
Yeah, it was exciting, but at least something was happening where we felt like we was engaged in the day. But today we just like there's nothing happening, man. Only our imaginations.
Yeah, man. Shalom, Lion of Judah. What's good, my brother? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Eru carried. Yeah. You did a lot of talking. I was watching. I was popping in and out. I was eating dinner. I was cooking dinner. I was like, Eru's still going.
Yeah. It's fun though. I like to do that type of stuff, man. It's pretty cool. It was good to be reunited with State. State.
I saw that. I was like, that's cool.
Yeah, State right now is he's doing Twitter Spaces right now. He's been on Twitter Spaces like just as long as we've been on. So he got like a good little following on there right now. Yeah, but Twitter Spaces works for him because he works a lot.
Yeah,
so
makes more sense for his schedule.
He's working with Twitter Spaces in his ears. You know what I'm saying? So that's how he gets off. So now we're trolling now. So let me put this on the screen. We're trolling now. This is what we're doing. Sources, Mark. This guy, Ian Bagley. There's nothing happening. There was so much movement and stuff that we were talking about for the last couple of days, and where the sources at? What happened to all the movement?
Look, CWC has entered the building. Oh, no dice. All right, Eddie. Well, listen, man. Thanks for trying, bro. um,
It's for some reason like the some melon is a little bit difficult to pop on, especially if you're on your phone. People seem to be having problems trying to get on when they use the phone and stuff like that.
yeah, I mean, it's like I know my connection has been a little funky, but I think StreamYard does a little better job of trying to keep the connection together. So even if it's going up and down, it kind of holds you a little bit. Like you see the bars going up and down, but it kind of keeps you in. Like my
Yeah,
green screen keeps popping up, and I'm like, what the hell's going on here?
yeah, yeah.
But
StreamYard does a better job.
there's good and bad with all of these things. There's certain things I like about Melon. When I was on the show with what show was it? Oh, it was the Die Hard Giants. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
And because I know he uses the Melon too, and yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. Yeah, Eddie C says, yeah, it's the melon he's having a problem with. I love melon though. I don't know, no issues for me. Like watermelon, cantaloupe, honeydew.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, I like melon because it's cheaper, compared to the rest of them, and then they give you more movement.
Hmm.
As far as behind the scenes stuff, they let you work a little bit more with the stuff, different angles too, like the way our pictures are. You can't get
Yeah,
this look on StreamYard.
right.
You know?
Although now they've made it so that StreamYard, now you can do custom looks now. So if you want this, you could do it yourself now.
Okay,
But
I
this
got to take
that's
a look.
brand new, like in the last 2 months or something like that. 2-3 months. They just did
Okay.
that. Because they're trying to keep up, man.
They're trying to keep people too, because there's been a lot. There's other ones too that people use. They said that they're just trying to keep up with what people actually want. Because
Right.
what messed me up with StreamYard is that they were catering to people that wanted to do like webinars. They were
Right.
catering to that. So I said, you know what, goodbye. You know what I'm saying? Because we can't even get a simple black screen in the background. What I'm trying to say. You
I
know,
hear you. I hear you.
yeah. So hopefully they start changing stuff.
So what happened with the cat rumors? Like the cat rumors stopped quickly. It happened. It was like 1 week, and that's it.
Yeah,
And then they wound up re-signing the backup center to like a $30 million contract. So now they're paying three centers buco bucks. Like all together, they got so much money tied up in centers over there.
yeah. The last rumor I heard was Dame for Cat. That's the last rumor I heard.
I don't think Dame wants to go anywhere. I think he just really just doesn't want to leave. But that would be interesting. Dame with Anthony Edwards and Gobert. That's a different look, but he could probably take that. He could make some noise with that team, though.
Yeah. He always says too that he doesn't want to play with a super team and stuff. He just wants to go to a good team. So like you just said, they got Anthony Edwards over there. They got Gobert, so they're still a good team. They're not like one of those super teams. So
Hmm.
it might be something that he might like. But Jeremy Grant, they signed him to all that money too, so they might have did that as a solid because that's his boy or something like that.
Yeah, them signing him probably means he's not going anywhere. You can respect it, but I don't know, man. I mean, it shows a good amount of loyalty, but as a business, like we'll see
You
how
gotta
good
know.
Scoot is.
Yeah. It's like poker. You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. What I'm trying to say? Like with the Knicks ended up trading Patrick Ewing. They traded him too late. They should have traded him a little bit sooner than they traded him. They ended up getting drunk as Vin Baker and Ron, Glenn Rice with no knees and stuff like that. We got no collateral with that. We should have traded
And
them a couple of years before.
I'm glad you brought that up, Eru, because in hindsight, thinking about it, they never should have traded Patrick Ewing. They should just
Yeah,
let him finish as a Nick at that point.
at that point, yeah, because there was no point. He was already done. So now you trade him. You should have got if you were going to trade him, it should have been a couple years before that.
Yeah,
You know,
very
'Cause
true.
it would have gave him an opportunity to actually compete still. and not look like a maniac in those different jerseys that he was in the last couple of years.
And then you could have probably put yourself in a better position to acquire some really good talent to help the team going forward. You could have got a player that you could use and maybe some picks.
Right. Yeah, because we did make some moves to get Camby. We traded Oakley for Camby. Had Spreewell, had Houston. We had Chris Childs, and so if we made that extra move, maybe we would have had something else to sprinkle up in there. It didn't necessarily have to be a major piece, but it could have just been something, to play with. But we never did that. And then if you want to keep going down that hill, man, freaking Scott Layden and all the other stuff.
Oh my God,
after that.
forget it. Scott Layden. Oh, worst GM ever.
Yeah, people talk too much about Isaiah, man. That Scott Layden, he was a killer.
See, but at least with Isaiah had a good eye for talent, and he could draft guys, and he had his own relationships. And people respected Isaiah. If Isaiah comes to your house to talk to your family about becoming a New York Knick, he can make it happen. Now, once you get here, the contracts, that's a different story.
Yeah. Well, Isaiah was bringing wine and popcorn to the crib too. So, you know what I'm saying? So it was a party when he comes through. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah. Isaiah here, everybody. Yeah. He was
Scott
good at
Layden,
that
he
at
just
least.
wanted to sign all his Utah guys.
Yeah, Scott was the worst GM in Knicks history. Facts. Thunny got it. Yep, you got it right, Thunny. The worst ever. And then we get a guy who's probably one of the best GMs in NBA history when you just look at his track record. And what do? We handicap him. We don't allow him to do what he wants to do. And that's Donnie Walsh. We get Donnie here. We don't let Donnie be Donnie.
Yeah, Donnie Walsh came in here walking, and he left in a wheelchair. That's a fact of life. He left out of here in a wheelchair, man.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Man. Sheesh. That was crazy.
What's the other guy too? Grunfeld. He's the one that orchestrated the spree and the Camby stuff. And then they chose to fire him rather than Jeff Van Gundy.
Was that Ernie Grunfeld was his name? I think Ernie was his name.
Yeah,
right?
Ernie Grunfeld.
Yeah.
Yep. We had Ernie Grunfeld. And then he left, and then he goes to Washington, and then he ends up bringing Arenas and those guys over there. So he had a basketball mind too, to build teams and stuff. But imagine if we kept Grunfeld and then fired Jeff Van Gundy instead. The franchise would have took a different turn there.
That's very true. The Knicks have just never been able to consistently put everything together, but they've had moments where there's some good things that have happened, but then we get it runs into moments where bad things happen, like our big three. Remember when we drafted the big three?
Yeah.
No, shout out to him. He's a really good dude. I've met him a bunch of times at the Garden. Really good dude. But that big three was not a big three. Wallace, McGetty, McCourty. What was the third one? I keep forgetting.
He got locked up, I think, the last one. Dante something?
Yeah. I think it was Don. What was his name? I can't remember. But yeah, that big three was not a big three. I'll tell you that. Walter McCourty, Wallace. What was his first name? Don't remember. And then there's the third one.
John Wallace. It was John Wallace.
John Wallace, Walter McCourty, and I can't remember the third guy. But that definitely that's not anyone's big three that people would envy. I'll just put it like that.
Right. You want to throw? I was gonna do something with this, but back in 1975, man, did you know that the Knicks could have traded for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? But the reason why we didn't do it is because he changed his name to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and then the powers that be with the Knicks didn't want nothing to deal with that. It was possible we could have did that because that was right after the championship years, and then right after the championship years, the Knicks were kind of like floundering a little bit. So if we would have made that deal to get Kareem here, now check this out. Right after that, that was the Dr. J scenario when the ABA was getting out of here. Dr. J was basically gifted to the Knicks. All the Knicks had to do was pay for it. But the same guy that passed up on Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, did the same thing with Dr. J. So then that's how Dr. J ended up with the Sixers. So in 1975-76 era, we could have had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Dr. J in their primes.
Wow.
So that's some
Eru coming
Knicks
with the
there.
history, folks. Eru coming with the history, and this is unfortunate. This is some sad stuff I'm hearing right now. What?
Yeah. Could you imagine that?
That is crazy.
Two
I
New
can't
Yorkers
believe
in
I
their
never knew
primes.
that. I never heard that until now.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah, the
Wow.
guy, I can't think of his name, but he was like a former CIA. It was like a bugged out story. It's something that should be like a 30 for 30 or something like that,
And
for
you
that.
know what's the worst thing about it is, like, first off, shout out to Julian Blum, Walter McCarthy. Thank you. I'm
Yeah.
saying McCarthy. In the 70s, the Knicks were a good team. So we played in a position at the time, at a position of, I don't want to say power, but we could make moves. We could turn down certain things because they had good teams.
Yeah.
They weren't great, but they had good and then they became like, teams that people were like, oh, this Knicks team is pretty solid. So, and you could turn down stuff like that, but I guarantee if that would have happened in the 80s, the Knicks would have jumped over all whoever's coming here. We'll take them all. Let's go.
Yeah. But the Knicks did try to make up with it with Bob McAdoo. Right after all that, then Bob McAdoo that's how he became a Knick. We had McAdoo and I think Walt Bellamy or one of those guys. Somebody at center. I forgot who it was. But that didn't work out. It didn't last too long.
Yeah, Walt Bellamy.
I'm not sure if it was Walt Bellamy, but it was definitely some kind of center that we had during that time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man. So I mean, the history never stops, man. The Knicks always do something wrong at the right time. We do something wrong at the right time. So we're at that crossroads right now. We don't know what's going to happen here with us. I'm here on my phone looking at all my different contacts, trying to see if somebody's going to send me something that I'm looking for here. It's crazy.
I don't know, man. I think that the Knicks are just going to stay quiet. They're going to kind of let things play out and see what happens. And even though as I said, I do think that I feel like Dante DiVincenzo is a done deal to the Knicks. I do feel like the Knicks are still trying to see what might present itself, because if something falls in their lap, I'm sure they would love to take it. And that's that. I don't know. I'm just not that confident with them, being shrewd in the off season. I just don't know if they're definitely not playing from a position of power with no money. And I don't know. I don't even know trade wise where they're at with it.
Yeah,
RJ isn't tradable till tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah. Well, we talked about that though, where you can make the trade,
yeah.
and agree to it, but then you got to wait till the time, and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
So I mean, it doesn't look like anything is gonna happen tonight. But every time we're kind of segueing to get out, then there's a notification that pops up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, listen, I ain't gonna be mad if I'm on at 11:30 tomorrow, and the Knicks have pulled off. Come on, bring it on. RJ for OG tomorrow. I'm calling it. Okay, Almighty Finesse. We'll see. I know you love you some OG.
I'm with it. I'm with it. They kind of need that. They need that buzz because they got rid of Van Fleet. So they kind of need something for the fans to hang their hat on or whatever. So getting the old, the home hero, back to Toronto, I think that would help them out.
So let me ask you this: being that I've said something and I'm not backing off of what I said, would you be happy if the Knicks were able to go into next season trading RJ Barrett for OG Anunoby and then signing Dante DiVincenzo?
Yes, I think I'll be fine with that. But the issue is now is Obi and IQ. What are we doing with those guys?
Oh no, but I think Obi's gone regardless. Obi's out of here.
So you think they're gonna do the Obi for like the draft pick thing?
Yeah. I think Obi's gonna be somewhere most likely that one seems like the quick and easiest. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Part of me thinks the reason why it hasn't happened yet is because Indiana wants to see all the offers and stuff that's out there and what they need. Because if there's something that they can draft compensation for in a bigger trade, they don't want to just give it to the Knicks for Obi without seeing if it could be used somewhere for something better.
Right. So this OG thing, people saying that he's crippled. He is injury prone. You got to say that. He's been hurt a lot. Missed the big portions of the seasons, big portions of important parts of the season for Toronto. So that is something to think about. But I just think for a clutter thing, because I mean, RJ and Randall, they basically score in the same way. They're in the same areas trying to score. So it would be nice to get OG in there because at least OG does a little bit more slashing, a little bit more explosive. He plays better defense. So if we were to get him, he doesn't make as much either. I think he makes like 17 million. So maybe we can flip some kind of contract and maybe get some money allocated in a different position, split in a different position, maybe to upgrade some kind of way. I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff out there.
Let me see. Small forwards. And I hear what people are saying as far as he's not the best shooter either. I get it, but he plays defense.
Yeah, I believe he's a good shooter though. I think he's like 39%.
No, actually, no. If percentage wise, he's actually a better shooter than RJ. He takes less shots, so we don't know. Like if you increase his volume, is he still going to be able to knock down as many? But like that's the problem that RJ has put the Knicks in. He's so inconsistent that he's not leaving them with something like, they're like, no, we can't let him go. Like there's just nothing that says, if we make this move, we're gonna regret it forever. you
Right.
know, I don't think they feel that way about RJ, at least not right now. It could happen though.
Yeah, remember Theo Pinson? He was saying that RJ is irrationally confident. So that's what the Knicks fans have with RJ. They're like are irrationally confident that RJ's eventually going to become something great. But at the same time, they'll say that his ceiling is not really that high either. So it's like, so what are we even talking about here?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like, man, I don't know, bro. I love RJ, but it's tough to know if the Knicks are doing the right thing by holding on to him. I just don't know. I hope he continues to improve, but all I've seen is that he's technically, if everybody's just being real fans, not fans of the Knicks, just real fans of the basketball player. If you look at RJ Barrett, his defense, his actual efficiency, his rebounding, his assists, all that stuff has gone down every year.
Yeah.
His points, that number's gone up, but it's because he's taking more shots. But I'm just talking about just the efficiency and the actual numbers in the other categories and his defensive rating. Everything's gone down.
Yeah, Archie's defense surprisingly just went downhill, man. Like he has wobbly knees. He can't stay in front of guys. A lot of times he got caught spinning around. Standing still, spinning around. It's weird.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But G Mark says that RJ has shades of Butler. But people see Butler in RJ. They see what's the other kid? Middleton. They see Middleton in RJ. But if my aunt had a dick, she'd be my uncle. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, if it was a fifth, we'll all be drunk. Whatever you want to say. There's so many different cliches and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes people are who they are.
And I hear that too. I understand what people are saying. Like Randy's saying, like 7 straight games in the playoffs, he was balling like crazy with no help from Randall. He was the Robin to Brunson. I get it. It's true. But it doesn't change the fact that RJ throughout most of the season was inconsistent. He had a horrible start to the season, which lasted a lot longer than it ever has in the past with him, because we know he's a slow starter, but this year was the worst start ever. And
Right.
then he had other moments throughout the season was he was inconsistent. He's just And he don't need to do much. RJ needs to go into the offseason, lose a little weight, trim down a little bit, because I think he's a little too big. Work on a mid-range shot. Like, stop focusing on the 3-point shot. I know this is today's NBA, but you focused on it. Your first year wasn't that great. You got with Drew Hanlon. In the second year, he corrected your shot. You shot 40% from 3. Great. But then every year after that, your form has drifted, and you have not improved or stayed consistent with that. You've gotten worse from 3. So, get that 2-point a game going. Get them that layup package working, and get that mid-range game, that Dwayne Wade, that DeMar DeRozan game going. And I think RJ will turn into a force in this league if he can do that.
He needs to get away from Drew Hanlon, man. I mean, whatever his name is, that's his name.
Yeah, he might. Yeah, Drew Hanlon.
Yeah, he has a lot of those. He makes a lot of pro moves. But if somebody like Drew, he's good with like a high school kid. Some kid that's like wild in the park and does a lot of stuff. He'll bring you back and teach you the fundamentals, and then you get better that way. But like a professional player that you're supposed to already know the fundamentals, he shouldn't be learning these step. Like he has these moves where he does like these moves like this, and then push off and take the contact. I mean, that's all stuff that you teach. And those are like fundamental things you teach in like a street ball player.
Right.
To me, it's not really going to make it if you're trying to teach guys go-to moves and stuff like that. It's not going to work.
Yeah, my only issue that I have with Drew Hanlon, and shout out to Almighty Finesse who says Drew Hanlon is a good trainer. I mean, he is known as being a good trainer. He helps with the fundamentals and stuff. But here's my question to you. On Twitter, because he wasn't interviewed, but on Twitter, Drew Hanlon said that him and RJ corrected something in the playoffs. You trying to tell me that all year, 82 game season, he's going up and down, struggling. I mean, he struggled for over a month. You telling me that at that point you couldn't see something to correct it? No, you got to wait till we get to the playoffs. And I got it. Like, what?
So, I mean, what was he doing? Sitting in the audience doing like this? Like get out.
What happened?
What was he doing? He sent him to the sunken place. That's what happened in the playoffs. Like, come on, man. That's like I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, look. I mean, he's I can't do what he does, but I'm just saying, like, sometimes that's the other thing. Sometimes, the other thing with RJ that I don't necessarily love is RJ works out by himself. Now,
right.
If you're a baller, right, and you coming into this league and you're doing your damn thing and you work out by yourself and everybody respects you because you got game, that's fine. Do your thing. Keep doing it. But when you're not balling and you're not consistent and you choose to do your own thing rather than work out with your teammates or go to the pickup games that they're involved in, like, he does his own thing. I think he probably needs to come work out. I think it would help too. What if he came with Julius and worked out with Julius and with Brunson? That is one of those things that I'm like, it's a big three, right, with the Knicks, even though this big three doesn't necessarily resemble other big threes. But this is our big three. They should be working out together. They should be doing things together. They should have a chemistry that nobody else on the team has because they're the guys.
Yeah, you would think, man. Yeah, shout out to Obi, right? Obi's part of this mix too, where this guy, like, he just is not getting better and just not getting consistent. So I just.
Oh no. My fault, Thunny. I don't mean that he doesn't work out with other people. I mean he doesn't work out with the Knicks dudes. But
right.
Go ahead, Eru. My fault.
Well, I just wanted to point out this guy, Chris Johnson. He had Obi Toppin there, so I'm trying to find the pictures here. This is when he was there with Chris Johnson. So if you notice here, he's trying to work on him with driving moves and go-to moves. There's also a video too where there's a lot of this face-to-face conversations and probably hard conversations because there's certain things that Obi Toppin just can't do on the court yet. And at this stage of his career, he should already have it done. So what's troublesome to me with this stuff. That's one thing with Chris Johnson too. He'll send defenders on you and hurt you and stuff like that to get you to adapt, right? So just one thing here with what he said. He said we all have dreams, but in order to make dreams come into reality, it takes an awful lot of determination, dedication, self-discipline, and effort. And he tags Obi Toppin in there. So that could be like a little message there or an insight of what maybe Obi Toppin's missing. That's missing out of his journey. And maybe he thinks that he's good and somebody's not giving him an opportunity. But at the same time, you got to devote yourself to this game and get better every single time. Get add something to your game. Put yourself in different situations where you can improve. And I don't think Obi's been doing that up until this time.
Yeah, and you know what? That's another thing that you hate to see sometimes, because what if OB is working with a different trainer right now, like, and then working on all these different things like he is doing, and then now the Knicks trade him and he goes to other team, and now that stuff is on display. Everybody's going to be pointing the finger back at Tibbs and the organization like, look, how do you let this guy go? He's your 8th pick. Now that you allow him to leave and get the playing time, he's able to work on different things, get the freedom, his confidence goes up, and this is the Obi we should have saw with the Knicks.
Yeah.
Don't be surprised if that happens, bro.
I mean, I can see it. He's in the right place to do it, because I mean, right there, everything that you see that he did that in the slow sliding with the in and out and the step back, it's not just him stepping back. It's just like him looking at the rim, and that's adding something to his game. So now, out of that movement that you see there, I can see him sliding a crossover in there and going to the basket. That's something that he wasn't doing. But he needs to. These guys need to work on it. But my thing is, right, like, you get to a certain point, right? Now it's like it doesn't matter. You just need to go. They need to move on from you. So if it just so happens that you start to produce on another squad, then he'll be the third person in Knicks history to do that, because there hasn't really been anybody else. We were talking about that on Sim. There's only been Ariza and Rod Strickland. If you look through history, there's been no Knick that went to another team that played better than they when they were on the Knicks.
Well, I think there's one, but he came back to the Knicks, I think. Or was it vice versa? Marcus Camby? Marcus Camby left the Knicks and started the ball out, if I remember.
But
I could be wrong.
He also played well with the Knicks too, though.
Yeah, no, he did. I'm just trying to remember if he played better, because I felt like he might have balled out. I could be wrong. But I hear you. You for the most part, I think you guys are correct.
Well, I mean, if it's like marginally better, it's not, it's not what I'm saying. Like most people saying that these guys go out and they freaking go crazy, Like one thing, like people say David Lee, he went to the All-Star game and this, that, and the other, but he also went to the All-Star game as a Knick. Somebody also mentioned Zach Randolph. Zach Randolph actually averaged, Zach Randolph numbers when he was with the Knicks. So he didn't actually necessarily get better when he went to Memphis. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. So like with the Knicks, Camby's first season was there, but that second season with the Knicks, he was 10 and 7.8, almost 8. So let's just say 10 and 8 and 2 blocks.
Right.
The next season he was 12 and 8, 2 blocks, and then the season after that he was 11 and 8 with 1.7 blocks. But then when he was with Denver, he was 10 and 10 with 3 blocks, 12.8 points, 11.9 rebounds with 3.3 blocks, 11.2 points, 9.3 rebounds. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 11.7 rebounds and 3 blocks, 3.3. Yeah. So he seemed to he had a good run with Denver.
Okay.
I don't remember that team though.
So you could add Marcus Camby to that.
Yeah, I just remember those days. I was like, damn, why didn't we have this Marcus Camby? He wasn't bad with us. He just seemed like he was a little better with them.
Right. But outside of that, it'd be hard to find too many people.
Agreed. I don't know. Maybe you might be seeing something from earlier, Eddie. I don't know if there's any new news about the Obi trade actually going down already.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay vigilant here with these things. Monty Morris is on the move. He's being traded to the Pistons. The Wizards are going to create him. Yeah, he's good. They said he got a trade exemption, $9.8 million. Why are teams so happy to help the Wizards, man? Like I don't understand all these different trades that they're making. The Knicks can't get now one trade. Maybe today's not our day. Maybe like tomorrow or something like that. Like something crazy is gonna happen for us.
That could be it. They probably just letting the dust settle. Like, let's get all that stuff out the way. Let's see what the market actually is. Because once you've seen a bunch of trades happening and if there's any free agent signings or whatever, you kind of see what the market is for these players. I think they would love to know what the market yields for like Dante DiVincenzo to see what they should be trying to offer him.
So me and Ron was talking about this early. With the draft conversation that would help out with signing DiVincenzo and stuff like that. But I'm seeing it in the chat. Is this like official, or where are you guys seeing it? Where are you guys seeing the news? So I'm looking. I got a couple windows open. I'm just like, and my phone is going here too. So I'm trying to like stay on top of certain things here. So what are you guys seeing out there as far as Obi?
Yeah, I don't know. Nothing popped up for me. Like, I mean, I didn't get the official thing. As soon as the Derrick Rose thing happened, I got the official thing that happened right after Eru mentioned it. I haven't seen anything else yet.
Yeah, I got a feeling that might happen too. Like going court like 12 o'clock, 12:30 or so, something like that probably is gonna happen.
Yeah, because if I remember last year's off season, a lot of this stuff they like to have it happen quick and early because then Leon does his little thing. Uh, you know, oh no, but actually that took about a month. So forget it. Forget what I was gonna say. I think it's about a month that these owners and stuff and presidents and all that stuff like to get this stuff going. Then they like to go on vacation.
Yes. That happened to us a few times where we were just like left hanging for like a week or so before these guys came back from their vacation.
Mm.
I hope that doesn't happen, man.
Obi to Indiana. I'm still trying to figure out why Indiana's been so in love with Obi. It's not bad, but I'm just like they're the one team that's always been interested in him.
Where's Dayton? Dayton's in Ohio, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that makes sense. I mean, that part of it makes sense.
Yeah, that part of the country maybe. People like to want to claim him like, oh, because he's from New York. He's not necessarily from New York. He traveled a lot with his family, with his dad playing basketball and stuff like that. He does have the Brooklyn ties.
There you go. Lakers, if that's true, shout out to Randy Hamilton. He said Lakers offered Reeves $52 million for 4 years.
We need to offer him $7.
We don't have any money, so
yeah, unless we do a GoFundMe or something like that. We ain't got nothing
yeah. Good luck.
Yeah, man. Speaking of GoFundMe, let me do this real quick. I'm running the New York City Marathon. If anybody that gives a fuck about that, you know what I'm saying. This is I've been trying to like promote this a little bit. I'm running the New York City Marathon. So if you want to help the cause, you know what I'm saying. This is the way to do it. You can find this link here. Paste that. Put it in there. So that's the link. And if you so choose, you can click that link and contribute to the fund there if you wish.
Wow, when is the race?
November, I believe November. The first week of November. November, what is it? 5th. Yeah.
Wow.
November
That's great,
5th. It's gonna be the hardest thing I ever do. But I'm training. The training is gonna start getting intense. I'm gonna start really going crazy, like freaking what's his name? Forrest Gump. I'm gonna be running like Forrest Gump out there. So you might see me running. If you see a guy running past you with a Knicks jersey on or something like that, it's probably me.
Yeah, man, that's dope. I'm happy for you, bro. I know you used to run smaller marathons in the past, and this is a big one.
Yeah, I keep this right here just to remind me. I ran a it was a race called the Urban Athlon. And I actually ran with a Steve Novak, T-shirt on there. You see.
Always representing.
Always representing. There was a 12-mile race with like little like obstacles in there. So I used to do those all the time, man. Up until 2018, as everybody knows the story. That's when I caught pneumonia, almost freaking died. 2018. That year, I was actually gonna run the LA Marathon, but then that's when I got sick. I got sick maybe like 2 months before the marathon.
Sheesh.
Yeah, and I was training. I was going to run it, but then I got sick. So it happens. Yeah, so that's my dream to finally complete a marathon. After all this time.
Yeah, that's dope though. Hey, listen, that's what you got to follow your dreams, man. Randy Hamilton says that Austin Reeves would be a better pickup than DiVincenzo. I mean, I think a lot of us might agree. Well, listen, don't shortchange DiVincenzo because the dude, gives you about 5-6 rebounds a game, about 4 assists, can knock down the 3 and score and plays good defense. So don't shortchange him. But 6'6", Reeves is taller, and we saw how he played in the playoffs. He's a strong, player. But remember, or you may not have been here. I think he was here when I said that. He's restricted free agent. So any offer that's made for him, the Lakers can match. So it don't matter what the Knicks offer. The Lakers can match the same amount. And we don't have any money really. So there's no way that we would be able to get him. So apparently the Pacers have acquired Obi Toppin from the Knicks per Anil Gagna, NBA.
Who said that?
Frank Matos used to call him Sasso. No, I don't know. I don't know who that guy Anil is though.
Okay, I see Frank Matos. So who is that? Anil Ganago.
Maybe that's a new person to follow there, Eru. I don't know him.
Neil. How you say that? G.
Anil Gagna.
That sounds like a fake account right there. All right, so this guy has 1,700 followers here.
I don't know.
I don't know. He says sources tell me Indiana Pacers have traded for Obi Toppin. For who?
Although he might be a guy from Indiana, from over there, trying to break a story to get himself on the map over there. It could be true though. Yeah. Well, I mean, when I pop up the Twitter stuff and Obi Toppin, his name comes up alongside of Mark Stein.
Okay.
So.
All right, we'll see. That the other account I was telling you about, I haven't seen him post in a while. What's it called? He keeps deleting the account. I just don't understand it. Like he'll give good information and then he'll delete the account. Yeah, he deleted the account again, so I don't know what's going on with that guy. Yeah, man. This is going to be a long fucking night, man. I can tell that. I'm going to be so mad when I get up to go piss tonight and I look at my phone and I see, the Knicks done traded half the roster, Everybody's gone.
I mean, that would be crazy.
Yeah.
I know people ain't going to believe it, but I kind of feel like Obi's going to ball out, man. I do. I really do.
Almighty says that we got Mathurin. If that's true.
Okay, hold on.
Now we're bugging.
I ain't believing that one. No way. No way.
Yeah, Obi for Mathurin. I don't know about that. But at the same time, too.
Almighty Finesse be wilding.
Yeah, but at the same time, too, didn't Indiana just pick up another guard? They picked up that dude from Denver. So they got Bruce Brown, right? And then they have Buddy Hield. So what are they doing? They don't like Mathurin? So if they trade Obi for Mathurin, what the hell, man? That would be incredible.
I can't see that. There's no way. No way. So.
Not even with my glasses, I can't even see it with my glasses,
Yeah, there's no way.
Not even with my Knicks. Let me get my Knicks shades. I gotta put my Knicks shades on. I still can't even see it with my Knicks shades.
But imagine if that was to happen. What does that say about Mathurin? No way.
Yeah. There's no way. There's no way.
Honestly, don't know about Mathurin under Thibodeau anyway. But
So I get it. People want to see Obi Toppin run and dunk. So him playing with Halliburton, you would get it's going to turn into NBA Live. 2000. I mean NBA Live 2003 out this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? But but still, Mathurin. At one point last year, he was averaging 18 points per game. At one point,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mathurin, whatever you want to say. So the guy.
I ain't listening to you, Almighty. I know who you is. Yeah,
so
Frank Mato says Anil Gagna is a legit NBA reporter. Details could be out soon. Yeah, I believe that. No, now that I've seen it when he pops up next to Mark Stein, I'm like, okay, it says he's with the NBA. I believe it. It's cool.
Yeah, that would be crazy. So there's somebody congratulating on the marathon. He says, congratulating on the marathon. I did the Miami marathon a few years ago based on my wife running the NYC marathon numerous times. That's dope. Yeah. The Miami marathon, if I'm not mistaken, you could just sign up for it. That's the reason why I did the LA. I was going to do the LA marathon because you could just sign up for it. You don't need to qualify. You know what I'm saying? But, like I said, I got really sick, man, before the LA marathon.
Yeah, I've walked a marathon before, but never ran in one. I've walked the same amount as a marathon, should I say?
Yeah, we all have. If you live in New York, you do a lot of walking living in New York.
Yeah, that's cool though. I appreciate. Listen, shout out to all you guys that are fit enough to do that, guys and gals who have to run in a marathon. It's pretty dope.
Yeah, something to tell your grandkids. You said, Grandpa, you ran a marathon? Yep, I ran a marathon. Oh, shit, cool. All right, drop dead. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, man.
Well, cool.
Hey, man, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what they're going to do. I'm assuming they'll probably release some information if the Obi thing has gone through and they're just kind of putting the final touches on that. I mean, whatever that is. Knowing the Knicks, if they are doing anything, getting draft compensation, it's to flip that draft compensation to get someone else.
Right.
What I would assume. Because I don't think the Knicks really care anything about draft picks anymore. And because we're a fairly decent team these days, our draft position is not going to be low enough to get, really good players. So I think they're just ready to acquire picks to help them trade them. That's what you do when you don't have money. Get more assets.
Yeah. The kid Jalen Smith, somebody mentioned that there. Jalen Smith is decent too over there.
Yeah, the dude with the glasses, the goggle things. Yeah, he's good. I like his game, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty good. We'll see what happens. Well, I got to get up out of here, Eru. Got to let the missus go to bed. And then I got to kind of put my stuff together for the show tomorrow. But it's as always, a pleasure, bro. I love to chop it up with you. And I actually was going to, while you're still recovering, probably if you're still out this week, Thursday, if you're free, love to have you on the NBA report.
All right, no doubt. Just got to hit me up, man. I'm like, especially now, I'm free now. So shit.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, let me bother Eru now while he's free.
Yeah, let me get your channel up real quick. Everybody knows who you are, but it's just fun to put your channel up here.
Hey, man, I appreciate that. Thanks. Oh, that's us.
Yeah, maybe I should subscribe. Well, I'm not subscribed. This is my what do you call it? My premium page here, so I'll subscribe.
Oh yeah. Oh, thank you, man. That's how we catch the other content creators when they pull up your page and then they're not subscribed. Come on, man.
Yeah, man. So this is still Knicks, man. Shout out to John. Hope John is doing good. John is like super dad, man. I hope he doesn't get fat like me, because that's what happened to me. I turned to super dad and got fat,
And the funny thing, John's going tomorrow.
To what?
To the cookout.
Oh yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I gotta figure out. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it tomorrow, man. This, it seems like a little bit too much for me.
I know you like to drive, but that's a long drive to have the hand, and then you can't play ball. You can be watching these other guys like, you guys is bums, man. You lucky.
Yeah, right. I'm not ready to play no basketball. I was trying to be. I was trying to get ready for Tony. I want to demolish Tony one good time. You know what I'm saying? Without being the fat guy bullying the little guy around. I don't want to do that, but we'll see. Maybe we'll get an opportunity towards the end of the summer or something like that if Simmons has something else planned.
Yeah, and plus, I mean, you ain't got. I'm sure they don't got a lot of vegan options up there for you. Putting that, there ain't gonna be no vegan dogs on the grill.
I had to bring my own stuff. Secret stash.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you, brother, as always. MBK family, you know how we do. Shout out to your chat once again. Appreciate all you guys. Thank you for always showing Eru love and showing whoever he has on as guest on the panel love as well. Appreciate you guys.
No doubt. There goes a link in the chat, man. Thanks, Ron, for popping up in here on the humble, man. You just invited yourself, popping up in here.
Facts.
Yeah, I dropped the chat. I dropped the link in the group chat, and you came to the rescue here.
Hey man, hey listen, I know how it is when you got stuff going on and the shows might take a little while because you're trying to see what's happening. You know, it's tough to carry that whole space without seeing a lot going on. So I'm like, let me jump on with Eru and just keep him company for a little bit.
Yeah, I got no problem talking to myself.
It's 4.5 hours. I didn't realize it's been that long.
Yeah, well, I was on for like the first 2.
Right. So I've been on for 2, and I'm just jumping on. I'm like, damn.
Yeah. And when you're talking Knicks and talking basketball, especially when we're all together, you never know. We could talk all day long.
Yeah, it goes quick. That's a fact. Yeah. Hey man, well listen, don't stay up too late, brother. I don't know what's gonna happen, but enjoy the rest of your night, and maybe I just hope this Obi deal is works out for both parties. If Obi goes to Indiana and starts to ball out, good for Obi. But if Obi's draft compensation, whatever it is, picks or whatever we get back, goes towards us getting a player that helps us next year and takes us further than we were this year, then it's a win-win for everybody.
Yeah, especially if we win the big thing, because then nobody's going to care about Obi Toppin at that point.
Right, right, 100%. All right, brother. Have a good night.
Yeah, man. Peace, Ron. Good to see you, man.
Latest.
Yeah, man. Everybody, thank you for popping in here. Everybody in the chat, thank you for coming in. This has been Dire Knicks. Little draft day, first day of free agency. A lot of stuff going on today, but nothing going on with the Knicks, man. So everyone's saying that we're gonna make a move for Obi. We'll see what happens. Until then, I got a feeling as soon as I X out this thing that the Knicks are gonna announce the trade or whatever. But anyway, we gotta let it go. It's your boy Eru. 4 fingers to the forehead. I tuck in the thumb. I don't know if I could tuck in the thumb, but I can't straighten out my pinky. Salute, and I'll see you guys next time. Please enjoy the outro, and I'll probably see you guys tomorrow. Enjoy the outro. Peace.
Eru, I see you. Die hard. Trap. We gonna do this one the right way. We in here forever. Yeah. Die hard, homie, die hard. You can check the swag, he the realest by far. Swimming in that blue and orange, he the lifeguard. Yeah, he been through pain, at least he got some nice scars. He can smell a trophy, yeah, you need it back to back. Represent himself, his own name is on his back. 10 toes down, try to stop him, he come back. Bandwagon hoppers, he will knock you off your tracks. You ain't saying nothing, Nero been here from the start. He been working in the lab to take his team and make it art. See him going over film to help him build and make him smart. He will tell you how he feels because he's real and he got heart. He will never fade away, he will never change his face. Everybody picking faves, and he's feeling out of place. Cause he is for the team, and he always rep the squad. Like that Christmas movie, he gon' always die hard. City on my back. They ask me what's my name, and it's on my back. I'm just speaking facts. We got big dreams, we ain't looking back. We be really die hard, yeah, that's a fact. We be really die hard, ain't no going back. Make the whole crowd rise like a thermostat. Fourth quarter, I'm the killer.